Chapter 2080, Epic Rank Reward. An epic quest? Feng was slightly astonished when he heard the system notification. He had never heard of Horus giving out an epic quest in the past. He had only known that this NPC wanted Sea Tribe weapons in a bid for vengeance against the Sea Tribe. The quest in the past had only been an advanced hidden quest, requiring 1,000 Sea Tribe weapons to complete, and a player had to finish the quest before they could trade with Horus. Now, not only was the quest epic rank, but its completion also required 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons. This massive change ruined his plans in the past. The activation quest had awarded the Ocean's Heart design, an intermediate magic array design. Although Ocean's Heart was only a barrier-type magic array, it could suppress sea monsters to a frightening extent. Ocean's Heart was even effective against mythic monsters and extremely useful to guilds trying to develop their naval prowess. The Ocean's Heart's magic array scrolls had sold for astronomical prices in the past, of course. Now that the quest had changed, its reward would be different as well. It seems I'll have to come up with a different method. Feng sighed deeply as he handed Horus 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons. The various major powers on the main continent had already reached a developmental bottleneck. As a result, these powers had begun to compete over the sea's resources. Fortunately, Zero Wing already had its own shipyard, many advanced speedboats, and control of several coastal towns and naval cities. Immortal Light, Zero Wing's subordinate, had also been developing its naval strength under Feng's orders and was now a significant power at sea. However, with how quickly the various major powers were developing, Zero Wing would struggle to maintain these advantages. Feng had wanted to rely on the Ocean's Heart to accelerate the guild's development at sea, but now, he had no choice but to look for other avenues. As Feng gave Horus the Sea Tribe weapons, the NPC's eyes glowed with excitement. Wonderful. There are indeed 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons here. Horus nodded in satisfaction, his hand abruptly flashing with a bright glow. When the light subsided, he held an ancient tome. I went to great lengths to obtain this book. Hopefully, you can make good use of it. If you obtain more Sea Tribe weapons in the future, you can find me to trade them. When Horus finished speaking, not only did Feng obtain the tome, but he also earned an abundance of EXP. Not only did he instantly level up from 71 to 72, but he also gained 2 additional legacy skill points from completing the quest. The quest rewards were incredible. It was much harder to level up after reaching level 70, and Feng's hidden class required twice as much EXP as normal players. An ancient forging book? Feng's eyes widened in shock when he inspected the book he had earned from Horus. Ocean's Heart didn't have much use to individual players, but the magic array was quite important to guilds. If possible, he wanted to trade 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons for the array design. However, after seeing the ancient forging book, this thought vanished. In God's domain, ancient forging books were akin to alchemy secret journals. Not only were they unique items, but the weapon or equipment designs they contained were also extraordinary. An ancient forging book was almost as valuable as an ordinary epic forging design. Feng immediately opened the ancient forging book, eager to discover what item it would help produce. Amazing. I struck gold this time. Feng could not help his growing elation as he read the tome's contents. The ancient forging book Horus had given him didn't contain one weapon or equipment piece design. Rather, it contained the designs to produce the dark gold set equipment, Crystal Light set. Although it was only a level 60 to level 80 set, it was an 8-piece set equipment, possessing more set effects than its 6-piece counterparts. If a level 60 player equipped the Crystal Light set, their combat power would be on par with a player wearing a 6-piece level 65 dark gold set equipment. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers could only dream of owning 6-piece level 65 dark gold set equipment. Anyone seen wearing such a set would even earn peak experts' envy. Of course, the Crystal Light set had harsh production requirements. At the very least, one needed to be a basic master forger to forge the set, and the required materials were extremely rare. For example, the set required a lot of fine titan or mana stones, and advanced magic cores, all of which were incredibly difficult to procure at this stage of the game. Even for the various large guilds, however, material gathering was a secondary concern. The high production cost was far more important. If Feng calculated the cost according to current market prices, each production attempt would cost roughly 800 gold. Furthermore, a basic master forger wouldn't have more than a 30% success rate when trying to forge the set. Even intermediate Master Forgers would only have a 35% success rate, while advanced Master Forgers would have a 40% chance. Even if one were lucky, they'd still spend nearly 2,400 gold to produce one crystal light set. Although Zero Wing earned a lot of coins each day, most of those coins had to be spent on paying back debts. Shifeng still needed to pay back the astronomical construction cost for Silverwing Town's airport. Moreover, he had instructed Aqua Rose to invest funds into the Lost Town's development in secret to enable the guild to nurture more experts in a short time. In addition, Zero Wing had to fund Immortal Light's development and purchase epic materials for the upcoming auction house competition. Right now, the guild only had around 20,000 gold available for emergencies if he wanted to mass-produce the Crystal Light set and form a personal security team like Nature Manifestations. He'd need a lot more coins. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng traded 1,200 Sea Tribe weapons and 1,500 elemental cores for 3 copies of the basic secret law, Deep Sea Meditation. Shifeng could only return later to trade for Horus's remaining 3 copies. Deep Sea Meditation, Basic Secret Law, allows the user to exhibit their body's latent potential through meditation, significantly improving their physique. This secret law consumes a lot of stamina and concentration when use drops upon death. After purchasing the secret law copies, Shifeng left to find the 4-star wandering merchant using the 7 luminaries ring. After teleporting 5 times, Shifeng arrived in a secret land. He then spent the next 4 hours clearing out the level 80 plus monsters that stood in his way before locating a small, wooden house. A grey-robed, elderly man called Zal, one of 3 4-star wandering merchants in the Sea of Illusion, occupied the house. After meeting with Zal, Shifeng purchased all 500 stamina gemstones the NPC had, each gemstone costing 5 elemental cores. He couldn't have dreamed of doing something like this in his previous life. This NPC simply required too many elemental cores. If he hadn't obtained the 6,752 elemental cores while grinding in the Ancient God's secret maze, he wouldn't have dared to purchase both the secret law copies and the stamina gemstones. When the public had discovered Zal in the past, the various superpowers had monopolized the NPC stock. These powers left very few gemstones for other players once they had finished with Zal. Hence, it was a dream for Shifeng to purchase 500 stamina gemstones in a single transaction. Now the several players that had discovered Zal in the past had only purchased around 200 stamina gemstones. Even so, they had made a fortune, earning the various large guilds envy. Following which, Shifeng took out a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Chapter 2081, Stormy Winds. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. Although White River City was not the kingdom's capital, its popularity overshadowed Star Moon City as the main headquarters of the kingdom's #1 guild and home to the Candlelight trading firm, which continued to introduce one new product after another. At this point, White River City had become the kingdom's capital in the hearts of Star Moon Kingdom's players. Since White River City was the only city in the kingdom to be promoted, its fame had reached new heights. Tons of players from foreign cities and countries visited the city every day, and it had become almost as prosperous as an ordinary empire's imperial capital. Over a dozen level 64 players in gorgeous equipment had gathered on the second floor of White River City's auction house. They all wore the same guild emblem as they watched the fight in the auction arena. Contempt filled their eyes as they looked down on the combatants as expected of a small kingdom. Although the local players' equipment standards are quite good, their combat standards are terrible. They're not even a match for some second-rate guilds in our Dark Knight Empire. It's no wonder why Zero Wing lords over Star Moon Kingdom, a level 64 berserker said as he watched several guild players from Star Moon Kingdom fight in the auction arena in ridicule. The berserker had not held back his opinion. With the physique of Tier 2 players, the combatants had heard him clearly even from 50 yards away. However, none of those players dared to comment against the berserker. They all simply lowered their heads and remained silent. This berserker had earned the right to such arrogance. This level 64 berserker had won 20 matches in the auction arena in a row. Quite a few of the berserker's opponents had been peak experts from Star Moon Kingdom, but none of them had dropped the berserker's HP below 80%. This berserker had even fought 2 opponents at once and still maintained his HP above 80%, winning the match. Moreover, the berserker's identity was extraordinary. This berserker was Dustblood, one of the 10 great experts from the Dark Knight Empire's Bloodbath family. The Bloodbath family was a veteran first-rate guild, and at this point, it was the strongest guild in the Dark Knight Empire, excluding the 3 resident superpowers. The Bloodbath family also occupied a medium-sized kingdom and a small-sized kingdom. No ordinary first-rate guild could hope to compare to its strength, although these guilds are very weak. Zero Wing's title as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord proves that it has some ability. Furthermore, Zero Wing has 4 experts that rank on the God's Domain experts list. Black Flame, in particular, has killed many superpowers peak experts thus far. A young man in dark gray robes said Zero Wing's name had already become commonplace in the Dark Knight Empire. After all, the guild had successfully helped the 100 Flowers Palace stop Starlink's invasion in Moon Creek Town. The incident had surprised the Empire's various guilds, all of which had immediately investigated Zero Wing. However, the more they looked into Zero Wing, the more the guild surprised them. These guilds hadn't been surprised by Zero Wing's rapid development in God's domain, but by the number of frightening powers Zero Wing had provoked. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 9 Dragons Emperor, the Evil God's Temple, Pantheon, Blackwater, Miracle, and the Dark Knight Empire's Starlink. All of these guilds were powerful enough to make even a first-rate guild like Bloodbath family shudder in fear, yet Zero Wing had provoked every one of them. The fact that Zero Wing had survived this long was unbelievable. Calling it a miracle wasn't an exaggeration. Zero Wing's success will soon reach its end. The various superpowers have been busy with their own matters, so none of them have bothered to retaliate. I've also heard that Zero Wing has a tentative alliance with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain. But things have changed. The various superpowers have set their sights on White River City, and even if Phoenix Rain makes a personal appearance, she can't change Zero Wing's fate, Dustblood said, sneering. The fact that Zero Wing had 4 experts that ranked on the God's Domain experts list was impressive to other guilds, but the achievement meant nothing to the various superpowers. The God's Domain experts list focused on players' battle records, not their overall strength. God's Domain had many experts that hadn't accumulated eye-catching battle records, yet wielded peerless strength. Take the Bloodbath family, for example. Bloodbath family's expert members were even stronger than the Refinement realm experts on the God's Domain experts list, but none of them had actually made it on the list. To put it simply, only small guilds and independent players took the God's Domain experts list seriously. It was merely an information source for true major powers, not an indicator of a guild's strength. Moreover, the competition for an NPC city's auction house didn't rely on war weapons or tools. Instead, it relied on a guild's resources and experts. The competition prohibited artificial strength, so the war weapons Zero Wing had been lucky enough to acquire would be useless. With how few experts Zero Wing possessed, it wouldn't even be able to defeat veteran first-rate guilds like Bloodbath family, much less the various superpowers. I guess you're right. The various superpowers will not give up on White River City's auction house. Some of the old monsters that usually hide in the shadows are even revealing themselves to ensure their guild's success in the competition. Even experts on the God's Domain experts list will be of limited use. The young man nodded in agreement. When he spoke of the various superpowers' old monsters, fear and yearning flashed in his eyes. Thus far, the fights between God's Domain superpowers had been nothing more than skirmishes. Large-scale battles between these major powers were rare. Moreover, to nurture the younger generation, the various superpowers' true experts typically avoided their guild's affairs. They kept to themselves, quietly increasing their strength. If these old monsters took action, how would the younger generation acquire any fame? Even the younger generation's greatest prodigy was a joke before these old monsters. Zero Wing is certainly unlucky. It could have remained the king of its mountain for some time. Unfortunately, White River City was promoted too quickly. Now, even its dream of standing atop its mountain as king would shatter. I've heard that even King's Return, Blackwater, and Pantheon have arrived to compete for White River City. I can't wait to see these superpowers tear Zero Wing apart, Dustblood said, smiling. Oh? Look over there. Even the Glory Empire's holy Reincarnation has come. It seems that they're here to watch the fight between these superpowers, as well, the young man said suddenly as he pointed to a group often or so players that had just arrived in the second-floor hall with a smirk. Holy Reincarnation was also a veteran first-rate guild, strong enough to rival the Bloodbath family. It was also the second strongest guild, after King's Return, in the Glory Empire. While the various kingdoms and empires' powers gathered in White River City in anticipation of the auction house's struggle, Feng worked on crafting the crystal light set in the nearby candlelight trading firm. Although up to 10 players could learn the crystal light set's production method from the ancient forging book, it was an 8-piece dark gold set equipment. Not even basic master forgers like Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa would have much success with forging the set. Furthermore, Melancholic Smile and the others had their own work to focus on, hence, Feng decided to craft the set equipment himself. Fortunately, acquiring the required materials was no trouble for Feng. Zero Wing had been growing stronger as time passed, and as a result, it had compiled a ton of materials in the guild warehouse. In addition, the candlelight trading firm had joined the secret chamber of commerce. So, obtaining the necessary materials to forge the crystal light set equipment was quite easy for the guild. In fact, Feng had gathered more than a dozen sets of materials in less than an hour. He then refined the materials with the soul fire. Using the Philosopher's Hand's ability, Feng continued to shape one set piece after another. Before he put the finishing touches on the 8-piece set, Feng retrieved 40 grains of temporal sand. Temporal sand was incredibly valuable, with each grain selling for more than 20 gold on the market. Not only could it increase one's production success rate, but it could also strengthen the crafted item. Feng allocated 5 grains of temporal sand for each set piece, the maximum amount dark gold equipment could handle. If he hadn't had the bracelet of time, he wouldn't have dared to use the temporal sand so extravagantly. The crystal light set equipment then radiated a dazzling glow, illuminating the entire room. As the light faded, it revealed 8 pieces of equipment, glowing with a sparkling light and radiating an ancient, violent aura. Chapter 2082, Timeless Equipment. Did it succeed? Feng could not help but grow a little excited as he gazed at the 8-piece set equipment on the table before him. Although he had more than 10 sets of materials on hand, the crystal light set was top-tier dark gold set equipment, its production difficulty only second to epic equipment. Although he had already become an intermediate master forger and with the help of the Philosopher's Hand, performed as an advanced master forger, successfully forging the crystal light set was incredibly difficult. Theoretical success rate, after all, had nothing to do with the actual forging process in the game's early stages. The main god system had simplified the various production processes to their base limits to allow players to familiarize themselves with god's domain's subclasses. However, as players reached higher levels and adapted, the main god system would gradually withdraw its assistance, and the various production processes would become more complex and detailed. Meanwhile, successfully forging a dark gold set equipment was a massive threshold for lifestyle players during God's domain's ancient times. Weapons and equipment had only fallen into 2 categories, ordinary and extraordinary. More categories had only been added after the ancient gods had fallen. Ordinary equipment split into bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, and dark gold ranks. Extraordinary equipment had been broken down into epic and legendary. Dark gold weapons and equipment were considered the peak of ordinary equipment, hence, they were extremely difficult to obtain and produce without a larger power support. An ordinary expert player would be limited to dark gold weapons and equipment at best. Meanwhile, dark gold set equipment was at the very apex of ordinary equipment, the best available without any flaws. No matter how high one raised their theoretical production success rate, a single mistake would result in failure. There was no room for error when crafting dark gold set equipment. One could argue that crafting dark gold set equipment was even more difficult than producing epic items, since the latter allowed for some mistakes. Only, the theoretical production success rate was much lower compared to dark gold set equipment. As Feng began to inspect the crystal light set before him, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System: crystal light set has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 200 points. Obtained 10 million EXPAs expected of an 8-piece, dark gold set equipment. It provided so much proficiency. Feng was elated when he saw the system notification. Even forging ordinary dark gold weapons and equipment awarded very little proficiency after reaching intermediate master rank. Normally, he'd be lucky to get 3 points for each success. This was why a player needed so much time to rise to advanced master rank after becoming an intermediate master. Now, forging a single crystal light set awarded 200 proficiency points, the equivalent of crafting nearly 70 pieces of dark gold equipment. However, the crystal light set's attributes were the true reason for Feng's joy, not the system's reward. The crystal light set was a top-tier dark gold set equipment, and due to the enhancement the temporal sand provided, the 8 pieces basic Attributes had risen by 10%. Purely comparing basic attributes, ordinary epic equipment had around 20% to 30% higher attributes than the normal crystal light set, but the temporal sand had reduced that by 10%. There was no doubt that the set equipment before him was currently the best ordinary equipment available in the game. If he hadn't been wearing several pieces of epic equipment with beneficial effects, Horrifying would have immediately replaced his items with the crystal light set. Of course, Horrifying didn't stop after this success. He immediately began to forge the next seed. As time continued to flow, the day of the auction house's struggle had finally arrived. White River City was particularly lively. Today, the various powers would battle to determine their future territories. As a result, countless players from Starmoon Kingdom and its neighbors had gathered in White River City. At this point, the city's player population exceeded 50 million. If not for White River City's traffic restriction, there would have been several times more players in the city today. Even the various large guilds' elusive upper echelons gathered in the city's auction house. Representatives from more than 2,000 different guilds had come to participate in the competition. Moreover, a large number of adventurer teams and dark powers had arrived to participate in the day's events. With so many powers, ordinary players didn't even qualify to walk into the auction house and were barred from entering the building. The city's independent players watched the various major powers members enter the auction house in envy. For today only, players needed to carry at least one epic material to enter White River City's auction house. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful or wealthy one was, they wouldn't get past the doors and were forced to wait outside. Even so, a large crowd had gathered outside the building to watch the competition. These players hadn't gathered because they had nothing better to do, but because the system had set up several colossal magic mirrors to broadcast the events along the business district. Anyone on the streets or resting in one of the city's establishments would be able to watch the spectacular competition for dominance over the auction house. Meanwhile, two players, one old and the other young, sat in one of the auction house's top-floor VIP rooms. From this spectator's room, these two would have a full view of the auction arena below, which easily accommodated more than 100,000 players. If the various large guilds' upper echelons saw that only two people occupied this spacious VIP room, they'd curse them for being wasteful. Renting the auction house's top-floor VIP rooms cost 5 epic materials. Although epic materials were not as valuable as epic weapons or equipment, they were still extremely difficult to obtain. First-rate guilds would be fortunate to collect several dozen epic materials, and none of them would dare to spend 5 epic items just for a better view of the auction arena. Amazing. A city like White River City has actually attracted so many superpowers. Mu Lingsha, the VIP room's younger occupant, exclaimed as she watched the various participating superpowers enter the arena. Starlink, Blackwater, Pantheon, and King's Return weren't the only superpowers present. Members of the Secret Pavilion, Sacred Temple, and Crimson Emperor had also come to participate. It's only natural. Although Starmoon Kingdom is only a medium-sized kingdom, an NPC city's auction house is incredibly important. If they can claim this city's auction house, they can earn a stable income. Moreover, Starmoon Kingdom has a gold mine like the Witch's Hill. With so many benefits up for grabs, it is only natural that many superpowers have been tempted into action, the elderly man beside Mu Lingsha explained, smiling. If Crimson Emperor or Starlink's upper echelons saw this elder, they'd likely be astonished. This elderly man was Unknown King, Unyielding Soul's previous guild leader. When he had run the guild, it had risen to glory, but due to his age and his body's deterioration, he had retired from the front lines more than 2 decades ago. Grandpa, does Zero Wing really have no hope of holding White River City? Mu Lingsha could not help but ask. She was grateful to Zero Wing for all the help it had provided thus far. Moreover, her good friend, Aqua Rose, was a member of the guild. If another power stole White River City, which served as Zero Wing's main headquarters, Zero Wing would suffer for it none. Even if our guild lends Zero Wing a hand, I'm afraid that holding White River City would still be impossible, Unknown King said, shaking his head. Not even our help could change the situation. Mu Lingsha was surprised. Although Unyielding Soul had been declining, it was still a veteran first-rate guild. Ordinary first-rate guilds still were no match for its strength. Yuri severely underestimating the participating superpowers. Although we are a superpower as well, their backgrounds and foundations are many times stronger than Unyielding Souls. Any other time, they might have backed off out of respect for our guild, but this competition will determine their future in God's domain. none of them will show respect for the others. Furthermore, Zero Wing has provoked too many superpowers, pushing them to the limits of their tempers. Now, nobody can save Zero Wing, Unknown King said. Sighing, Mu Lingsha lowered her head in disappointment while the various major powers entered the auction house and eagerly awaited the competition's start. A group of players wearing six-winged emblems entered the arena. The leader of this group was none other than Shifeng. Chapter 2083, Grand Gathering. When Zero Wing's members arrived, the atmosphere in the auction arena changed immediately. The various major powers' representatives couldn't help but shift their gazes to Zero Wing's players. Not only was Zero Wing Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, but its main headquarters was also located in White River City. Moreover, it had amazing growth potential and a very high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild in the future. To put it simply, the guild was in its heyday. If Zero Wing secured the management rights to White River City's auction house, not only would it solidify its position as the kingdom's overlord, but it would also have a stable source of income, further increasing its chances of becoming a superpower. However, rather than envying Zero Wing's players, the various major powers members only watched them with pity or delight. They actually dared to show up. Dust Blood, who stood outside of the arena, sneered when he saw Zero Wing's members. Do they really think that they can secure this auction house just because their headquarters is located here? Zero Wing had only dispatched a little over 100 players to the auction arena. It was a significant number compared to the various large guilds, who had only sent around 30 players each. In fact, the size of its group was only second to the various participating superpowers. However, most of the large guilds attending the competition were only there to spectate. They didn't actually plan to compete, so they hadn't needed to send a lot of members. The fact that Zero Wing had sent so many players proved its intentions. The guild would be participating in the competition. Although Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, the Bloodbath family simply considered the guild a mere mountain king. It wasn't an issue if Zero Wing strutted around its kingdom normally. However, even the Bloodbath family had only sent around 40 players to such a grand event to gain experience, yet Zero Wing had dispatched more than 100 players to try to win this competition. Zero Wing simply overestimated itself. Maybe Zero Wing is putting up a final fight for its survival, the gray-robed young man said, sighing. After all was said and done, White River City was Zero Wing's main headquarters. If another power claimed the city's auction house, Zero Wing would lose the foundation it had spent so much time to build. The loss would be unimaginably dire for the guild. The competition for dominance in God's domain grew more intense as time passed. If a guild failed to keep up with the changing times, the gap between it and others would only grow. Losing one's main headquarters during these rapidly changing times would be fatal, especially for a new guild like Zero Wing. Its members had yet to acquire a sense of belonging and cohesiveness with how recently the guild had been established, and it wouldn't be surprising to see Zero Wing disband shortly after losing White River City. Unfortunately, everything weaker than the various superpowers was nothing more than an ant. This was the case true for a top-ranked first-rate guild like the Bloodbath family. At one time, the Bloodbath family had been recognized as a pseudo-super first-rate guild, but it was still no match for Starlink, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor in the Dark Knight Empire. The Bloodbath family was also wise enough not to harbor thoughts of antagonizing these three superpowers in the virtual gaming world. Unless one was on the brink of becoming a superpower, they couldn't truly understand what a superpower was to the various guilds and players in God's domain. Superpowers were, at most, guilds with greater financial strength and more experts than their weaker companions. Most didn't understand that the difference between a superpower and an ordinary power didn't lay in quantity, but in quality. Otherwise, the Bloodbath family would have become a super first-rate guild long ago. Rather than the pseudo-super first-rate guild, it was after so many years of development. Several dozen players in level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment stood some distance away from the Bloodbath family group. These several dozen players radiated such intense killing intent as they watched Zero Wing's members that other guild experts around them kept their distance. However, the other experts weren't afraid of these layers because of the dense killing intent they radiated. Instead, they were wary because those players wore Sin Realm's guild emblem. Sin Realm was the Purple Thorns Kingdom's absolute overlord. Unlike Zero Wing, which only controlled a little more than a dozen major NPC cities in Star Moon Kingdom, Sin Realm controlled every NPC city in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Ordinary guilds couldn't afford to provoke it. To think that even you would have such a day, Zero Wing. Skyview, Warring Empire's former guild leader, said gleefully, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes as he watched Shifeng's group. After Zero Wing had destroyed Golden Flow Town, the Warring Empire had perished in Starmoon Kingdom. In the end, he had no choice but to migrate to the Purple Thorns Kingdom and join Sin Realm with some of his trusted subordinates. He had instantly fallen from a guild's leader to an ordinary elder. He hated Zero Wing deeply for this. Unfortunately, he hadn't had any opportunities for revenge against the guild since Zero Wing was so powerful, especially with its war weapons. Even the various superpowers likely had headaches when dealing with Zero Wing's arsenal, much less a former guild leader. Fortunately, the heavens would not forsake the faithful. After such a long wait, he finally had the chance to watch the moment Zero Wing fell from its throne. Zero Wing has gotten too full of itself after acquiring its powerful war weapons and blatantly proving superpowers left and right. The guild is too young. Now that the situation in God's domain has changed, Zero Wing can only blame itself for its downfall. Lone Beacon, who sat beside Skyview, calmly commented, one should never casually provoke a superpower. Take Sin Realm, for example. Despite so many experts and support from powerful corporations, Sin Realm only dared to call itself overlord in its own kingdom. It actively avoided superpowers' territories. However, Zero Wing repeated provoked superpowers even with no backing. Even Lone Beacon admired the guild's courage. However, regardless of Zero Wing's powerful war weapons, White River City would have a new owner today. While the various major powers discussed Zero Wing, a group of players entered the auction arena, causing a massive uproar. What? Even Nature Hall's members have come. Everyone was surprised to see Nature Hall's members in the arena. Nature Hall was one of the fastest growing superpowers in God's domain. Not only did it control the Storm Empire, but it also had close relations with several powerful top adventurer teams in the game. Although these top adventurer teams weren't as large as superpowers, they had extraordinarily strong experts. It was rumored that some of these experts could even rival super first-rate guilds and super guilds' peak experts, with some even rivaling superpowers' old monsters. Hence, even the various superpowers avoided provoking Nature Hall. Right now the Storm Empire is so far away from Starmoon Kingdom. Logically, there's no reason for Nature Hall to contest for White River City. Could it be here because of the issue with Twilight Echo? That's most likely the case. Otherwise, Nature Hall wouldn't have sent Deep Thunder, its first vice-guild leader. Furthermore, no one knows what Zero Wing did to convince Nature Hall to give up on Twilight Echo, and because of this, Nature Hall has been humiliated in the Storm Empire. Zero Wing is definitely dead now. It had already provoked Blackwater and Starlink, and now, even Nature Hall has shown up. After today, Zero Wing will have no place in White River City. As everyone discussed Nature Hall's presence, they agreed that Zero Wing was truly doomed. Even other superpowers would suffer if they had to face three rising superpowers like Blackwater, Starlink, and Nature Hall, not to mention Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Mu Lingsha saw Nature Hall's members from her top-floor VIP room, her expression turned grim. It's over. It's really over. Blackwater, Starlink, and Nature Hall. Every one of these guilds was stronger than Unyielding Soul. Not even her guild would casually provoke any of these three superpowers, yet Zero Wing had angered all of them. All of Zero Wing's enemies smiled joyfully, especially Skyview and Shadowlight Axe, the former guild leaders of Warring Empire and Knight's Judgment. Meanwhile, after arriving, Deep Thunder and his team headed towards Zero Wing's members, but as everyone expected a fight to break out. Guild leader Black Flame, after such a short time apart, it seems that you've grown stronger yet again, Deep Thunder said amicably as he approached Shifeng. Our guild leader has sent me with a specific order to help Zero Wing in this competition. If you encounter any trouble, please feel free to use my team and me as you see fit. Please send my gratitude to guild leader Nature. Zero Wing will remember this kindness, Shifeng said, nodding. He realized that Nature Hall was trying to befriend his guild. Not at all. It's a small matter. When Deep Thunder heard Shifeng's reply, he grinned with greater delight, recognizing that Shifeng had accepted Nature Hall's attempt to form a friendship with Zero Wing. When the various major powers representatives saw this, their jaws dropped in shock. Chapter 2084, There's more than one backer? What's going on? Isn't Nature Hall here to cause trouble for Zero Wing? Deep Thunder's behavior stupefied the various major powers. They could not understand what Nature Hall was trying to pull. Are those people using disguises? The Bloodbath family's Dust Blood muttered in confusion. Nature Hall had already grown stronger than super first-rate guilds like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. Such a powerful guild should disdain ordinary super first-rate guilds, let alone Zero Wing. However, after watching the exchange between Shurfeng and Deep Thunder, one would think that Zero Wing was the true superpower, not Nature Hall. No matter how Dust Blood considered the situation, he couldn't understand what was happening. Ivy met Deep Thunder personally. Although God's domain has many tools that can disguise a player, they can't replicate a target's strength and aura, the gray-robed young man said, shaking his head. That Deep Thunder looks and feels exactly like the one I've met. Moreover, Deep Thunder wields the Magic Warrior hidden class. You can feel a special kind of mana around him at all times. No tool can duplicate that feeling. Then, why is that Deep Thunder treating Black Flames so graciously? Dust Blood asked, clearly confused. This. I don't know. Maybe Nature Hall has some secret deal with Black Flame, the young man said. He was just as confused and didn't know how to answer his companion's question. With Nature Hall's strength and development speed, not even the secret pavilion would be able to stop it from targeting Zero Wing without tremendous compensation. The gray-robed young man had no idea what ability Zero Wing possessed to warrant Nature Hall's goodwill. Moreover, Nature Hall seemed to be desperate for Zero Wing's approval. The only explanation he could think of involved some private deal between Black Flame and Nature Hall's core upper echelons, convincing the larger guild to give up on Twilight Echo and support Zero Wing. No wonder why Zero Wing's members seem so fearless. It turns out they actually have Nature Hall's support, Dust Blood said, sneering. However, a trace of envy and admiration could be seen in his gaze. Although the Bloodbath family was a top-ranked first-rate guild and only a short distance from becoming an actual superpower, it could not afford to provoke some of the small guilds in its territory. Most of those small guilds were backed by superpowers. Even if Zero Wing lost White River City today, it could slowly recuperate its strength. It still wasn't an existence that ordinary powers could afford to provoke. As for Black Flame's private deal with Nature Hall, this was likely the case. After all, Black Flame possessed extraordinary individual strength. It wasn't surprising to find someone so powerful connected to certain influential individuals. In fact, the more Dust Blood thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. It certainly explained why Zero Wing dared to provoke Blackwater and Starlink openly. Dust Blood wasn't the only one with such thoughts. The various major powers' upper echelons had reached the same conclusion. One should not underestimate Nature Hall just because its territory was smaller than Blackwater and Starlink's. Nature Hall's Storm Empire was an ore country, far more valuable than the Steel Empire or Dark Knight Empire. Nature Hall had no reason to fear Blackwater or Starlink. Meanwhile, in another corner, Sin Realm's members were silent. The killing intent they radiated had also lessened. None of them had thought that Zero Wing had any backers, but in truth, it seemed that a titan stood behind the smaller guild. With Nature Hall's assistance, Zero Wing might actually hold White River City and solidify its position as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. Zero Wing has an alliance with Nature Hall? Glaring hatefully at Shurfeng, Skyview hissed, so what if you have Nature Hall's support? Nature Hall might not fear Blackwater and Starlink, but it is only one superpower. There are more than two superpowers for White River City. I refuse to believe Nature Hall can defeat them all. Sin Realm's members nodded in agreement. This competition for the auction house was unique, and even if Nature Hall helped Zero Wing defeat the participating superpowers, there were others in God's domain. Zero Wing would not change its fate of losing White River City. However, while the crowd discussed the relationship between Nature Hall and Zero Wing, two players, one young and one old, approached Shurfeng. These two were none other than Mu Lingsha and unknown King Guild leader Black Flame. I am Mu Cheng. My granddaughter, Lingsha, has recently been in your care. If Zero Wing encounters any trouble, please feel free to request my help. Although I have withdrawn from the front lines, I dare say that I am still a capable fighter, Unknown King said, chuckling as he glanced at the various major powers in the auction arena. Sin Realm and the other superpowers that were so eager to watch Zero Wing's downfall were stupefied after watching Mu Cheng and Mu Lingsha speak with Shurfeng. What? Why is Thousand Hands doing here? What relationship does Zero Wing have with Unyielding Soul to warrant a personal visit from its former guild leader? The auction arena stirred at Mu Cheng's appearance. The various major powers weren't the only ones surprised by this old man's arrival. Many independent players were just as shocked to see Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng was one of the older generation's experts. He had been a big shot in the virtual gaming world when Unyielding Soul had been at its peak, and when he had still been active, everyone had known his nickname, Thousand Hands. He had been known as one of the top 3 assassins in the virtual gaming world. If his physical deterioration hadn't forced him away from the front lines, Unyielding Soul wouldn't have fallen to its current state. Why wouldn't everyone be shocked to see such a big shot greet Zero Wing and offer its help? Deep Thunder, who stood a short distance away, was also surprised to see this old man. He hadn't considered that Zero Wing would have such deep ties to Unyielding Soul, so much so that Unyielding Soul's former guild leader would make a personal appearance. Deep Thunder immediately raised his evaluation of Zero Wing. Who is this black flame? 2 superpowers have actually shown up to support him. Dustblood's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw Mu Cheng talk to Shi Feng. Although Mu Cheng had retired and was no longer at his peak strength, he could display a significant portion of his abilities with the latest virtual reality technology in God's domain. He definitely shouldn't be underestimated. If Mu Cheng really lent Zero Wing a helping hand, the outcome of this competition would be uncertain. Damn it. Why? This has to be a trick. Sky View was utterly flabbergasted. First, Nature Hall had offered its support, and now, so did Unyielding Soul. He simply couldn't keep up. Unlike the players in the auction arena, the spectating crowd outside grew excited with the sudden development. No one had believed that Zero Wing had any backers, and despite its hopes of becoming a super first-rate guild, its chances were actually quite slim. However, they now realized that they had been mistaken. Not only did Zero Wing have 2 backers, but both were also true superpowers. Factoring in Zero Wing's development speed, the likelihood of it becoming a super first-rate guild was extremely high. Nature Hall and Unyielding Soul? Galaxy Past, who sat in one of the spectator rooms on the 2nd floor, couldn't help his bitter smile as he watched Deep Thunder and Mu Cheng. He had thought that Star Alliance had significantly shortened the gap between it and Zero Wing. He hadn't expected that Zero Wing had hidden so much power. He had watched Zero Wing grow from nothing, and he had assumed that he had seen everything the guild had to offer. Unfortunately, it seemed that he still underestimated Zero Wing's strength. Meanwhile, Purple Eye watched Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, who stood beside their guild leader, in envy. She had thought of the 2 women as rivals, but now, they were utterly out of her reach. Now that Zero Wing had the support of 2 superpowers, it could definitely ascend to the upper levels of God's domain in the future. While everyone talked about Zero Wing, a commotion erupted outside of the arena. Shortly after, a group of 400+ players entered. Even the lowest-leveled player among this group was level 64, with their weakest piece of equipment being level 60 fine gold rank. They all wore Starlink's guild emblem, and the dozen or so players in the lead possessed several epic weapons and equipment, wearing no less than level 60 dark gold items. A faint glow enveloped these dozen or so players as if they were the incarnations of gods. Mu Lingsha was stunned. Not even Unyielding Soul's main force was likely a match for these players. Sure enough, they've come. Mu Cheng's expression gradually became serious as he watched the leaders of Starlink's force. Chapter 2085, Glory? There were many experts in the magnificent auction arena. Some among them even served as pillars in their large guilds, and there were quite a few peak experts from the various superpowers. However, when Starlink's members entered the arena, everyone gasped as they felt the intense pressure emitting from these players. Starlink's members didn't feel like players, but great lords. The crowd subconsciously submitted as those players' aura washed over them. Even peak experts felt the threat of death from the dozen or so Starlink members in the lead. Why are they here? Deep Thunder's expression similarly changed when he saw Starlink's members, surprise and fear flashing in his eyes. Grandpa, who are those people? Why do even superpowers peak experts seem afraid of them? Mu Lingsha could not help but ask as she watched the various spectating superpowers peak experts in confusion. While it was true that Starlink's members were strong, the watching peak experts were as well. Even if there were a difference between superpowers' strength, there should be no reason for the spectating peak experts to fear Starlink's experts. But every one of their faces twisted with anxiety. Her grandfather, Mu Cheng, was a true domain realm expert, and his nickname of Thousand Hands was no trivial matter. Although he had grown weaker with age, he could still easily handle peak experts. However, when her grandfather saw the dozen or so players leading Starlink's team, he seemed to share the spectating expert's trepidation. She found this situation truly baffling. Zero Wing really has no chance in the struggle for White River City now. Mu Cheng could not help his bitter smile as he watched Starlink's leading members. He had thought that they could help Zero Wing hold White River City with the combination of Nature Hall's assistance and his fame. After all, the various participating superpowers had their own NPC cities to prioritize. They would only be able to dispatch a limited portion of their strength to secure White River City's auction house. However, it seemed he had underestimated Starlink's feelings toward Zero Wing. Are they really that strong? Mu Lingsha was even more surprised by her grandfather's comment. They're not just strong. Against these people, even veteran super guilds like the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple would have to take their opponents seriously. Otherwise, their defeat would be almost guaranteed. Mu Cheng explained as he watched the 4 white-haired men among Starlink's team. To think that Starlink would recruit the 4 shadow demons. I've known that Starlink has been gathering an extraordinary amount of strength in secret, but I hadn't thought that it was so capable. Even Unyielding Soul is likely in danger. The 4 shadow demons? After giving the name some thought, Mu Lingsha asked in surprise, are they the 4 lunatics that shook up the various superpowers years ago? The 4 shadow demons had been very well known more than a decade ago, but unlike the name suggested, these 4 didn't operate as a group. They hadn't even known each other. Acting independently, these 4 people had earned the nickname for shadow demons because of how much trouble they had caused the various superpowers, killing countless experts and peak experts. Not even Unyielding Soul had been spared from the 4 shadow demons' mischief. All 4 of these players were madmen. Moreover, they were independent players, and as a result, the various superpowers had a very difficult time tracking them down and dealing with them during the height of their troublemaking. These 4 had been a hot topic among the general populace, so the secret pavilion had named them the 4 shadow demons, a nickname that had spread across the virtual gaming world. The various superpowers had the greatest headache trying to deal with players like the 4 shadow demons. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they were also insufferable lunatics. With all 4 of these madmen here, it was easy to imagine how frightening this competition would be. Meanwhile, hundreds of players wearing Blackwater's guild emblems sat quietly in one of the top-floor VIP rooms. The inflexible, middle-aged man who led the group looked down at Shifeng, watching the swordsman with a smug grin. If Shifeng were there, he would have recognized the middle-aged man as Jing Yang, the Blackwater representative that had visited Zero Wing's main headquarters not long ago. Sure enough, Vice Guild leader was right. Starlink has secretly recruited those 4 old ghosts, Jing Yang said, smiling. I doubt even Zero Wing would have thought this could happen. Then, should we take action now? Snow Scar asked as he glanced at Shifeng. No. It is too soon. Let's wait until the competition officially begins before we teach Zero Wing the meaning of despair. Even if we say nothing, Zero Wing will beg us to take their combat puppets, Jing Yang said, laughing. The arena's atmosphere had drastically changed when the 4 shadow demons had appeared. Everyone had been optimistic about Zero Wing's success in the competition. The guild had support from 2 superpowers. Potential was limitless. However, such thoughts had been abandoned. It seems Zero Wing has reached the end of the line. Melody, you better give up now. Zero Wing can no longer back 9th Heaven. Only Setting Sun can ensure 9th Heaven's glory in Forest City, now, a young, handsome male half-elf said. Zero Wing might have been able to deal with the Death God Workshop, but now that it's on the brink of destruction, how could it possibly afford to help your guild? Don't think that Starlink only has the 4 shadow demons. The dozen or so experts around them aren't ordinary, either. Take that blue-armored swordsman, for example. He has earned the nickname, Illusion Swordsman, and his combat standards are on par with Miracle Dragons. There's also that tall shield warrior. He's called Mountain Horn and can rival Cuttlefish, the Iron Wall from Crimson Emperor. Every one of those people is an absolute peak expert. Moreover, Starlink has given all of them epic weapons and equipment. Just these people's strength is more than enough to make a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul suffer in a bitter battle, not to mention a guild like Zero Wing. Could Zero Wing really be doomed? Melody wondered as she looked at Shifeng. She had no rebuttal for the half-elf man. He had only spoken the truth. Even with 2 supporting superpowers, Zero Wing wasn't a match for the full force of another superpower. Unlike Melody's despair, Skyview was overjoyed. So what if you have two superpowers to support you, Black Flame? It can't change the fact that you will watch as someone takes White River City from you. Skyview threw his head back and laughed when he had watched one big shot after another stand up for Zero Wing. He had sighed at his own weakness, but who would have thought that the situation would change so drastically in the blink of an eye? Zero Wing had enjoyed endless glory in the auction arena since it arrived, but in the end, it was still an ant on the chessboard of God's domain. The guild was still easy prey for superpowers as everyone chatted amongst themselves. A bell abruptly rang, echoing throughout White River City as it signaled the start of the auction arena's competition. Chapter 2086, Expert Foundations? White River City fell silent as the sound of the starting bell echoed throughout its streets. Almost everyone's breathing quickened in anticipation as they stared intently at the magic mirrors lining the business district, afraid to miss a single moment of the upcoming struggle. Many players outside of White River City had pulled up Starmoon Kingdom's official forums to watch the live streams for a moment. This competition had rendered the entire kingdom silent. The spectators in the auction arena itself tensed as they quietly watched the massive globe of water that had appeared above the arena. The gigantic globe displayed the qualifying rounds rules, which were unlike those of any competition previously held in the auction arena. The previous competitions had been fighting tournaments or betting matches between players. The rewards had been subpar, and very few players had been interested in taking part, although any player could join these competitions. However, since this competition involved the management rights to White River City's auction house, the system had set up a qualifying round before the official matches. Only those who passed the qualifiers could join the official struggle. If one failed to meet the requirements, all of the resources in the world couldn't help them. It's just a qualifying round, yet the participation fee is so high. The spectating players gasped when they saw the participation cost of one epic material. Epic materials were still incredibly rare among the various large guilds. An ordinary large guild would be fortunate to accumulate around 30 epic materials. Such items even had an extremely low drop rate in 100-man, hard mode team dungeons. Moreover, the main god system had reduced the drop rate to 0 for players that exceeded the dungeon's level limit to prevent players from abusing low-level team dungeons. Sending low-level members to grind these team dungeons was also useless for a guild. These players wouldn't be able to raid the dungeons even if their guilds gave them top-tier equipment. Team dungeons tested players' combat standards as well as their equipment standards, and it would be extremely foolish for a guild to have its members with high combat standards maintain low levels. As players reached higher levels in God's domain, they'd encounter more fortuitous opportunities. Instructing experts to remain at a lower level would ruin the guild and the players' development. Because of this, the various major powers had stockpiled very few epic materials. Yet the auction arena charged one epic material per participant, and every participating power had brought at least several dozen members. However, despite the crowd's sentiments, more than 100 powers paid the participation fee. Starlink, in particular, paid for more than 400 participants. When they saw this, the spectators couldn't help but shudder. Even the independent players watching from outside of the auction house couldn't help but gape in shock. Everyone had known before this that the various superpowers shouldn't be provoked and possessed wealth that far surpassed first-rate guilds, but they were still blown away when they saw how many members the various superpowers had dispatched for this competition. Moreover, this was only for one city. Many of these superpowers were contesting for multiple cities. Superpowers could truly kill people with wealth alone. So, this is a superpower? Melody was even more distraught when she saw how many Starlink members would take part in this struggle. Setting aside its members' combat standards, the fact that Starlink had the financial strength to dispatch more than 400 players was enough to devastate second-rate guilds like Ninth Heaven. The competition for the auction house didn't operate like a fighting tournament. In the official competition, players would be evenly distributed onto 5 separate, spacious battlefields. Players would then have to slaughter each other and claim the energy crystals that would randomly fall from above. Whichever power had the most energy crystals at the end of the competition would secure the auction house's management rights. However, not only were players prohibited from using tools on the battlefield, but they were also banned from using large-scale spells. The main god system truly was intent on testing the participating powers' comprehensive strength. It didn't allow any trickery whatsoever. Although Zero Wing had dispatched 112 players to this competition, even more than top-ranked first-rate guilds like the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation, it paled in comparison to Starlink's 400-plus members. Moreover, King's Return had sent 300-plus members, Blackwater had dispatched 200-plus, and Pantheon had arrived with 200+ members. None of these superpowers should be underestimated. The other superpowers were mostly here to watch, not planning to compete for White River City. So, they had only paid for a few members to participate for the experience. Although the various superpowers foundations had shocked the crowd, what happened next utterly stupefied everyone watching. Each of the qualifying rounds participating players was teleported to an independent room, all of which had over a dozen trolls. The weakest of these trolls was a lord, while the strongest was a great lord, and each room had a total of 3 great lords. All of the trolls were level 65, slightly higher than the participating players. Average level players had to defeat 3 level 65 great lords and more than 10 level 65 lords in the qualifying round. Even ordinary experts would flee from such a monster group, yet the system wanted them to survive against these monsters for 1 minute. To make matters worse, players couldn't use tools. Many of the expert players in the arena despaired when they saw how difficult this qualifying round would be. The system joking. The system must be crazy. I can't even last 30 seconds against 1 level 65 great lord, much less against 3 of them. At first, many of the watching experts had hated themselves for not having any epic materials and losing out on the perfect opportunity to make a name for themselves, but after seeing the qualifying round's challenge, they were relieved. If they had paid to participate, they would have wasted an epic material for nothing, as expected of the auction house's struggle. This is amazing. The qualifying round already has such high standards. This trip here was definitely worth it. The standards are indeed quite high. I'm afraid that most of the participants will be disqualified during this round. Only those superpowers will have a significant number of experts make it to the true competition. The small guilds that are trying to make a name for themselves will likely be disappointed. Although, aside from those superpowers, I'm fairly certain that the Dark Knight Empire's Bloodbath family, the Glory Empire's Holy Reincarnation, and the Purple Thorns Kingdom's Sin Realm will have quite a few members past the qualifying round. That's probably true. Not only are those guilds supported by powerful corporations, but they also have plenty of expert members. Zero Wing really is unlucky. It should have had a fighting chance since it dispatched 40 or so more players than the participating first-rate guilds, but after this round, Zero Wing will likely have far fewer members in the official competition than the first-rate guilds. That's right. Although Zero Wing has been developing wonderfully recently, it hasn't had enough time to develop to a sufficient level. Its foundation simply cannot compare to veteran first-rate guilds. If Zero Wing had accepted some major company or corporation's investments, it would have likely been a match for guilds like the Bloodbath family and Sin Realm. Everyone talked about the competition's qualifying round. They all had guesses about how many players from the participating guilds would make it to the competition after this round. However, nobody questioned the various superpowers' performances, comparing the first-rate guilds' abilities. Instead, 1 minute passed quickly, and excited, everyone shifted their attention to the massive water globe hovering over the auction arena. They couldn't wait to see how the participating powers would perform. Thousand Light family, 9 people past Blast Adventurer team, 5 people past Bloodbath family, 32 people past Star Alliance, 17 people past Sin Realm, 26 people past Holy Reincarnation, 35 people past King's Return, 237 people past Pantheon, 175 people past Blackwater, 204 people past Starlink, 339 people past Zero Wing, 107 people past. Chapter 2087, Passing Rate? What's going on? I thought Zero Wing only sent 112 members. How did so many of them pass? The players in the auction arena stared with wide eyes when they saw how many Zero Wing members had made it through the qualifiers, unable to believe their eyes. The various major powers waiting for the official competition's start were just as baffled. Impossible. The system must have made a mistake. Skyview practically shouted when he saw the numbers on the water globe. Zero Wing had only paid for 112 participating members in the qualifying round, yet 107 of them had made it through. This passing rate was absolutely horrifying. Only about 55% of the teams from top-ranked first-rate guilds like Bloodbath family, Sin Realm, and Holy Reincarnation had passed the trial. Even then, it was impressive. Ordinary first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance only had a 40% passing rate. As for the various participating superpowers, even the best-performing guild, Blackwater, had only managed 88% of its team, yet 95.5% of Zero Wing's members had cleared the qualifying round, surpassing Blackwater. No matter how Skyview thought about the situation, he couldn't believe its superpowers had plenty of experts and detailed training programs that were particularly efficient when nurturing players. Ordinary powers simply couldn't compare. Moreover, the players that were powerful enough to be considered for this competition were the various powers experts among experts, yet Zero Wing had surpassed all of them. Skyview wasn't the only confused player. Not even the various major powers members could fathom how Zero Wing had built such a powerful foundation. Zero Wing is amazing. Its passing rate is even higher than those superpowers. Didn't they say that Zero Wing hasn't had enough time to develop, and its foundation regarding expert players is weak? Why do I feel like Zero Wing's expert foundation is even stronger than those top-ranked first-rate guilds? When the independent players watching from outside of the auction house saw Zero Wing's passing rate, they re-evaluated their opinions of the guild, especially the expert players from other kingdoms and empires based on the passing rates. It was, more or less, clear that Zero Wing's expert foundation was no weaker than top-ranked first-rate guilds. In fact, it might even be slightly stronger than its competition. The difference is actually so great. Galaxy Past was at a loss for words as he stared at the magic water globe. He had thought that the Star Alliance had a chance against Zero Wing's expert foundation. After developing for so long, the Star Alliance had grown considerably. Nowadays, God's Domain's popularity continued to increase, and more people joined the game every day. As a result, more experts continued to rise. Not only had the Star Alliance successfully nurtured a lot of experts, but it had also recruited experts from elsewhere. The guild was many times stronger than when it had joined God's Domain. However, only 40% of the Star Alliance's players had made it through the qualifying round, while 95.5% of Zero Wing's players had succeeded. No matter how Galaxy Past looked at it, the Star Alliance wasn't on the same playing field as Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Melody, who watched from a private spectator room, saw the passing rates, the darkness in her eyes vanished. She couldn't help her growing excitement, as if she had just seen a ray of hope illuminate a dark sky. However, despite Melody's elation, the half-elf man beside her remained unperturbed. I'm assuming that you think Zero Wing now has some hope of holding White River City, right? The half-elf man said as he glanced at Sherfong, who stood in the auction arena. Unfortunately, that is still impossible. Zero Wing's passing rate is amazing, but no matter how many players made it through the last round, Zero Wing still only has 107 members participating in the official competition. Compared to the 4 participating superpowers, that is nothing. Even Pantheon, the superpower with the fewest members in the competition, has 68 more players than Zero Wing. At the end of the day, this competition is a test of a guild's comprehensive strength. Zero Wing might be able to deal with top-ranking first-rate guilds like the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation, but it doesn't have the power to contend with superpowers. But, although Melody wanted to argue, she knew his words were true when she saw how calmly the various superpowers members had reacted to Zero Wing's results. Even the various top-ranked first-rate guilds, whose members had been surprised to see Zero Wing's success a moment ago, regained their composure as they realized that the strength Zero Wing had displayed did nothing to change its circumstances. Meanwhile, an old man in black armor with a slightly hunched back stood at the lead of King's Return's team in the auction arena. After taking a look at the water globe, this old man smiled and turned to Mu Cheng, who stood a short distance away. Brother Mu, long time no see. I hadn't expected to see you in action again. I certainly didn't expect to find you here, the hunchback man said, smiling. You're here as well, so what's so strange about my presence? Mu Cheng asked the old man. Although his tone was disdainful, vigilance filled his gaze as he addressed the hunchbacked old man. He was vigilant because this man was one of King's Return's old monsters. He had risen to fame more than 3 decades ago, earning the nickname Blind Man. While his nickname sounded demeaning, the older generation's expert players knew it was by no means an insult. In fact, it was the highest form of praise. This old man was truly blind in the real world, but since virtual reality games connected to the brain directly, they allowed people with disabilities to function as if they had none in the game world. Naturally, those with sight disabilities could see normally in the game world. However, not only did blind men recover his sight in virtual reality games, but his sight was also far sharper than the ordinary person's. By relying on his superior sight, he had carved a place for himself in the virtual gaming world. The secret pavilion had even called him the all-seeing sword saint. Even when Mu Cheng had been at his peak, he had only been able to win 4 out of 10 fights with blind men. I've heard that you have a close relationship with Zero Wing. Is that true? Unfortunately, our king's return has a little enmity with one of that guild's little fellows. How about this? If you don't help Zero Wing, we won't target the guild, Blind Man asked. Chuckling. Blind Man's suggestion rendered Mu Cheng speechless. It seemed that Zero Wing wasn't satisfied with provoking superpowers like Starlink and Blackwater, but it had provoked King's return as well. However, when Mu Cheng saw that more than 200 people standing behind Blind Man and compared them to the dozen or so subordinates behind himself, he could not help but nod helplessly, replying, "Fine, it's a deal." Mu Cheng then turned to look at the distant Shifeng and muttered to himself, "This is the most I can do to help you." When the various major powers members overheard the old men's conversation, they couldn't help but send Zero Wing sneers and looks of pity. Zero Wing is always so arrogant, provoking so many superpowers. Now, these superpowers want retribution. Ha ha ha. So what if more than 100 players from Zero Wing made it through the qualifiers? In the end, its efforts mean nothing. Now that Zero Wing had lost one of its capable supporters, its chances of holding White River City had fallen even further. Time passed quickly. After another 2 minutes, the qualifying players were distributed across 5 different battlefields. Each battlefield was the size of a small leveling map, easily accommodating tens of thousands of players. The rules for this competition were quite simple. The competition had a 3-hour time limit, and throughout its duration, energy crystals would randomly fall into the battlefield. The power that secured the most energy crystals after 3 hours would be crowned as the victor. When the bell rang throughout the 5 battlefields, the official competition began as every player in Star Moon Kingdom watched. Everyone, listen up. Prioritize Zero Wing's members above all others. When the competition began, the various major powers issued commands to target Zero Wing to curry favor with the various superpowers. I found some of Zero Wing's members here. Good. Get rid of them first. We'll fight for the energy crystals later. As soon as the major powers members discovered Zero Wings, they charged toward them. Zero Wing? Die. Skyview sneered when he saw the beauty observing her surroundings. He immediately charged at the woman from Zero Wing alongside a dozen or so of his subordinates. Chapter 2088, Suppressing Enemies with One Move. As the official competition began, Zero Wing's spectating members paled. The auction arena's competition should have been a free-for-all between the various participating superpowers, but now, almost every player targeted Zero Wing. These superpowers moved as if they had already made an agreement. How can this be? Melody, who watched the competition through a magic mirror, was utterly devastated as she watched the various powers experts work together against Zero Wing's members. Dealing with several superpowers in this competition was one thing. After all, the auction arena had 5 independent battlefields, and players would be randomly distributed across them. Combined, these hostile superpowers only had around 1,000 members in total, and after being split between 5 battlefields, their numbers thinned. Locating Zero Wing's members across such a large map wouldn't be easy with so few players. Moreover, victory in the auction arena didn't depend on the number of kills one had. Players simply needed to contest for the energy crystals that would appear. As long as Zero Wing avoided confrontation with these several superpowers and focused on securing energy crystals, it definitely had hope of securing White River City's auction house. However, that hope was dashed if those superpowers worked together. While the various powers might not have as many participating members as the various superpowers, when combined, they easily outnumbered the more powerful guilds by 3 or 4 times. Even if the battlefields were quite large, locating Zero Wing's members wouldn't be a challenge if all of these powers cooperated. I told you long ago that the various superpowers in God's domain are not as simple as you. Zero Wing has severely underestimated its enemies since the very beginning, as well. Zero Wing doesn't have the slightest chance of winning this competition, the half-elf man said calmly. This competition is simply Zero Wing's execution. Rather than military strength, the various superpowers' influence over lesser guilds was truly frightening. The various participating powers understood that they would reach greater heights instantly if they could curry favor with a superpower. This was also why the various powers had become jealous when they had learned that 2 superpowers backed Zero Wing. Normally, trying to gain a superpower support wasn't easy, but Zero Wing had presented the perfect opportunity to do just that while the half-elf man expressed his opinion. Skyview and the dozen or so experts from other powers on Battlefield Number 4 closed in on the beautiful woman wearing a six-winged emblem. The magic mirrors along the city's business district displayed the scene clearly. Isn't that beauty Graceful Moon, the former Firecloud Fox Adventurer Team's vice commander? An expert from the Black Dragon Empire asked, recognizing the woman on the magic mirror immediately. She's Graceful Moon? I had heard that she used to be quite strong, only slightly off from becoming one of the top 100 summoners in the Black Dragon Empire. Many first-rate guilds had tried to recruit her. I had never thought that she would join Zero Wing. But she's not very lucky. A group of enemies spotted her right off the bat. She'll likely be the first person to disqualify from the competition, a level 63 male ranger said, sighing as he gazed at Graceful Moon's beauty. She's not just unlucky, she's extremely unlucky. Setting aside Skyview, one of Sin Realm's newly minted 10 great experts, the man and woman beside him are exceptional experts, a level 64 Guardian Knight commented. That glamorous woman is Elegant Insanity, one of Holy Reincarnation's rising geniuses. I've heard that she's the second-ranked assassin in her guild. If not for her lack of achievements, she would have ranked on the God's Domain experts list long ago. As for that stalwart, silver-armored man, he's Howling Earth, one of the Bloodbath family's top 4 berserkers. He also has the hidden class, Blood Rage Warrior. The lower his HP gets, the greater his combat power becomes. He previously defeated 2 experts from the God's Domain experts list. Those 2 working together would be enough to trouble a peak expert. Include the other powers experts, even a peak expert would have to flee. Everyone around the level 64 Guardian Knight gasped in shock. Even a superpower's peak experts would have to flee if they encountered such a force without support, not to mention Graceful Moon, who hadn't even ranked among the top 100 of her class in the Black Dragon Empire. When the spectating crowd discussed Graceful Moon's opponents, Skyview and his companions surrounded her. Skyview shouted as the surrounding mana surged to him, increasing the intensity of his aura. He felt like a humanoid great lord. He then launched the Tier 2 curse, Violent Flame Spears at Graceful Moon, sending 28 fiery spears toward the woman from multiple directions. Howling Earth also shouted, and his muscles bulged as he leaped up with his giant warhammer raised. He swung his weapon down toward Graceful Moon like a mountain descending on the female summoner. In contrast, Elegant Insanity vanished, waiting patiently for an opportunity to land a fatal blow. The 3 experts cooperated as if they had fought together for many years. Their attack's timing was perfect, leaving Graceful Moon no room to dodge as the warhammer and flame spears flew toward the level 65 summoner. Graceful Moon, who had stood motionless, finally made her move. She raised Fallen Language, her epic staff, and summoned a level 70, Great Lord-ranked steel-armed ape. At the same time, 3 level 70 Lord-ranked Rock Guardians appeared around her. The Rock Guardians were elemental creatures, so their innate magic resistance was quite high. The 3 Rock Guardians served as an impenetrable wall, stopping every incoming flame spear. The steed-armed ape stood 3 meters tall and was covered in golden magic circuits, which had been tattooed across its body. With arms thicker than its legs, the steel-armed ape swung at the descending warhammer. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, Howling Earth was thrown back. When he landed, he discovered that both of his arms had numbed. The steel-armed ape's strength definitely surpassed that of ordinary great lords. However, while Howling Earth had flown through the air, a black figure had appeared beside Graceful Moon. This figure was none other than Elegant Insanity. The snow-white dagger in her right hand silently slid toward Graceful Moon's throat like a cunning snake. Since Graceful Moon had just finished casting a spell and her physique as a summoner wasn't formidable, she had no defensive options to protect herself from Elegant Insanity's swift, silent attack. Just as everyone expected to see the assassin's attack land, a gigantic, stone palm appeared above Elegant Insanity's head, descending on the female assassin like a falling mountain. She had no choice but to abandon her attack and evade. However, as Elegant Insanity tried to dodge the Rock Guardian's attack, the remaining 2 Rock Guardians attacked the assassin's blind spots as if they had prepared for this moment. Caught off guard, Elegant Insanity couldn't dodge or block any of the incoming attacks. Damn it. Elegant Insanity frowned. She immediately activated Wind Steps, using the brief moment of invulnerability to survive the attack's bang. Pung. With 2 muffled sounds, Elegant Insanity was thrown like a cannonball, only stopping after she crashed into a large tree. Although she didn't take any damage, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes when she looked at Graceful Moon against a coordinated attack from three powerful experts like herself, Skyview, and Howling Earth. Even a peak expert would have to use a life-saving skill or face impending death. However, these three were actually at a disadvantage against Graceful Moon. The spectating players outside of the arena gaped in shock as they watched the events unfold. The Black Dragon Empire's experts, who were familiar with the female summoner, were particularly stunned. Was this female summoner the same Graceful Moon they knew? Chapter 2089, shocking the whole arena, so strong. Zero Wing has hidden such a powerful expert. The first fight in Battlefield Number 4 astonished the crowd outside of the auction house. Seeing as how Graceful Moon smoothly stopped the incoming attacks from three experts, all of which ranked among the top in their top-ranked, first-rate guilds, it was clear that her combat standards could definitely rival those of superpowers. Peak experts within a superpower. Every peak expert served as a vital support pillar, and the various first-rate guilds feared them all. A peak expert could single-handedly wipe out a 100-man team of ordinary experts. Smaller guilds had no hope of suppressing a peak expert without constricting their players to operate in teams of several hundred. At the very least, some peak experts who had chosen classes with high survivability could come and go as they pleased. She only recently joined Zero Wing, yet she's already grown so strong. Luafei, who watched from a second-floor spectator room, blinked in surprise as she stared at Graceful Moon incredulously. As the vice-commander of FFF, a top adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire, Luafei had a certain familiarity with the Empire's well-known adventurer teams. Due to Graceful Moon's performance in the last ranking battle in the Empire, Luafei had made sure to pay extra close attention to her. However, Luafei remembered Graceful Moon displaying combat standards that hadn't even rivaled those of first-rate guilds' peak experts, much less Refinement realm experts like Skyview, Elegant Insanity, and Howling Earth. Yet this female summoner suppressed all three Refinement realm experts by herself. Graceful Moon's newfound strength shocked Luafei. Moreover, this situation wasn't like Luafei's defeat against Zhao Yueru during the ranking battles. Zhao Yueru had relied on superior basic attributes and spells to win, but as a true Void Realm expert, Luafei recognized that the same couldn't be said for Graceful Moon. Graceful Moon's success was simply a result of her impeccable ability to control her summoned creatures. Not only have her basic attributes risen, but her combat standards have skyrocketed as well. It seems Zero Wing still has some secrets, Yan Tianqing, FFF's commander, commented as he watched Graceful Moon with squinted eyes, a hit of surprise flashing in his gaze after the FFF adventurer team had secretly joined the Flower of Seven Sins. The adventurer team's upper echelons had gained a lot of detailed information on the various superpowers. Hence, Yan Tianqing understood how frightening they truly were. Their ability to nurture experts, in particular, was truly amazing. Other powers simply couldn't compete. As a peak expert that had risen to fame in the virtual gaming world many years ago and was only a short distance away from reaching the domain realm, Yan Tianqing recognized that Graceful Moon's current combat standards were quite powerful. Only, her strength was atypical. Normally, players tried to gain more control of their own bodies and their familiarity with the world around them to increase their combat standards, but Graceful Moon felt as if she were actively using the world itself to her benefit. While everyone was shocked over her performance, the female summoner in question began to chant another spell. As she did, her staff started to glow with a dazzling, purple light. Tier 2 Curse, Life Link. This curse linked the player with their summoned creatures, sharing their senses. Although the curse lowered the player's basic attributes by 50%, it increased the linked summoned creature's basic attributes by 20% of the player's normal attributes. Suddenly, golden magic circuits flashed on the steel-armed ape and rock guardians as their auras became even more intense. Before anyone could react, the four summoned creatures exploded into action and charged at Graceful Moon's enemies. Two of the Lord-ranked rock guardians effortlessly dispersed the dozen or so attacking experts. The third rock guardian remained by its summoner's side, repelling all incoming attacks. Meanwhile, the steel-armed ape charged toward Howling Earth, pummeling the hammer-wielding Blood-Rage warrior. After the steel-armed ape's first hit landed, Howling Earth's arms were numb, and the ground beneath him had cracked. The second hit numbed the Blood-Rage warrior's entire body, substantially decreasing his reaction speed. Howling Earth had no power to respond to the steel-armed ape's third attack, taking the strike with his shoulders and sinking into the ground past his knees. With the fourth hit, the summoned creature hammered Howling Earth completely into the ground on the 5th hit. Howling Earth died, becoming the first disqualified player from battlefield number 4. Skyview and his comrades were dumbfounded. Their group's healers didn't even have time to finish casting their spells before the steel-armed ape killed Howling Earth. The summoned creature's strength was simply horrific. As one of Bloodbath family's top-ranked berserkers, Howling Earth had unbound his weapons and equipment to level 60 dark gold rank before entering the battlefield. Only, he hadn't unbound his epic weapon completely. To unbind an epic item to its normal rank on the battlefield, one had to pay 3 epic materials. On the other hand, restoring all of one's weapons and equipment to dark gold rank only cost 5 epic materials. Meanwhile, a full set of level 60 dark gold equipment was more than enough to grant Howling Earth the strength of a high lord of the same level. Even without a healer, he should be able to contend with a great lord of the same level for quite some time yet. A level 70, Great Lord ranked steel-armed ape had killed Howling Earth in just 5 moves. Moreover, the steel-armed ape hadn't used any techniques or skills. It had relied on brute force to kill its enemy. Damn it. How many epic items does she have on her? Elegant Insanity stared at the female summoner in astonishment. At first, the steel-armed ape had only displayed enough strength to make Howling Earth stumble, but after receiving 20% of Graceful Moon's basic attributes, its strength had increased so drastically. Since the steel-armed ape hadn't used any skills thus far, Graceful Moon's basic attributes must be so incredibly high that a mere 20% was enough to give a level 70 steel-armed ape the strength of a level 65 Grand Lord. Before its enemies recovered from their shock, the steel-armed ape charged toward the nearby group. With the exception of Skyview and Elegant Insanity, the summoned creature killed every expert with 2 hits. However, the 2 peak experts didn't fare much better. Skyview died after 4 punches, and Elegant Insanity only survived until the 7th in less than 30 seconds. The various major powers experts, who had tried to gang up on Graceful Moon, fell under the female summoner's retaliation. None of them had been able to fight back. This outcome stunned the watching crowd, but they also considered it reasonable. Players weren't allowed to use berserk skills in the arena, and without those skills, how were they supposed to fight a Grand Lord under another player's control? Zero Wing is insane. It dumped so many resources onto Graceful Moon. In my opinion, I think Zero Wing's decision was a wise one. At the very least, with a Grand Lord on its side, no ordinary power can eliminate Zero Wing. The crowd fell into a heated debate over Graceful Moon's strength. They had never expected Zero Wing to pull such a move. With this, Zero Wing should acquire plenty of energy crystals in battlefield number 4. Zero Wing certainly has a lot of clever tricks, the half-elf man beside Melody said, sneering at Graceful Moon through a magic mirror. However, while pouring its resources into a few select experts will allow them to perform well, what could a small number of players hope to accomplish on such large battlefields? Each battlefield would spawn 3 to 6 energy crystals at set intervals. As long as players held the crystals for 10 minutes, their ownership would become permanent, not even dropping if the player died. As the half-elf man finished speaking, easily more than 300 players were teleported back to the auction arena, in one group after another. An uproar tore through the auction arena's crowd. What's wrong with those people? The half-elf man turned to the ruckus in the stands in confusion. While most of the participating powers worked together against Zero Wing's members, there were bound to be exceptions. Seeing a large number of players return at the same time shouldn't be surprising. But when the half-elf man raised his eyes to the magic mirrors displaying the fights in other battlefields, his expression froze. Impossible. The several dozen magic mirrors in the center of the auction arena all displayed battles involving Zero Wing's members. Some of these Zero Wing players fought 2 or 3 opponents at the same time, while others faced more than 10. Every one of Zero Wing's members displayed combat standards that could rival Refinement realm experts. Moreover, they all showed off their extraordinarily high basic attributes. The expert players that had returned from the battlefields were Zero Wing's victims. Chapter 2090, and blood, dust, and smoke filled the gigantic magic mirror screens as they hovered above the arena. Corpses, what remained of the various major powers experts, littered the battlefield, while Zero Wing's members remained standing. However, despite their success, Zero Wing's members seemed incredibly calm, as if they had only slain mobs along the roadside. This scene shocked the upper echelons and expert players from the several hundred spectating Major Powers. Zero Wing's members had killed over 300 of the various Major Powers' top experts without breaking a sweat, and contrary to expectations, the responsible party didn't just include a dozen or so players. Rather, several dozen players were responsible for this slaughter. This is interesting. Mu Cheng, who was assigned to Battlefield No. could not help but smile at the magic mirror above the battlefield. Even he had assumed that Zero Wing was doomed to part with White River City's auction house. He had never imagined that Zero Wing had such a sturdy foundation on an ordinary battlefield. Having a small number of powerful players that could defeat multiple players at once would be wonderful, but this was the auction arena. Players' goal here was to obtain energy crystals, so it was best to have as many capable experts as possible. At most, the various Major Powers would admire Zero Wing's battle strategy after watching Graceful Moon kill over a dozen experts by herself. It had merely been a clever trick to these guilds, proving nothing. However, now that several dozen Zero Wing members had performed similarly, the various Major Powers were beginning to feel afraid. The fact that Zero Wing could dispatch several dozen extremely powerful experts was proof of the guild's solid foundations. If Zero Wing had so many powerful experts, annihilating any of their guilds would likely be a piece of cake. Furthermore, so many experts meant that Zero Wing had the strength to fight the various superpowers for White River City's auction house. If Zero Wing held this auction house and eventually grew into a superpower, the powers that had opposed the guild today would suffer. How can a guild that only established after God's Domain's launch have so many powerful experts and epic resources? Dust Blood, who had been assigned to Battlefield No. 3, glowered as he watched 8 of his guildmates return to the auction arena. Outsiders might not know these 8 players, but he, as the leader of Bloodbath family's team for this competition, did to prepare for this auction house competition. The guild had invested over half of its epic material stock to allow 32 participants to restore their weapons and equipment to Dark Gold rank. However, not only had Zero Wing dispatched more than twice as many players to the official competition, but every participant had unbound their weapons and equipment to Dark Gold rank at the very least. Based on what Dust Blood could see, quite a few Zero Wing members had even restored their equipment to epic rank. Not even the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation could afford such an expenditure. Among the 8 slain Bloodbath family members, 2 were even bona fide Refinement realm experts. Even in a superpower, these players would be treated as core members, but despite working with other powers in this competition, Zero Wing's players had defeated them. Moreover, the Zero Wing members responsible weren't even the guild's famous experts. Rather, they were just some of Zero Wing's main force members. Dust Blood couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, after watching more than 300 of their experts die, the various Major Powers dismissed the notion of targeting Zero Wing. They had only gone after the guild's members to curry favor with the various superpowers watching. But not only hadn't they defeated Zero Wing, but their actions might have also provoked a future superpower. Continuing to single out Zero Wing's members would be foolish. They had only spent so many resources to participate in the auction arena to prepare for the competitions in their own territories. Once their auction houses were promoted, order quickly returned to the 5 battlefields as players began to clash with each other, competing for the descending energy crystals. Unless an energy crystal was at stake, the various Major Powers experts avoided Zero Wing's members as much as possible. For a time, Zero Wing's members moved across their battlefields with ease. The spectating crowd fell silent as they recognized this turn of events. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing members watching the competition grew excited. They all wished they were on those battlefields. As well, the various Major Powers that had visited Star Moon Kingdom had treated Zero Wing like dirt in the past. None of them had seen anything special about the kingdom's ruling guild. However, these foreign powers now bowed their heads, doing the best they could to avoid Zero Wing's attention. Wonderful. Without the other powers' interference, Zero Wing can safely compete for the energy crystals. Melody exclaimed as she watched Zero Wing's members traverse the 5 battlefields unhindered. Although Zero Wing didn't have as many members in the competition as the various superpowers, the energy crystals appeared randomly across all 5 battlefields. Without the various Major Powers' interference, Zero Wing would have an easier time fighting the participating superpowers for energy crystals. Compete for the energy crystals. Evil Judgment, the half-elf man beside Melody, laughed suddenly. What are you trying to say? Melody frowned as his reaction. She didn't think that Evil Judgment laughed at her out of envy, but due to her ignorance with how important an auction house is to a guild, do you think the various superpowers will let anyone lesser compete? Evil Judgment asked as he gestured to the energy crystals falling into the 5 battlefields. The answer is a definite no. No tiger would allow an ant to contest for its territory. Naturally, the various superpowers won't allow insignificant players to take advantage of their fights between each other. Melody turned back to the magic mirrors displaying the battlefields, and what she saw darkened her expression. The 4 participating superpowers, which despised Zero Wing, had surrounded the first 5 energy crystals on each of the 5 battlefields. Each superpower had reserved 3 to 5 players to guard the energy crystals, working together to prevent other powers from approaching. How can this be? Melody was stunned. If only one superpower stood in their way, the various major powers wouldn't likely consider it much of a threat. When combined, they had an overwhelming numerical advantage. If they worked together, a lone superpower couldn't stop them. However, for superpowers were working together. Although each had only dispatched a small number of players to protect the energy crystals, these experts were extraordinarily powerful. Even working together, the various major powers had little hope of breaking past that blockade. The various major powers only outnumbered the 4 superpowers by 3 or 4 times. Such a small advantage wasn't enough to defeat the 4 cooperating superpowers. Moreover, if they annoyed these superpowers, they might set aside their competition and focus on the interfering players. If the 4 superpowers got serious, they could end these major powers. Knowing that such an outcome was possible, the various major powers wouldn't dare attack the superpowers. However, if the major powers did not act, Zero Wing wouldn't have any opportunities to take advantage of. I want to see just how you intend to hold White River City now, Zero Wing. Skyview roared with laughter when he saw the 4 superpowers cooperate with them working together. One of these superpowers was guaranteed to win this auction arena competition. The other powers could only watch from the sidelines or declare themselves these superpowers' enemy. But who would dare attracted 4 superpowers' wrath? Yet, when everyone thought that no one would dare attack these 4 superpowers' blockade, several figures on battlefield number 1 dashed past the various major powers' players and straight toward one of the energy crystals so fast. Who are those people? Have they lost their minds? I thought I saw them wearing a 6-winged emblem. A 6-winged emblem? Isn't that Zero Wing's emblem? Chapter 2091, What If I Refuse? The crowd, the various major powers experts had formed some distance away from the energy crystal, shuddered when they realized that the 5 new arrivals were from Zero Wing. The players watching from outside of the arena gaped in shock. Unlike the experts on the battlefield, they had a clear view of Zero Wing's 5 members rapidly approaching the fallen energy crystal. I scent that black flame? That can't be, can it? 4 superpowers are working together to guard that crystal. How could Black Flame dare to attack them? Has Black Flame lost his mind? He's charging in with only 4 companions. That's not enough to face a single superpower, much less 4. Does Black Flame really treat superpowers experts like ordinary experts from other guilds? Maybe this is his final stand. White River City is Zero Wing's main headquarters, and without it, at least half of Zero Wing's operations will be crippled. Zero Wing's behavior baffled everyone watching. No one had ever thought that Zero would make such a bold move. However, before Shifeng's group could get within 100 yards of the crystal, 17 figures appeared in their path. These 17 players gave off a soul-shuddering aura, and every one of them felt like a humanoid great lord. Even the major powers experts who stood some distance away felt stifled as these players' intense killing intent washed over them. These 17 players wore a mix of level 60 and level 65 dark gold equipment. Some among them even bore level 60 dark gold set equipment and weapons. Moreover, they had fully restored these items' ranks. Am I dreaming? Isn't that the level 60 Eternal Night set for assassins? Amazing. That Berserker is wearing the Passionate set. I've heard that even Holy Reincarnation has only collected 3 pieces of that set. So, this is a Superpowers Foundation? The watching independent and guild players watching gasped when they saw the 4 Superpowers members that hadn't bothered to hide their weapons and equipment's glow effect. Most of the game's large guilds hadn't even collected a complete level 60 fine gold set equipment thus far. Only top-ranked first-rate guilds would have a few sets. As for a complete level 60 dark gold set equipment, that was utterly beyond the various large guilds' reach. Level 60 Dark Gold set equipment could only be obtained by raiding 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons or super-large, scale hard mode team dungeons. Moreover, the drop rate in these dungeons was only around 3%. Super large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons had a slightly higher drop rate, but it still wasn't higher than 7%. Most first-rate guilds at this stage of their game hit their limit with level 60, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. They simply didn't have the power to raid super large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons to the various large guilds. Level 60 Dark Gold set equipment was godly right now yet. These 4 superpowers had more than one such set equipment. Why wouldn't this revelation be shocking? Anyone who takes another step forward dies, the level 65 male berserker in the passionate set slowly stated, word by word, as he watched Shifeng's group without joy or despair. This berserker sounded like an emotionless robot. As soon as this berserker spoke, the surrounding temperature dropped as an intense killing intent suppressed the space around him. It felt as if the gates to hell had just opened, and if any of these players took another step, they'd descend into hell itself. The distant experts shuddered as they felt the abrupt change. Is he really human? His killing intent is so powerful. Melody's expression darkened as she stared at the imposing berserker. Unlike the spectating players in the stands or outside of the auction house, those in spectator rooms could alter their room's environment to match that of the battlefields, allowing them to experience the battlefields to a certain extent. Melody had encountered plenty of experts in the fairy country, including quite a few that made her feel utterly powerless. However, none of these experts exuded as much killing intent as that berserker. Human? You can't consider him human anymore, Evil Judgment answered from beside Melody, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued, I had never imagined that Starlink would successfully recruit that cold-blooded monster. With him, Zero Wing doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of securing the energy crystal. Is he really that strong? Black Flame earned his title as the Sword King from the Secret Pavilion. Melody countered. Sword King? Evil Judgment laughed. Only first-rate and weaker guilds give that title any importance. The Secret Pavilion has recorded a lot of experts on the God's Domain experts list, but there are many more players that have slipped through the cracks. That cold-blooded monster is one of them. He's called Tengu, the Warring Ghost. Although Tengu hasn't reached the Domain realm yet, his brain doesn't work like everyone else's. You could say that his brain is particularly well developed, granting him a similar sixth sense to wild beasts. He can easily predict his opponent's movements. There's also his beast-like combat method to contend with. He is no weaker than Domain realm monsters. He's already killed more than 10,000 experts in God's Domain, including many peak experts from superpowers. However, due to his strange and violent nature, none of the superpowers have tried to recruit him. He's killed more than 10,000 experts. Melody was slightly stunned. She had only defeated several hundred experts since joining God's Domain. Even so, those fights had earned her plenty of combat experience, but the Warring Ghost had slain more than 10,000, and many of them had been superpowers peak experts. He was truly a monster. To make matters worse, this monster wore the Passionate set, one of the best sets available in the game right now. When the various superpowers members saw Warring Ghost intercept Shifeng's small group, they began to chat about the upcoming fight. Brother Mu, it seems Zero Wing has no hope of success in Battlefield number 1, Blind Man commented as he glanced at Mu Cheng, who stood a short distance away. He had heard much about the Warring Ghost, Tengu. If that man continued to grow stronger, he would undoubtedly reach the 4 Shadow Demons level. Although Black Flame was quite strong as well, the swordsman's strength should, at most, rival Tengu's. However, there were 4 other Zero Wing members present, while Tengu had a total of 17 allies. Zero Wing had no chance of reaching the energy crystal, much less claiming it. Starlink has truly invested a lot of its resources in this competition. Mu Cheng shook his head and sighed when he saw these players. Even Mu Cheng would struggle in a fight with Tengu. The weakest piece Tengu wore was level 65 Dark Gold rank, and he carried 2 pieces of epic equipment and an epic weapon. The Berserker's equipment was likely some of the very best God's Domain had to offer right now. Zero Wing's Black Flame? A beautiful woman in dark purple robes and wearing King's Returns Guild emblem muttered as she observed Shifeng. Smiling, she continued, although it is impressive that you've ranked so highly on the God's Domain experts list, this isn't a realm Zero Wing can reach. It'd be best if you left. Even if Nature Hall or Unyielding Soul step in to help you, Tengu will act without hesitation. The major powers experts watching from nearby nodded in agreement with this woman's warning, although Zero Wing had surprised everyone with its strength, proving that it was even more powerful than a top-ranked first-rate guild. It couldn't compare to a superpower. If Zero Wing hadn't had Nature Hall and Unyielding Soul's support, the 4 allied superpowers would have likely attacked by now. You Zero Wing players should know what's good for you. Do you think you could have survived this long if we had moved against you early in this competition? A level 65 ranger from Starlink said, sneering at Shurfeng. What if I refuse? Shurfeng asked with a calm smile. He then took a step forward. Chapter 2092, Slain in One Hit. As Shurfeng stepped forward and his calm voice reached the players around him, the experts watching from a distance and the spectating crowd stared with dropped jaws. Even Starlink's sneering ranger froze in shock as Shurfeng incredulously approached his black flame. Tired of living? The 4 superpowers have only avoided Zero Wing thus far out of respect for Nature Hall and Unyielding Soul. Why would he dare take the initiative to attack them? Has he just given up? None of the major powers experts or upper echelons could understand why Shurfeng was being so stubborn. The auction arena had just begun, so there would be plenty of opportunities to secure energy crystals later. Even if the 4 superpowers wanted to monopolize the crystals, they didn't have the manpower to cover every corner of the 5 battlefields. Furthermore, Zero Wing's strength was only second to the 4 superpowers in this auction arena. It definitely had a chance of claiming the energy crystals that the 4 superpowers couldn't secure. Zero Wing didn't actually need to fight these superpowers. While the crowd chatted about the situation among themselves, the purple-clad woman's expression darkened black flame. Do you really think that we are too afraid to attack just because you have Nature Hall and Unyielding Soul support? The woman from King's Return demanded frostily. With her wrath, the surrounding space froze. Her aura was no less intense than Tengu's. The ambient mana rampaged in tandem with the woman's anger. The players within this violent mana storm began to lose their temper as well. The various major powers experts gasped as they felt the sudden change. Even Melody, who experienced the altered environment from her spectator room, paled. How is she so powerful? A simple mood change has affected the surrounding mana so drastically. Melody watched the purple-clad beauty with a grim expression. As a half-elf, she had a very high affinity with elemental mana. Even so, she couldn't easily trigger mana without casting a spell, yet this purple-clad woman could. While this feat might not seem impressive, Melody recognized how frightening it truly was and what it represented. As a magical class expert, when casting a spell, a player uses incantations and runes to trigger the ambient mana and gather it to a single point. Only then could a caster use the gathered mana to form the necessary magic arrays. If one could command the mana around them without incantations or runes, they could cast a spell in a fraction of the normally required time. In God's domain, magical class players' glaring weaknesses were their casting times and mana capacity. If a magical class player could reduce their casting time, they could substantially increase their combat power, especially against other players. This was especially true when it came to combat against players. This is only natural. She is, after all, King's Return's favored prodigy, Wilting Netherworld. She has also earned the nickname Lightning Witch. Purely comparing battle records, she's even more impressive than the Warring Ghost. If not for King's Return hadn't come to an agreement with the Secret Pavilion, Wilting Netherworld would have long since ranked among the top 50 players on the God's Domain experts list, Evil Judgment said as he watched the purple-clad woman in fascination. Now that Black Flame has angered Wilting Netherworld, she and Tengu are more than enough to disqualify every Zero Wing member on Battlefield Number 1. Very few people knew of Wilting Netherworld's battle records. Most likely, only the various superpowers knew about her. Furthermore, Wilting Netherworld's activities were usually only related to the various superpowers. First-rate guilds experts had no chance of encountering her. Evil Judgment had witnessed Wilting Netherworld's fearsome power personally. A total of 8 superpowers had gathered to contest for a mysterious legacy. Setting Sun had been one of them. To win the mysterious legacy, the various superpowers had dispatched quite a few old monsters, but during the battle, an unknown woman had pinned down one of Setting Sun's old monsters by herself, which had ultimately enabled King's Return to claim the legacy. Superpowers' old monsters had risen to fame at least a decade ago, with some maintaining their fame for several decades. They were all experts with rich combat experience, and their combat standards far exceeded human limits. However, wilting Netherworld, a girl even younger than Evil Judgment, had successfully pinned one of these old monsters down without any help. Moreover, she had stopped Evil Judgment, who had fought alongside his guild's old monsters for some time. While doing so, her strength was absurd. Evil Judgment was sure that she would have killed him in 3 or 4 attacks if that old monster from his guild hadn't demanded most of wilting Netherworld's attention during that fight. Meanwhile, the 4 superpowers experts around the energy crystal turned to watch Shifeng. Everyone knew of Black Flame's reputation for being stubborn. Otherwise, the man wouldn't have provoked so many superpowers. But they had never thought that he'd dare to show such arrogance before 4 cooperating superpowers. Brother Mu, Vice Guild Leader Thunder, you cannot blame us for our lack of respect toward you. This kid simply doesn't know what's good for him. If we don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid that he'll cause even more trouble for your 2 guilds in the future, Blind Man said as he turned to Mu Cheng and Deep Thunder. Ha. Do whatever you want. Mu Cheng watched Shifeng with disappointment, thinking the boy was too stubborn and beyond salvation. Only he and Deep Thunder were in this location, but against the combined might of 4 superpowers, they wouldn't accomplish anything even if they had their guild's main force members. None of the 4 superpowers were any weaker than Unyielding Soul or Nature Hall. Hence, neither he nor Deep Thunder had the strength to break these 4 superpowers' rules. Wait. Deep Thunder shouted suddenly. This is Zero Wing's home turf. Isn't it a little much to shove the guild out of this contest? Furthermore, Zero Wing is one of Nature Hall's firm allies. Nature Hall can't just sit by and watch you bully Zero Wing. Deep Thunder's abrupt attitude change stunned the various superpowers members. They couldn't fathom what trick he was trying to pull, since when were Zero Wing and Nature Hall firm allies? To add to their confusion, Deep Thunder seemed intent on fighting alongside Zero Wing. The situation even confused Mu Cheng. He hadn't expected Deep Thunder to be so committed to helping Zero Wing. Vice Guild Leader Thunder is so affectionate. Unfortunately, Zero Wing has already enraged Starlink's members. I'm afraid that it's too late to stop them, an old man from Starlink wearing silvery gray leather armor said as he glanced at Tengu, who had already begun to move. With a smile, he continued, moreover, rules are rules. If we superpowers don't show off our power, no one will fear or respect us. Everyone nodded in agreement with this old man's sentiments. They all felt that Deep Thunder was being too foolish. Even in such a desperate situation, he still insisted on protecting Zero Wing. Did he really think that their superpowers feared Nature Hall? While the superpowers members expressed their agreement, Tengu arrived before Shifeng, his greatsword blazing with fire. With a swing, his 20-meter-long flaming blade descended on Shifeng Dai. The surrounding temperature rose due to the raging flames, and everyone within range felt the increasing gravitational force pulling them toward the ground, making movement difficult. Tier 2 taboo skill, Inferno Blade. Even the various superpowers experts wore grim expressions as they watched Tengu's display of power. They hadn't expected the warring ghost to wield such strength after restoring his equipment's ranks. This attack definitely had the strength to rival a Grand Lord's of the same level. Even a peak Tier 2 metric tons would likely struggle to block this attack, much less a Tier 2 swordsman. Without a berserk skill, Shifeng's HP would likely drop to a critical level after a single hit. Just before the flaming blade devoured Shifeng, he unsheathed Killing Ray and swung to intercept the attack. Lightning Slash. An arch of blue lightning flashed, and Tengu's flaming blade dissipated the moment it met the lightning arch. Before Tengu could pull back to defend himself, the lightning had bisected his body, leaving behind a faint, glowing scar around his abdomen. Tengu's HP instantly drained, and the berserker fell, lifeless. Chapter 2093, Imposing Might. This. Impossible. Tengu spun toward Shifeng in shock when he saw his plummeting HP. Inferno Blade was his most powerful skill. Even without a berserker skill, he could use this taboo skill to counter a Grand Lord's attack. With his ability to predict his opponent's movements, even old monsters would have to flee from this attack. However, Shifeng had shattered his Inferno Blade and killed him with the same move. But that wasn't the worst part. Tengu's failure to predict Shifeng's movements truly surprised him. He could even foresee Domain Realm monsters' movements, yet this ability was useless against Shifeng. Although Tengu wanted to warn his companions, his HP had already hit 0, and he lost control of his body as Tengu collapsed to the ground. The killing intent that had filled the battlefield froze as the 4 superpowers experts stared at Shifeng, silently panicking. It was one thing if Shifeng had killed an ordinary peak expert, but Tengu wasn't an ordinary anything. He was even capable of threatening old monsters, yet Shifeng had instant-killed such an expert no matter how they looked at it. This felt like a dream. God's domain certainly had powerful offensive skills that could instant-kill players, and knowing this, every peak expert had equally powerful life-saving skills to avoid such an outcome. Needless to say, an expert like Tengu had amassed a few of these life-saving skills. However, Tengu hadn't had time to activate his life-saving skills before dying. Shifeng's attack had even nullified Tengu's prided Inferno blade before the warring ghost had taken the hit. Silence reigned over the crowd outside of the battlefield, their jaws dropping as the implications of Shifeng's attack sunk in. Amazing. He killed a superpowers peak expert in one hit. So, that is the Sword King, Black Flame? Everyone watching knew the nickname, Sword King, but they had only heard about him through rumors. Moreover, God's domain had been developing rapidly, and players' combat standards continued to improve. Black Flame's previous battle records no longer meant much to current players. The players that had come from other kingdoms and empires, in particular, didn't think much of Black Flame's title. At least, it was far less imposing than the position of Zero Wings guild leader. However, this scene reminded them of how fearsome the Sword King truly was. The Sword King had certainly grown stronger since receiving the title, not weaker. While the spectators discussed the fight, Shifeng sheathed Killing Ray. He then glanced at wilting Netherworld and her companions, asking, "Do you still want to stop me?" Shifeng's voice sounded calm and gentle, yet wilting Netherworld and the other experts felt an immense pressure weigh them down. These experts unconsciously moved out the way. Seeing that his opponents had lost the will to fight, Shifeng and his teammates continued toward the energy crystal. Wilting Netherworld and her comrades didn't attempt any sneak attacks, merely watching, frustrated, from the sidelines. They merely looked on with frustration from the sidelines. Wilting Netherworld felt particularly bitter. Although she considered stopping Shifeng, the moment she harbored the thought, she felt an indifferent gaze directed toward her, informing her that he was prepared for such an attack. When she met Shifeng's cold gaze, she felt as if the man were telling her, "You can try it, but you'll only fall next to Tengu." With this realization, wilting Netherworld abandoned any thoughts of resisting. Her strength was, at best, a match for Tengu's. Even though Shifeng had already used his Surekill skill, killing her wouldn't be difficult for someone with even higher attributes than Tengu and domain realm combat standards. Is this why he was so confident? When wilting Netherworld thought back to Shifeng's relaxed attitude, she understood that he hadn't acted that way due to nature hall and unyielding soul support. He simply had the strength to back up his confidence. What? They got through, just like that? As the various major powers experts watched wilting Netherworld and her comrades let Shifeng's party pass, they were flabbergasted by killing just one player. Shifeng had silenced the 4 superpowers peak experts, convincing them that it would be wise to let him pass. This was even more shocking than watching someone kill a great lord with one attack. When Melody saw this from her spectator room, however, she was incomparably excited. She had never dreamed that Shifeng would be so powerful. Not only had he killed a monster like Tengu, but wilting Netherworld and her party were also afraid enough that they stepped aside. How is this possible? Evil Judgment, on the other hand, was stupefied, confusion and madness flashing in his eyes. Wilting Netherworld, a goddess in his eyes, had retreated from Shifeng. She hadn't even budged during the fight with his guild's old monster, yet a single sentence from Shifeng had been enough to force her aside. Evil Judgment even wondered if the world was playing some cruel joke on him. Back on the battlefield, the 4 superpowers members that were waiting for the descending energy crystal to reach the ground tensed at this unexpected result. How surprising. Even Black Flame has reached this standard. It's no wonder why he dared to participate, Blind Man said as he began to watch Shifeng more seriously. Glancing at Mu Cheng and Deep Thunder, he realized why their guilds wanted to befriend Zero Wing. Based on the information King's Return had collected, Shifeng's combat standards were only at the Void Realm, yet he could display combat power that rivaled domain realm experts. He mainly relied on his powerful basic attributes and skills to face domain realm experts. However, things had changed. Although Shifeng had only executed one attack, his control assured Blind Man that Shifeng had reached the domain realm. Every domain realm expert warranted the various superpowers' attention, let alone a domain realm expert with the support of a large guild. As time passed, this domain realm expert would only become more powerful. Any domain realm expert intent on causing trouble could give the various superpowers a massive headache. This situation reminded Blind Man of the 4 shadow demons from the past. However, Mu Qing didn't know that Shifeng had reached the domain realm. He was actually surprised to see Shifeng display such power. This revelation would certainly affect the competition. Meanwhile, Jing Yang, one of Blackwater's upper echelons, currently wore a dark expression. Brother Jing, Zero Wing is stronger than we expected. We'll likely find it difficult to execute our original plan, Snow Scar whispered to Jing Yang. A domain realm expert wasn't an easy opponent. At the very least, it meant that Zero Wing qualified to compete for the energy crystals in Battlefield Number 1. It's true that Black Flame is stronger than we suspected, but slaying Tengu will cause Zero Wing some trouble, Jing Yang said as he watched Starlink's members approach Shifeng. Smiling, he continued, it seems Starlink can no longer sit still. Of the 5 battlefields in this competition, Battlefield Number 1 was a gathering of monsters. 2 of Starlink's most powerful combatants had been assigned to the battlefield, Wind Demon and Sword Demon of the 4 Shadow Demons. As Jing Yang finished his comment, both Wind Demon and Shadow Demon had reached Shifeng. The 2 elderly men smiled at their opponent as if they were just 2 friendly old men from the neighborhood instead of the combat veterans they truly were. These old men's auras were nothing like Tengu's. Their auras felt like the vast ocean, and everyone felt like small boats waiting to be devoured by the waves as these auras washed over them. Even wilting Netherworld was afraid as she looked at these 2 men. Not only did Wind Demon and Sword Demon carry 4 pieces of epic equipment, but they also wielded epic weapons. The rest of their equipment was level 65 Dark Gold rank. Not even wilting Netherworld's equipment was as impressive as theirs. Little brother, you're quite skilled. You're already so strong despite your age. Your future is boundless. Our guild leader wants to annihilate Zero Wing, but after discussing the situation with Old Wind here, we've decided that if Zero Wing agrees to become one of Starlink's subordinate guilds, we'll talk the guild leader into giving you White River City. The white-haired old man with a slightly bent back addressed Shifeng. Smiling, he asked, may I know what you think of this proposal? Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard the old man's words, especially the various major powers' upper echelons. They all stared at Shifeng in envy. No one had considered that not only would Starlink willingly abandon its vengeance against Zero Wing, but it would also offer to protect the guild. If the smaller guild accepted the offer, Zero Wing's development in God's domain would skyrocket. There's nothing to think about. Scram. Shifeng's response was cold as he eyed Wind Demon and Sword Demon. Chapter 2094, with just you? Sword Demon's expression sunk when he heard Shifeng's reply, his smile vanishing as he gave Zero Wing's swordsman a chilling look. Even space around them frozen due to the bone-piercing killing intent. Sword Demon. Wilting Netherworld, who stood nearby, couldn't help but shudder as she felt the change. The experts from the various major powers just stared at Shifeng, gaping in shock. Has Black Flame really lost his mind? Doomed. Zero Wing is doomed for sure. The various major powers didn't know what to say to Shifeng's overbearing behavior. Starlink already suppressed 2 super first-rate guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. It had endless strength and wasn't a force that super first-rate guilds like Unyielding Soul or Nature Hall could compare to. Only top-ranked super first-rate guilds had any hope of standing against it. If Starlink gave the word, countless powers would do what they could to curry its favor and celebrate becoming Starlink's subordinate guild. As one of Starlink's subordinate guilds, not only would the guild receive financial support from the superpower, but it would also receive support in in-game resources. Most importantly, the guild could develop without worrying about enemies. It would have nothing to fear even when clashing with other superpowers. If Zero Wing submitted to Starlink, it could reach an entirely new level of development very quickly. Zero Wing wouldn't be limited to lording over Star Moon Kingdom. It could easily become the overlord in the several neighboring kingdoms as well. Yet, Shifeng had actually rejected such an opportunity, and he had done so without hesitation. Even the various superpowers players were stunned by his answer. People nowadays really are ignorant of their limitations, Blind Man said as he shook his head and chuckled. He then turned to Deep Thunder and said, Vice Guild Leader Thunder, although you have a good relationship with Zero Wing, I'd advise you not to interfere. If you attract the 4 Shadow Demons' ire, you'll likely have a hard time explaining yourself to Guild Leader Nature. Not even he would dare to show such arrogance before Sword Demon and Wind Demon. First of all, they had Starlink support secondly. Both experts were incredibly powerful, far stronger than the younger generation's domain realm experts ignoring Starlink. Provoking these two was not wise. Thank you for your concern, but King's Return doesn't need to worry about that, Deep Thunder replied. Calmly, he continued, I've said this already, but Nature Hall and Zero Wing are firm allies. If someone wants to move against Zero Wing, Nature Hall won't sit back and watch. Blind Man gave the younger expert an odd look, but he didn't comment further. The various Superpowers members standing nearby were stunned by Deep Thunder's reply. Even now, Nature Hall insisted on shielding Zero Wing. The guild's choices were completely out of the norm. Deep Thunder's response even surprised Mu Cheng, and he took a moment to consider Shifeng more carefully. He had never thought that Zero Wing was capable of inspiring Nature Hall to go to such great lengths, even willing to provoke Starlink. On its behalf, however, despite the strange looks he received from the various Superpowers members, Deep Thunder smiled contentedly. None of these Superpowers, excluding Nature Hall, knew what strength Zero Wing hid. These players didn't know that Shifeng wasn't the only powerhouse in Zero Wing. The guild also had Fire Dance, who had the combat power to rival domain realm experts, but that wasn't the end of it. Zero Wing also had Cola and the several other peak experts Shifeng had brought with him during his visit to Nature Hall's reception room. According to Nature Hall's initial estimations, Zero Wing should have at least 10 peak experts. Even though Starlink had dispatched a considerable amount of strength to White River City's auction house, its chances of winning this competition weren't overwhelmingly high. Rather, it only had a 50-50 chance. Zero Wing had invested every resource it had in White River City, and every participating Zero Wing player had likely fully restored all of their weapons and equipment, allowing them to fight in peak condition. However, the same couldn't be said for Starlink's members. Only a fraction of Starlink's force had unbound all of their equipment. Even though Starlink had the numerical advantage, Zero Wing's overall combat power was on par with the Superpowers rather than side with the 4 Superpowers and standing to gain insignificant benefits. Gambling on Zero Wing and potentially winning the lottery was a wiser move for Nature Hall. Old Sword, it seems this brat doesn't appreciate your goodwill. Wind Demon could not help but chuckle at Sword Demon. There's no need to waste words on them, Elder Sword. Let's just follow the guild leader's orders and eliminate them. A middle-aged man wielding an ancient, crystal bow said as he glared at Shifeng. Sword Demon was the strongest of the 4 shadow demons in melee combat. Even Lu Xinglua, Starlink's guild leader, had to treat him with respect. Sword Demon also had a great appreciation for talented individuals, especially those that used the sword. Of course, the main reason for his appreciation was his desire for strong opponents in the future. To grow stronger, one needed to face stronger combatants. After all, this was also why Sword Demon had suggested recruiting Zero Wing. Otherwise, Sword Demon would have killed Shifeng after watching the swordsman kill Tengu. Little brat, it seems that you think you can ignore us old fellows now that you've reached the domain realm. Unfortunately, you are still naive. Since you aren't backed by a superpower, you've failed to understand that reaching the domain realm is only the first step toward the apex, Sword Demon said as he heaved a deep sigh. His gaze then sharpened as he said, I will teach you that even among domain realm experts, there can be a massive difference in strength. Sword Demon's aura abruptly shifted, releasing a tremendous amount of pressure to bear down on Shifeng. Although Sword Demon's aura targeted Shifeng, wilting Netherworld couldn't help but tremble, struggling to breathe, even though she stood some distance behind Shifeng. How is he so strong? Fire Dance, Alluring Summer, Flying Shadow, and Shadow Sword prepared for battle from behind Shifeng. They had never expected this player's aura to be so strong before anyone could react. Sword Demon's crimson greatsword transformed into a rotating sword light. He then vanished, reappearing before Shifeng in an instant. Like nimble snakes, 12 crimson sword lights spread out and converged on Shifeng, altering their attack trajectories and becoming nearly impossible to predict. Moreover, the attacks were so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. Tier 2 skill, 12 heavenly rotations. Sure enough, he's reached this level after so long. Blind Man's expression tensed when he saw the 12 sword lights. Wilting Netherworld, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. Despite her keen perception, she couldn't follow the 12 sword lights' speed and transformations. It looked as if 12 different people commanded the sword lights, like each attack had a will of its own. The 12 sword lights didn't even interfere with each other's trajectories. Although each attack only carried a Great Lord's strength of the same level, She doubted that she'd be able to dodge or block this assault. An ordinary skill like 12 heavenly rotations had gained a life of its own in Sword Demon's hands. His combat standards were unlike anything she had seen from the domain realm experts she had fought before alone. "I'm afraid you're not qualified." With a snort, Shifeng unsheathed Killing Ray and Twilight Blade, greeting the 12 sword lights in battle. Swords Transmigration. Chapter 2095. So confident with so many fighters? As the 12 crimson sword lights were about to bite into Shifeng, Killing Ray and Twilight Blade cut 6 of them down. The counterattack forcibly altered these sword lights' trajectories, and rather than threatening Shifeng's life, they became shields that protected him as they clashed with the remaining 6 sword lights. Dang. 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 As the 12 sword lights collided, they disintegrated into particles of light. Meanwhile, Shifeng remained unharmed. He blocked all of those attacks. Wilting Netherworld stared at the fading light particles with wide eyes. Sword Demon's use of this skill had reached the peak of God's domain. She was sure that even King's Return's old monsters would be forced to use a life-saving skill or powerful offensive skill to nullify the attack, yet Shifeng had done so with a few simple slashes. Moreover, Shifeng had neutralized the attack so effortlessly. Wilting Netherworld couldn't believe her eyes. Similarly, the various major powers watching experts gaped at the scene. Amazing. This is simply amazing. So, this is an Apex expert's strength? Shock and excitement overwhelmed everyone after witnessing the brief clash between Shifeng and Sword Demon. Although they all knew that the various superpowers old monsters were extraordinarily powerful, they had never seen one in action before. At most, they had watched a few of those old monsters' battle videos. However, they now watched one of these old monsters fight an equally strong opponent. Moreover, they only stood 200 yards away from the fight. For Tier 2 players, watching from this distance was like watching a fight from 50 yards away. For Tier 1 players, Black Flame really can't be underestimated. No wonder why he dismissed Sword Demon's offer so quickly. Blind Man was also slightly surprised to see Shifeng unharmed at Sword Demon's skill level. One could command their skills or spells as if they were subordinates, using them in such a way that they were beyond 100% effective. Ordinary domain realm experts had no hope against Sword Demon. After all, experts that had just reached the domain realm could only use their skills and spells at 100% efficiency. There was a qualitative difference between the two. While everyone discussed Sword Demon and Shifeng's initial exchange, Shifeng moved, appearing before Sword Demon instantly. Killing Ray and Twilight Blade then transformed into countless sword lights as they assaulted the older man Sword's orbit. Before Shifeng had reached the domain realm, he had mainly used Sword's orbit for defense, since using the technique offensively had dealt so little damage. He had only been able to execute 6 simultaneous attacks with the technique, but after reaching the domain realm, he could perform Sword's orbit perfectly. Not only was the technique powerful when used offensively, but it was also quite strong offensively. Sword Demon's expression darkened as the sword lights flew toward him. He couldn't actually perceive the attack trajectories, and he felt as if the entire world pressed down on him. He could also sense that each sword light had enough power to slice apart space itself. Shifeng's attacks were even stronger than a great lord's of the same level. In the blink of an eye, overall 4 sword lights sliced at him from different directions. Break! Sword Demon shouted, and the flames along his greatsword transformed into a streak of light as they countered more than half of the incoming attacks. He then left behind multiple afterimages as he dodged the remaining attacks. He elusively thrust his greatsword at Shifeng, his attack carrying as much strength as a Grand Lord of the same level. However, Shifeng's sword orbit was normally a defensive combat technique. Although Sword Demon's attacks were stronger this time and stronger than Shifeng's, the galaxy of stars that surrounded the younger swordsman deflected every strike. None of Sword Demon's attacks touched Shifeng for a time. Sword Demon and Shifeng continued to trade attacks, their HPs falling bit by bit. Nether swordsman was able to secure an advantage over the other. Very few of the watching experts nearby could keep up with Sword Demon's elusive attacks and movement techniques. When these experts tried to put themselves in Shifeng's position, they realized that Sword Demon would easily slaughter them. As for Shifeng's combat technique, he was so fast that they couldn't register his movements. They had only realized that he had swung his sword after the fact. When they imagined being on the receiving end of his attacks, they recognized that they wouldn't block a single swing and would be slaughtered helplessly. Amazing. Melody could not believe her eyes as she watched the exchange between Shifeng and Sword Demon, excitement welling within her heart. Even the various superpowers feared Sword Demon, and he currently carried 6 epic weapons and equipment pieces. His equipment standards undoubtedly ranked among the very top in God's domain right now, yet Shifeng fought Sword Demon to a standstill. So, this is his true strength? Mu Qing, who watched the battle from the battlefield, was just as shocked as Shifeng held this play out from the side. Blind man said calmly. Damned blind man. Mu Qing inwardly cursed. Watching from the sidelines and staying its hand was the best option for King's return. It wasn't from the Dark Knight Empire, and it had no reason to clash with Starlink. However, King's return would prefer to watch Starlink grow stronger, rather than Zero Wing, which would indirectly help Unyielding Soul. If Starlink succeeded, it could keep both Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor in check. After allies for Zero Wing's other members and Deep Thunder, they were no threat to Starlink's 2 old monsters. While Sword Demon and Shifeng fought, a black figure appeared behind the younger swordsman. It was none other than Wind Demon, the assassin expert, split into 9 shadows that attacked Shifeng in silence. Meanwhile, Sword Demon created 4 copies of his great sword, sending innumerable sword lights to devour Shifeng. Facing simultaneous attacks from the 2 old monsters, not even Shifeng could defend himself. He immediately activated Void Shield to block the incoming attacks. A single round of attacks was enough to deplete 1/6 of the Void Shield's energy reserves. These attacks' power could easily rival that of Grand Lords of the same level. What a powerful life-saving skill. Wind Demon was slightly surprised to see the magic barrier that had appeared around Shifeng. Unfortunately, that won't save you. With Old Sword and I working together, you have no chance of winning this fight. You're not wrong, but that would require that you two can cooperate, Shifeng calmly replied, glancing at Wind Demon. You still have such confidence even in the face of death? Wind Demon could not help but laugh at Shifeng. However, Wind Demon's laughter stopped abruptly as his expression changed, and he activated his life-saving skill, Wind Steps. Without warning, a crimson figure had appeared beside the old assassin, thrusting a short sword toward Wind Demon's heart. However, Wind Demon reacted quickly enough that he could use the brief invulnerability Wind Steps provided to protect himself. But the moment Wind Demon lost his invulnerability status, the crimson figure stabbed at him again. This time, the old monster met the attack with one of his own daggers. Boom. Wind Demon's arm went numb as he was thrown several yards back, crashing to the ground. His dagger hummed as it vibrated from the impact. Who are you? Wind Demon demanded, addressing the crimson figure with a serious expression. Do you the outcome that awaits any who attack me? An assassin's strength had proven greater than his, and his assailant's attack speed was superior, as well. Once he got a better look at his newest opponent, Wind Demon was stunned. What the? Wind Demon wasn't the only player surprised to see this crimson figure. Everyone on the battlefield was stupefied. This crimson figure, which had surprised a superpower's old monster, was none other than Zero Wing's fire dance. Everyone on the battlefield erupted in an uproar. Nobody had expected Zero Wing to reveal another such trump card. This turn of events even surprised Mu Qing. Black Flame. I hadn't thought that your guild had hidden such an expert. However, do you think that you can defeat Starlink just because you have someone to pin down Old Wind? Sword Demon asked as he glanced at Fire Dance. Suddenly, 12 Starlink members moved to surround Shifeng. Although Fire Dance's combat power was unexpected, Zero Wing's party was still outnumbered. Moreover, 4 of Starlink's 12 members were peak experts. Do you think you're powerful just because you have more people? Shifeng countered, eyeing Starlink's players around him. He then activated Twilight's Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. Suddenly, 8 copies of Shifeng joined the battlefield, every one of these doppelgangers radiating an intensely frightening aura that was no weaker than Shifeng's. Alright, let the second round begin. Chapter 2096. Vicious Black Flame. The confidence Starlink's members had displayed vanished as Shifeng's 8 doppelgangers joined the fray. At the same time, fear surfaced in their eyes as Starlink's members looked at Shifeng's doppelgangers. The nearby spectators' eyes nearly fell from their sockets when they saw this crap. Is this real? Cheating. He is definitely cheating. Many experts watching from a distance couldn't help but shout in indignation. The Zero Wing members watching from outside of the battlefield, however, began to cheer. All hail the guild leader. Zero Wing for the win. No one had held a favorable view of Zero Wing when this competition had begun. Some had even been certain that Zero Wing would perish after this, and everyone had mocked the guild. Now, however, would anyone dare question Zero Wing's superiority? A special doppelganger skill? Sword Demon's expression twisted as he observed Shifeng's doppelgangers. He had already struggled against Shifeng alone. After all, the younger swordsman's basic attributes were higher than his. If not for the significant strength and speed boost his special weapon provided, Shifeng would have already defeated him, yet now he had to face 9 identical copies of this troublesome swordsman. He might not have been worried if these copes had been ordinary doppelgangers. If that were the case, their basic attributes would be far lower than the originals. At most, these doppelgangers might have slowed him down a little, which would be annoying, but from what Sword Demon could sense, these doppelgangers' attributes rivaled his own. Sword Demon felt an intense pressure from each clone, which meant that Shifeng had just gained 8 more monster-level experts. Of course, this was the best-case scenario for Shifeng. If Sword Demon actually continued this fight, it would be a different story. After all, everyone's attention span was limited. Even if Shifeng were a domain realm expert, he couldn't perfectly control all 8 doppelgangers and fight. Controlling a doppelganger was far more complex than controlling one's body. Controlling a single doppelganger perfectly was the limit for a domain realm expert. Controlling more would affect the doppelganger's performance. However, even if Shifeng couldn't control all 8 doppelgangers perfectly, he shouldn't have a problem exhibiting flowing water realm combat standards with them. With his ridiculously high basic attributes, each of his doppelgangers could face a peak expert of the same level. In other words, Zero Wing's party had suddenly gained another 8 peak experts. Unfortunately, Starlink only had a total of 5 peak experts on battlefield number 1, and the strongest of them, Tengu, had already been killed. This left Starlink with only 4 peak experts, and the remaining members were only Refinement realm and Flowing Water realm experts. Overall, Starlink was now at a massive disadvantage. Even Wind Demon gulped nervously as he watched Shifeng. Who is this kid? Wind Demon wondered as he stared at the young swordsman in confusion. Not only had Shifeng successfully reached the domain realm at such a young age, but he had also amassed absurdly high basic attributes. Now, he had revealed a doppelganger skill that defied common sense. No matter how Wind Demon considered the situation, he couldn't believe it. No individual player could easily obtain Shifeng's weapons, equipment, or skills. Acquiring any of these required an astronomical amount of resources and manpower. The 4 shadow demons had only even secured their current weapons, equipment, and skills thanks to Starlink's help. However, Shifeng had collected such items by relying on a guild that only controlled 1 kingdom. Amazing. With this, Starlink is finished in battlefield no. 1. Mu Qing balled his fists in delight as he glanced at Blind Man. He had been worried for Zero Wing, and if not for Blind Man's interference, he would have jumped into this battle to help the guild. However, Blind Man's efforts had gone to waste with this new development. Just as Shifeng was about to attack Starlink's members, a low voice reached his ears. Guild leader Black Flame, don't be so quick to act. Blackwater's Jing Yang called out. You've already proven Zero Wing's strength. I doubt anyone will continue to oppose Zero Wing's participation in this competition for energy crystals, so do you need to exterminate them all? What are you trying to say? Shifeng asked as he eyed Jing Yang, who wore aqua blue robes and carried a glowing, golden staff. Jing Yang had made no effort to hide his equipment's glowing effects, so Shifeng knew that the man carried 4 pieces of epic equipment in total. Although Shifeng couldn't discern what rank Jing Yang's staff was, he guessed that it was at least epic rank based on its aura. Moreover, Jing Yang wore a complete level 65 fine gold set equipment, which even the various superpowers struggled to collect. Level 65 fine gold set equipment was far more difficult to acquire than level 60 dark gold set equipment at this stage of the game. Not even Starlink had a complete set. Naturally, a level 65 fine gold set had even higher basic attribute bonuses than level 60 dark gold set equipment. The mana fluctuations around Jing Yang were even stronger than those around Wilting Netherworld, and his combat standards were likely stronger than hers. He had reached the Void Realm more than a decade ago, and although Wilting Netherworld was a prodigy, she would need more time before she could catch up to Jing Yang. Starlink only acted in compliance with the rules our superpowers agreed to. If Guild leader Black Flame is earnest in moving against Starlink, the rest of us won't just sit back and watch. I hope you can understand this, Jing Yang said, smiling. Jing Yang's words left everyone stunned. They had never expected this battle to take such a drastic turn. Blackwater is too shameless. It didn't step forward when Starlink was about to annihilate Zero Wing, but now that Zero Wing has the upper hand, it wants to interfere. Since when have Blackwater and Starlink had such a good relationship? Zero Wing is in trouble now. Such a powerful doppelganger skill definitely has a very long cooldown. If Zero Wing misses this opportunity to take out Starlink, it isn't likely that the guild will find another chance. Zero Wing is so unlucky. If it hadn't provoked Blackwater, the guild likely wouldn't have interfered today. For a time, the various major powers either pitted or mocked Zero Wing's situation. Melody, I advise that you give up any hope for Zero Wing. Zero Wing might have the strength to resist a superpower, but it has provoked too many. Zero Wing can't survive in God's domain for long. This situation is the best proof. Just before Zero Wing emerges victorious in this fight, Blackwater steps in. Zero Wing has no chance of winning White River City's auction house, Evil Judgment said, chuckling when he saw Melody's enraged expression. Blackwater was no weaker than Starlink, and although it hadn't sent as many experts to this competition, it had nearly as many experts fighting for the auction house as Starlink. Including Jing Yang, Blackwater had 4 peak experts and 7 Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts on Battlefield No. 1. In addition, the guild had the Domain Realm expert, South Time, the man standing behind Jing Yang. Although South Time had only recently reached the Domain Realm, he was still a monster-level expert. His participation would be more than enough to turn the tides of the battle between Starlink and Zero Wing. If Zero Wing missed this opportunity to eliminate Starlink's members, it wouldn't encounter another. Regardless of what Feng decided, Zero Wing was guaranteed to lose White River City. Understand? Feng could not help but laugh. You think you qualify to stop me? Suddenly, Feng vanished. Before anyone could react, he reappeared before Jing Yang, his killing ray releasing a brilliant blue glow. Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. A streak of blue light flew toward Jing Yang's throat, and the man panicked at the sudden attack. Feng's attack was so fast that he didn't even have time to activate Blink. Just before the blue light bit into the man, his golden staff released a golden light, instantly creating a barrier of light around Jing Yang. Seeing this barrier, Jing Yang could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. The passive skill, 3 Pillars Barrier, had created this light barrier. The ability triggered automatically when its wielder faced a lethal attack. When activated, the skill created a magic barrier that negated 90% of all attacks damage for 3 seconds. It also increased his defense by 300%, raising his defense to rival an MT's of the same level. It was an amazing life-saving skill that had a 1-hour cooldown, and with it, even Grand Lords would struggle to kill him. However, the moment after Jing Yang sighed, Feng's attack struck, the light barrier cracked, and Jing Yang instantly lost 1/3 of his HP. The man paled with fright. Although he immediately tried to escape by using Blink, Feng's Twilight Blade had already begun its descent. When the second slash landed, Jing Yang's HP dropped to 0 in an instant without the protection of the 3 Pillars Barrier. His body only teleported 20 yards away after Jing Yang's vision began to darken. He then collapsed and disintegrated into countless particles of light. Chapter 2097, Suppressing a Guild Alone. Feng had slain Jing Yang so quickly that no one had time to react. He had simply disappeared and reappeared before Jing Yang, and in the next moment, the Blackwater member's corpse had appeared 20 yards away. The entire process had happened in the blink of an eye. Even Snow Scar, who had stood beside Jing Yang, hadn't had time to react. Snow Scar had only been able to watch Feng kill Jing Yang before his eyes and casually sheathed his killing ray and Twilight Blade. The various major powers experts watching from the sidelines gasped when they saw Jing Yang's dead body. Horrifying. Vicious. These words no longer had the impact to describe Feng. Blackwater was a superpower with the strength to rival Starlink, yet Feng had so effortlessly killed Jing Yang, the leader of Blackwater's team in this competition. Without hesitation, they couldn't fathom how Feng found the courage to provoke 2 superpowers simultaneously. Has Black Flame lost his mind? Why did he attack Blackwater? He probably has. With Blackwater's interference, Zero Wing is dead either way. Rather than sit back and wait for his execution, Black Flame might have decided to make a last stand. Only, his attack against that Blackwater representative had been vicious. It didn't look like something a human would be capable of. That wasn't wise. Does Black Flame think that he can turn things around by retaliating against Blackwater? With Blackwater in the fight, Zero Wing's performance will suffer on all of the battlefields, not just battlefield number 1. Everyone was more surprised by Shifeng's decisiveness than they were over Jing Yang's instant death. Although Shifeng's doppelganger skill had significantly increased his team's overall strength, Starlink and Blackwater would have more peak experts than Zero Wing if they worked together. Blackwater even had its own apex expert. Black Flame. Snow Scar, who served as Blackwater's vice team leader, bellowed Blackwater might not suffer any major losses to its combat power due to Jing Yang's death, but he was the guild's representative. Killing him was a slap in the face to Blackwater. Moreover, Xuanwu Chisa was fully responsible for this operation. How was Snow Scar supposed to explain this to her? With South Time at the lead, Blackwater's experts pounced on Shifeng Tier 2 Taboo's skill, Ghost Dance. Suddenly, South Time split into 5 clones and attacked Shifeng from different directions, each doppelganger sending more than a dozen slashes at its target, surrounding Shifeng with sword images. Like hungry wolves, the sword images flew toward Shifeng's vitals and blind spots. Meanwhile, Snow Scar leaped into the air and activated his strongest taboo skill, Lightning Madness. Not only was this skill an AoE attack, but it also had enough power to force a Grand Lord of the same level stumbling back. The skill even ignored invulnerability effects, and although the skill required half a second to activate, which was more than enough time for a peak expert to evade, he used the skill in conjunction with South Time's Ghost Dance. Against this joint attack, even a Domain Realm expert would fall. What an amazing 2-part attack. Sword Demon couldn't help but admire South Time and Snow Scar's coordinated assault. Even he would be concerned if he were on that attack's receiving end. South Time's Ghost Dance, in particular, perfectly eliminated the target's chances to evade. The target would be forced to face these skills head-on. However, not even Sword Demon was confident of surviving 60+ simultaneous attacks. He would have no choice but to activate a life-saving skill before dealing with Snow Scar's final blow. However, Shifeng didn't activate a life-saving skill despite so many incoming attacks. Instead, he simply brandished Killing Ray, countering South Time's Strike Shadow Blade. 10 Shadow Blades flew away from Shifeng in all directions, crashing into the incoming sword images. He then executed Sword's Orbit, manifesting a galaxy of stars around himself like dominoes. The sword images the Shadow Blade struck crashed into each other. Shifeng's counterattack threw off nearly 50 sword images trajectories, while he used Sword's Orbit to neutralize the remaining 20 or so sword images. South Time was stunned to see Shifeng so easily nullify his Ghost Dance, but Snow Scar had already swung his Hammer of Lightning, slamming the gigantic weapon down on Shifeng with astonishing speed. Unfortunately, Shifeng no longer had the energy to block this lightning-fast attack, but just as the lightning hammer was about to smash into Shifeng, the swordsman spun around and shouted, "Scram!" As Shifeng spoke, a powerful shockwave crashed into Snow Scar's lightning hammer. Dragon Breath. The instant the two attacks collided, space tore apart, and the resulting shockwave reached 100 yards away. The sound of the impact echoed across the battlefield. The immensely powerful lightning hammer vanished as if it had never existed as Snow Scar stumbled back more than a dozen yards, losing nearly 10% of his HP. How is this possible? Shock colored Snow Scar's face as he stared at Shifeng. Shifeng had neutralized his full-powered attack with a single roar. Moreover, the swordsman hadn't used a single life-saving skill to counter their joint attack. Is he a monster? The major powers experts were flabbergasted when they saw Shifeng unharmed after the exchange. Both South Time and Snow Scar's attacks had enough strength to rival a Grand Lord of the same level, yet Shifeng had blocked them without breaking a sweat. Friends from Blackwater, Black Flame won't be easy to deal with. Starlink will pin him down while you get rid of Zero Wing's other members, Sword Demon said suddenly. Okay. We'll leave that to you, then. South Time nodded. After a final glance at Shifeng, he and the other Blackwater members charged toward Zero Wing's party. Don't think you can get away from me so easily. Shifeng frowned as he manipulated his 8 doppelgangers to attack South Time's group. We'll have to see if you have the ability to stop them. Wind Demon and his Starlink companions immediately intercepted Shifeng's doppelgangers. Each doppelganger only had the combat power of a peak expert, and although Wind Demon and his team would have a very difficult time trying to kill them, pinning these doppelgangers down for a few moments wouldn't be an issue. With the strength of Blackwater's members, they should be able to slay Zero Wing's members before the doppelgangers slipped past Wind Demon's teamy ally Pin Fire Dance down. The rest of you need to end the fight as quickly as possible. South Time hurriedly commanded. Understood. Blackwater's dozen or so members immediately split into 3 groups, each under the lead of a peak expert. These 3 groups would be more than enough to deal with Zero Wing's 3 remaining members for a time. Chaos ruled over the battlefield. South Time kept Fire Dance busy while Alluring Summer, Shadow Sword, and Flying Shadow had their hands full with Blackwater's peak experts. With the help of Blackwater's other players, this battle was particularly bitter due to interference from 2 Refinement Realm magical class experts. Shifeng wasn't able to shake off Sword Demon. Likewise, Wind Demon and his assassin team kept Shifeng's doppelgangers occupied as they watched. The experts from the various major powers couldn't help but admire Shifeng. The swordsman managed to suppress all of Starlink's experts by himself, and even if Zero Wing lost today, it would be a glorious defeat. What a pity, Black Flame. I admit that your strength is superb. Even among the various superpowers, you cannot be ignored. However, you're still just one person, and God's Domain is not a single-player game. Sword Demon commented as he watched Zero Wing's enemies force its members into a coma. Yuri right. God's Domain isn't a single-player game, Shifeng said, nodding. His lips then curled as he asked, however, when have I ever said that Zero Wing only relies on me? Summer. Shadow. You don't need to hold back anymore. Activate the secret law and show these people what the consequences are for provoking Zero Wing. Hearing Shifeng's command, Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's eyes began to glow as they waged a bitter battle. We can finally make a move? Excitement brightened Alluring Summer's features as she used Blink to put some distance between her and her opponents. I've been waiting to hear those words for so long, Guild Leader. Shadow Sword said, laughing. Like beasts waking from their slumber, the intensity of Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's auras skyrocketed, becoming even more frightening than those monster-level experts like Wind Demon and South Time. Chapter 2098, Peerless Aura. Before anyone could react to Shifeng's command, Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's auras washed over the battlefield. Everyone fell silent as they unconsciously turned toward the 2 players, dumbfounded. What powerful auras! How is this possible? Aren't berserk skills prohibited in the auction arena? The feeling of the 2 Zero Wing members' auras had changed completely. For a moment, everyone felt like they stood before 2 Grand Lord-ranked monsters in God's Domain. Players would determine their opponent's strength based on their auras in situations where they couldn't inspect the opponent's information. A player's aura couldn't be faked. Expert players, in particular, relied on this method to avoid unnecessary deaths. The fact that Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's auras had abruptly grown stronger meant that their combat power had just increased. However, players weren't allowed to use tools or berserk skills in the auction arena. No one on the battlefield could figure out how these 2 had suddenly become so powerful. Blackwater's members paused their assault, shuddering, as they felt the sudden transformation. These experts stared at Zero Wing's players in fear. Too wary to attack. Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword now displayed the auras of Domain Realm experts. If they attacked and exposed a weakness, this fight might end in an instant. Don't be fooled. Snow Scar shouted when he realized that his ally had stopped their assault. No one in this arena can use a berserk skill to increase their strength. They must be using some special skill that increases the mental pressure other players feel. Their combat power shouldn't have actually increased. They are merely putting up a front. Although weapons and equipment that increased the mental pressure one's enemies experienced were excruciatingly rare in God's Domain, they existed nevertheless. Damn. That really spooked me. I almost thought that Zero Wing had 2 more monsters. Black Flame nearly fooled me, too. It really would be heaven-defying if Zero Wing had another 2 monster-level experts. I will admit, though, that Zero Wing is pretty impressive to get its hands on such weapons and equipment. That's right. I've only heard of such items before today. I've never actually seen one. Although such items won't improve one's combat power, a stronger aura can affect an opponent's mental state and slow their reactions. Such items would be incredibly useful in PvP. When they heard Snow Scar's comment, realization dawned on the various major powers experts watching from a distance. They all agreed with his reasoning. It would simply be too horrific if Zero Wing had truly revealed more monster-level experts' weapons and equipment that strengthen auras. Sword Demon muttered to himself as he glanced at Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword. He then shook his head and smiled at Shifeng. And here I thought you were going to reveal another powerful trump card. It seems you're at your wit's end. Although such weapons and equipment would be awesomely effective in PvP, I'm afraid mere gimmicks are useless against experts who have experienced countless battles. At best, they might delay your player's fate. Is that so? Shifeng replied with a calm smile. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Shifeng changed. Like Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's transformations, Shifeng's aura became considerably more powerful. Space around him even began to blur. Sensing this change, Sword Demon's expression darkened. If Shifeng's aura had resembled a great ocean that could even stifle peak experts, those who bathed in it now felt as if they had been submerged in mercury. Shifeng's aura felt incomparably heavy, and even Sword Demon struggled to breathe. Fear flashed in Sword Demon's eyes as he stared at Shifeng. He was an expert that stood at the apex of God's domain, a player that every superpower feared, yet he felt the threat of death loom over him as he stood before Shifeng. He felt as if he were standing before a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, rather than another player. Moreover, Shifeng's control of his aura was exceptional. Sword Demon could tell that Shifeng had restrained his aura to his immediate surroundings, so no one but him sensed how horrifying it truly was. Do you still think that I'm just trying to buy time? Shifeng smiled at Sword Demon's secret laws weren't categorized as skills or spells, resembling combat techniques instead. They didn't improve players' basic attributes, only allowing players to exhibit more of their body's potential. Hence, players could freely use secret laws within the auction arena, and they didn't need to worry about their secret laws dropping if they died. The system didn't actually consider the deaths players suffered in the auction arena as official. This was why secret laws were so valuable. The various superpowers had even offered to trade epic set equipment for a basic secret law during Shifeng's previous life, since the secret laws would be far more effective in the auction arenas than epic set equipment. The physique improvement secret laws provided was secondary, however. More importantly, secret laws allowed players to enter a supersensory state. In this state, players' senses became so sharp that they could perceive things they couldn't normally detect. Of course, how useful this was would depend on the player. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, Sword Demon had an extremely bad premonition. Sword Demon felt that the younger swordsman's smile looked like the expression one would use when mocking an ignorant fool. Moreover, Shifeng looked down at him as if he were watching an ant. Sword Demon had seen that expression on many powerhouses before. Quick! Everyone retreat! Sword Demon instinctively shouted. He hadn't been able to determine whether or not the change to Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's auras was truly related to a combat power increase, but after experiencing Shifeng's enhanced aura, he was absolutely certain that this transformation wasn't due to a weapon or equipment effect. Rather, it was a byproduct of their combat power increasing. Retreat? Why are we retreating? The players from Starlink and Blackwater were confused when they heard the command. Victory was already within reach. As long as they kept fighting for another minute or so, they'd win, yet Sword Demon wanted them to flee. Sword Demon has gone too far with his affection for talented individuals. Blind Men frowned at Sword Demon's warning. Is that really the case? Mu Cheng, who stood beside Blind Man, wondered as he watched the old monster's tense expression. No matter how he looked at it, that expression didn't look like affection. It looked like Sword Demon was terrified. When Sword Demon saw his allies' confusion, his anxiety grew, but as he was about to explain, he heard the sound of laughter. It's too late to escape now. The moment this voice reached his ears, Sword Demon instinctively brandished his greatsword, swinging the weapon at Shifeng, who had suddenly appeared before him. The older swordsman instantly split into 3 clones, each launching multiple attacks with the strength to suppress Grand Lords of the same level. This was Sword Demon's final trump card and his weapon's strongest additional skill, Phantom Assault. In his hands, this skill could even kill Domain Realm experts in an instant if they didn't activate an invulnerability skill. However, Shifeng easily deflected the dozen or so attacks with his killing ray, displaying far faster reaction speed than before Shadow Blade. 10 sword lights flew towards Sword Demon simultaneously, each aiming for his weak points, but not to be outdone. Sword Demon executed an advanced defensive combat technique to evade the incoming attacks. 1 attack. 2 attacks. 3 attacks. After blocking the 7th sword light, Sword Demon hit his limit, and the 3 remaining attacks tore through his body. The last 2/3 of his HP vanished instantly. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword had made their move, slaying the 2 Blackwater Peak experts they faced within 2 or 3 moves. With this turn of events, the battlefield fell deathly silent. Chapter 2099, Horrifying. Predicament, they're dead? Didn't they say that Zero Wing's members were only using items that increased their auras? When the various experts on the battlefield saw the corpses of Sword Demon and 2 Blackwater Peak experts disintegrate into particles of light, their eyes nearly fell from their sockets in shock. Both sides had been evenly matched and fought each other to a standstill earlier, yet something like this had happened within seconds. No one had expected this outcome. Even Mu Cheng was speechless for a long moment. Even among super guilds, experts like Sword Demon were exceedingly rare. Trying to kill an expert with such high combat standards was nearly impossible without launching a large-scale operation and multiple domain realm experts. This was also why the various superpowers had such huge headaches when dealing with the 4 shadow demons. Yet Shifeng had relied on his own strength to kill Shadow Demon. His combat power was truly horrific. Logically, no player should be capable of the feat. Moreover, Zero Wing had Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword, who had suddenly revealed their monster-level abilities. The fact that a guild like Zero Wing had 2 monster-level experts surprising enough, yet 2 more had appeared from the guild. With this strength, Zero Wing could rival ordinary superpowers. To think Zero Wing has hidden so much power all this time. It's no wonder why it dared to ignore Starlink and Blackwater's threats. As Blind Man looked at Shifeng now, he felt as if he were meeting the swordsman for the first time. 1 monster-level expert in Zero Wing was enough to warrant the various superpowers' attention, but with 4, not even King's Return could afford to underestimate the guild. Blind Man finally realized why Deep Thunder had shown such strong support for Zero Wing, even willing to provoke Starlink and Blackwater. Zero Wing was only as powerful as a first-rate guild, lacking the resources and territory to nurture experts, yet despite that, it had successfully produced 4 monster-level experts. It was easy to imagine what strength the guild would wield if it became a true super first-rate guild. Zero Wing would likely rise to the upper ranks the moment it became a superpower. It would become as powerful as guilds like Miracle, and even the various super guilds would fear its wrath. Miracle currently occupied 2 empires, and both were on different continents, the East and West continents. In other words, Miracle fought on 2 front lines. Not even King's Return had such power. In contrast, Deep Thunder watched Zero Wing's outstanding performance with elation. We really made the right bet this time. Deep Thunder's eyes glowed as he watched Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword fight in the distance. He had thought Zero Wing only had 2 monster-level experts. Neither he nor Nature Hall as a whole had expected to find 4 of them in the guild. As far as ordinary major powers were concerned, monster-level experts simply had inhuman combat power. Even if these powers got lucky and produced one of their own, they'd only treat that expert like a weapon against their enemies. However, that would be an ignorant use of such a powerful player. In reality, not only did monster-level experts pose a great threat to the various superpowers, but they also played a crucial role in obtaining powerful items. Based on the various superpowers research, one needed strength, as well as luck, to secure certain powerful tools. As guilds procured more powerful items, they'd grow stronger overall. One could say that monster-level experts were responsible for finding 70% of the powerful items the various superpowers had collected. Since Nature Hall had only recently become a superpower, it had far fewer monster-level experts in its midst than other super first-rate guilds. The fact had troubled the guild for some time now. Yet, as luck would have it, many of God's domain's super high-ranked quests required more than one person to complete. They needed the strength of a team. But how rare were monster-level experts? Even in veteran superpowers, one could count the number of monster-level experts present on one hand. If Nature Hall wanted to complete super high-ranked quests, it would need to work with other superpowers, but if it chose that option, it would gain far less. However, it would be a different story if Nature Hall worked with Zero Wing. Zero Wing was still only a first-rate guild. To develop further, it would need an astronomical amount of resources, not powerful items. As it so happened, Nature Hall had plenty of resources. Nature Hall would benefit more by partnering with Zero Wing than it would if it worked with other superpowers. Both guilds would be able to complement each other's deficiencies. This was why Nature Manifestation had sent Deep Thunder to befriend Zero Wing. While everyone was shocked over the strength Zero Wing's members had displayed, Horrifying, Alluring Summer, and Shadow Sword busied themselves by slaughtering Starlink and Blackwater's Olar experts. Although deep sea meditation was only a basic secret law, maintaining it placed an immense burden on players. Players couldn't even keep it active as long as a berserk skill. Fortunately, the difference between both sides' strength was massive. Horrifying and his companions only need a few moves to dispatch each of their opponents in less than 10 seconds. Blackwater's members had been annihilated. Even South Time, Blackwater's domain realm expert, hadn't survived the combined assault from Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword. As for Starlink, only Wind Demon remained alive. The battle was utterly one-sided as he faced Horrifying's relentless pursuit. Wind Demon continued to lose HP 80%. 50%. 20%. However, despite his rapidly depleting HP, Wind Demon didn't panic. Instead, he turned his mocking gaze on Horrifying and said, "I have really underestimated you people from Zero Wing. But so what if you defeat us? At the end of the day, this is only one of 5 battlefields. Starlink and Blackwater still have plenty of experts on the other 4. On the other hand, all of Zero Wing's top fighters are stuck on this battlefield." Zero Wing had certainly proven stronger than they had expected, but the results of one battlefield wouldn't decide this competition's victor. Although Zero Wing had indeed defeated their 2 guilds here, with its peak combatants isolated to battlefield number 1, it would suffer on the other 4 battlefields. In the end, Zero Wing would still lose. White River City. Wind Demon had spoken loudly enough to ensure that the major powers experts, who stood several hundred yards away, had heard him. Those experts couldn't help but watch Horrifying with pitying looks. "In the end, Zero Wing will lose," one of the spectating experts mumbled. Although Zero Wing had won the battle, it had lost the competition. Black Flame. "You asked for this. Since you rejected my offer, you'll pay for your foolishness for the rest of your life." Jing Yang, who had resurrected in the arena, bellowed as he glared at Horrifying through the magic mirror. He then commanded his people through the team chat, "Everyone, heed my command. Work with Starlink's members to eliminate Zero Wing." He had planned to give Zero Wing one more chance to hand over the guardian puppets. If Zero Wing agreed and behaved itself, Blackwater would give up its aggression against the guild. However, he abandoned the thought. His desire to see Horrifying despair was far stronger than his desire to complete the task Xuan Wuchisa had given him. Chapter 2100, Divine Appearance. As soon as Jing Yang issued the command, Blackwater's members on the other 4 battlegrounds began to cooperate with Starlink's members against Zero Wing. Although battlefield number 1 had a collection of monsters, the other battlefields had barely any. For example, Blackwater didn't have a single monster-level expert among the 4 other battlefields, and Starlink only had the 2 remaining shadow demons. However, while the 4 remaining battlefields did not have many monster-level experts, more players had been assigned to these battlefields than those on battlefield number 1. Every one of the 4 remaining battlefields had at least 100 Blackwater and Starlink members in total, and even the weakest of these players was a Refinement realm expert. In contrast, even when added together, Blackwater and Starlink had fewer than 40 members on battlefield number 1. There was simply no comparison between battlefield number 1 and the others. Blackwater and Starlink's forces on battlefields number 2 and 3 were led by Mad Demon and Heart Demon. Even the other superpowers were afraid of facing those forces. Zero Wing is in trouble now, Luafei from the FFF Adventurer Reem commented as she watched Blackwater and Starlink's joint forces. Although Zero Wing had emerged victorious on battlefield number 1, despite the monsters there, it was at an overwhelming disadvantage on the other battlefields, especially battlefields number 2 and 3. A 100-man team of Refinement realm experts, led by a Domain realm expert, could even hunt down lone Domain realm experts. On the other hand, Zero Wing only had around 20 players on each of these battlefields, and they didn't have any monster-level experts to lead them. They stood no chance against Blackwater and Starlink's forces. The auction house competition was about securing energy crystals, and as time passed, more crystals would descend onto the battlefields. At that time, the advantage of having more players would become obvious, and Zero Wing would suffer an even greater disadvantage. Black Flame's decision was really unwise. If he hadn't provoked Blackwater into cooperating with Starlink, Zero Wing might have had a chance of victory. At the very least, Zero Wing could have taken advantage of the chaos as the various superpowers would eventually fight over the energy crystals. Now, however, the participating superpowers want to avoid a battle with the two guilds. There won't be any chaos for Zero Wing to take advantage of, Yen Tianqing said, sighing as he watched Shifeng through a magic mirror. This was the problem all developing guilds faced. Even if a developing guild had the strength to fight a superpower, other superpowers wouldn't sit idle and allow a new superpower to rise. They would usually cooperate to apply pressure on the developing guild and prevent the growth of a new rival. Yen Tianqing had faced the same when he had established his own guild some years ago. In the end, he had been forced to abandon the guild and establish an adventurer team instead. Now, it was Zero Wing's turn. The situation somewhat saddened the various major powers, as well. They had thought that they'd get to witness a guild with no background become a new superpower, but it seemed that opportunity was gone. First and second-rate guilds dreamed of becoming superpowers, titans in the virtual gaming world, but the road to becoming a superpower was an arduous one. Without a powerful background and the support of major corporations, reaching such heights was nearly impossible. The fact that Zero Wing had become so powerful despite its lack of support or a background had shown these major powers a ray of hope. Now, however, that hope was about to be extinguished. Despite such a powerful monster like Shifeng in its midst, Zero Wing would suffer in the end. Needless to say, ordinary first and second-rate guilds wouldn't fare any better. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, I'll finally have my retribution. Singular Burial, who currently wore Blackwater's guild emblem, laughed maniacally as he watched the magic mirror hovering above battlefield number 3. He had waited for this day for a long time now. He should have been Starmoon Kingdom's overlord, becoming a titan in the virtual gaming world, but Zero Wing had foiled his plans and in the end he was nothing more than a commander in Blackwater. His hatred for Zero Wing was endless. Due to this, he had thought he had lost his chance to see Zero Wing perish, so he was overwhelmingly delighted at the moment. Without White River City's auction house, Zero Wing would lose the city. Without the headquarters it had painstakingly developed, Zero Wing's development would suffer. In this era of fierce competition, even a small setback could destroy a guild's positions, not to mention something as major as losing one's main headquarters. While Singular Burial celebrated Zero Wing's downfall, Blackwater's team in battlefield number 3 had met up with Starlink's team near a descended energy crystal. Starlink's Heart Demon then took command of the joint team. The other superpowers, who had been waiting for the energy crystal to drop, promptly moved aside. The nearby major powers experts gasped when they saw this. So, this is Blackwater and Starlink's joint force? Dust Blood from Bloodbath family felt his scalp tingle when he saw the gathered expert players below the descending crystal. The team consisted of more than 120 Starlink and Blackwater members, and every one of these players felt incredibly dangerous to Dust Blood. There were also 6 specific players that Dust Blood couldn't even bring himself to look at. Each of these 6 wore at least 2 or 3 epic weapons or equipment pieces. However, these 6 players paled in comparison to Heart Demon, the hunchbacked old man that led the team and truly instilled fear in Dust Blood's heart. Even though Dust Blood was not a magical class player, he could see the mana circling Heart Demon's body. Meanwhile, Heart Demon wore a total of 5 pieces of epic equipment. Although Dust Blood could not tell what rank the old man's staff was, the weapon radiated a soul-shuddering pressure. As far as Dust Blood was concerned, these 120-plus experts from Starlink and Blackwater could even destroy a top-ranked first-rate guild like Bloodbath family if given enough time. Sure enough, guilds like ours cannot afford to provoke superpowers. Morning Sun, the female elementalist leading Holy Reincarnation's team in battlefield number 3, sighed when she saw the gathered force. This was superpowers' strength. Non-superpowers like the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation simply couldn't compete. Setting aside monster-level experts, Blackwater and Starlink had even more combat power on battlefield number 3 than on battlefield number 1. Despite the great length Zero Wing had gone to defeat the 2 guilds on battlefield number 1, these superpowers had immediately formed another formidable team on another battlefield. Moreover, they had 3 more teams on the other battlefields. While the various major powers were awestruck over Blackwater and Starlink's strength, a team of 20-plus players made its presence known. Everyone made a ruckus when they saw this team. Why are Zero Wing's members here? Don't they know that Blackwater and Starlink will attack them the moment they show themselves? The various major powers experts shot the team incredulous looks. They couldn't believe that Zero Wings members would be so daring. Unlike the team on Battlefield Number 1, this team didn't have any monster-level experts like Horrifying, Fire Dance, Alluring Summer, and Shadow Sword. Very good. And here I thought you would only act after a significant number of energy crystals had dropped. This will save me the trouble of looking for you. Heart Demon watched Zero Wings' team approach through narrowed eyes. With a wave of his hand, he said, I'm not like Old Wind and Old Sword. I prefer to settle troublesome matters as soon as possible. Everyone, attack. Do not let any of them get away. Blackwater and Starlink's experts swarmed toward Zero Wings' team under Heart Demon's command. However, once these experts got within 20 yards of Zero Wings' ream, a silver-armored woman wielding a golden greatsword emerged from the group. This woman brandished her greatsword at Blackwater and Starlink's many experts. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. The silver-armored woman executed 5 consecutive attacks, sending 5 sword lights flying at her opponents. Wherever the sword lights passed, they left behind a pitch-black spatial tear, following which the 5 golden lights enveloped the advancing players. When the light finally faded, Blackwater and Starlink had less than 20 players on their team. The rest had transformed into countless particles of light and vanished suddenly. The battlefield was eerily silent. Chapter 2101, Monster Galore. The dissipating particles of light looked like fading fireworks on Battlefield Number 3. Gentle Snow, who stood among the fading particles, looked like a war goddess that had just descended onto the battlefield, her silver armor and golden greatsword only adding to her sacred, majestic beauty. However, the only thing the watching players felt when they looked at her was panic. How? Dust Blood could not believe his eyes. Gentle Snow had just slain more than 100 experts from Starlink and Blackwater. Every one of those experts had even posed a threat to him, yet they had been nothing more than pests before Gentle Snow. With 5 slashes, she had wiped out 80% of the 2 superpowers joint team, and those that had survived had less than 50% of their HP remaining. Is she really a player? Spatial tears? Can current players even be this strong? The various major powers exerts nearby couldn't help but watch Gentle Snow in fear. If she had used some sort of dazzling technique or powerful skill to defeat those experts, they'd, at most, be amazed. After all, that strength would have been on par with monster-level experts. However, that was clearly not the case here. Gentle Snow hadn't used a superb combat technique or skill at all. She had simply relied on brute force. With her extraordinary speed and strength, she had stomped on more than 100 Refinement realm experts as if she were stomping on an anthill. This was 10 times more shocking than if she had defeated her opponents with a combat technique or skill. The system prohibited players from using tools or berserk skills in the auction arena, yet Gentle Snow had displayed strength that defied common sense. Only Tier 4 attacks and above could cause spatial tears. Even God's Domain's current monster-level experts could, at most, exhibit the strength of upper-rank Tier 3. Although the difference between Tier 4 and upper-rank Tier 3 didn't seem major, it was actually massive. It was like the difference between a Grand Lord and a mythic-ranked monster. Even Horrifying was astonished. He had to admit that fragmented legendary items were truly amazing. Gentle Snow currently carried 2 top-tier fragmented legendary items, and both were strength-based and quite compatible with the Berserker class. Furthermore, one of the items was a 2-handed weapon. As Gentle Snow reached higher levels, her strength would only rise to frightening levels. Purely comparing their strengths, Gentle Snow's was even higher than Horrifying's, and her physique rivaled his. When Gentle Snow had been questing, she had miraculously discovered a bloodline called the Great Earth Bloodline. Although it was a basic bloodline, it focused on improving a player's strength. Although this newfound strength didn't help Gentle Snow become as powerful as a mythic monster, she wasn't far from it. She was truly a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. She has Tier 4 strength? After watching Gentle Snow's display, Heart Demon couldn't help but tense with fear. I'd rather fight old experts like Sword Demon than face a player with Tier 4 strength. With such an overwhelming advantage, Gentle Snow could easily outmaneuver any of his offensive or defensive moves. Fighting this female berserker head-on would be suicidal. While everyone was shocked over Gentle Snow's terrifying strength, the crimson-clad Zhao Yueru, who stood some distance behind her berserker friend, had finally finished casting her spell. Go! Zhao Yueru shouted as she waved her staff. Tier 2 Curse Scorching Thorns. Suddenly, hundreds of burning flowers appeared above Starlink and Blackwater's remaining experts. Under Zhao Yueru's control, these fire flowers shed thorns that rained down on her targets. Every one of these fire thorns had the strength to rival a Grand Lord of the same level. Moreover, her attacks were precise and numerous, making them impossible to dodge. Boom. 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 A series of explosions shook the battlefield, followed by towering pillars of fire that rose into the air, one after another. When the flames subsided, only 3 peak experts from the 2 guilds remained alive. Everyone else had burned to death. This turn of events broke the spectators' minds. Isn't she a little too powerful? Another monster? Just how much power has Zero Wing hidden? Everyone was in shock as they stared at Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru. Although none of them wanted to believe it, they had no choice after witnessing such a dazzling display. She's even stronger than before? Yi Luofei, who sat in the spectator stands, was dumbfounded by Zhao Yueru's performance. She had a far better understanding of how powerful the woman was than the other spectators around her. If not for the auction arena's restrictions, Yi Luofei guessed that Zhao Yueru could even solo Heart Demon. However, Yi Luofei was even more surprised by the woman's improved combat standards. When Yi Luofei had fought Zhao Yueru in the Black Dragon Empire, the latter had only been at the Refinement realm, but now, she had moved beyond that, and Yi Luofei could see hints of Black Flame's abilities in Zhao Yueru's performance. Although she wasn't as powerful as Black Flame, Zhao Yueru had displayed incredible control over her spell. Yi Luofei doubted that she could control hundreds of fire thorns as well as Zhao Yueru. How much time had actually passed since the ranking competition in the Black Dragon Empire? Improving one's combat standards wasn't as easy as upgrading one's equipment. It took a lot of time and effort to improve combat standards. A few months shouldn't be long enough, yet Zhao Yueru had managed it. Could it be because of Zero Wing? Yi Luofei could not help but wonder. What did Zero Wing do? There was the same situation with Graceful Moon. Before joining Zero Wing, Graceful Moon had only been a relatively talented expert, but nothing compared to true geniuses. And yet, she had actually defeated 3 Refinement realm experts from top-ranked first-rate guilds by herself. Now, Zhao Yueru displayed similarly frightening improvements. The various superpowers members that watched from the sidelines had fallen silent. They no longer looked down at Zero Wing in ridicule. Rather, they looked on in fear. Everyone had thought that Blackwater and Starlink had battlefield number 3 in the bag, but now, only Heart Demon remained of the 120+ experts on the team. On the other hand, none of Zero Wing's members had taken damage. This didn't look good for Heart Demon. Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru might not be domain realm experts, but they had the combat power to rival domain experts. These 2 women might actually be even more difficult to deal with than actual domain realm experts. Moreover, these women's classes complemented each other perfectly. The only option Heart Demon had left was a retreat. The old monster didn't have a second option. Damn it. How does Zero Wing have so many players with such monstrous attributes? Jin Yang, who watched via one of the gigantic, hovering magic mirrors, paled when he saw the one-sided battle. The fact that Zero Wing had monsters like Fire Dance, Alluring Summer, and Shadow Sword was already unbelievable, but now, 2 more monsters stepped out of the shadows. For a moment Jin Yang even wondered if Zero Wing had found a way to cheat. However, he very quickly recovered his composure. Although Zero Wing now held an overwhelming advantage in 2 of the 5 battlefields, there were still 3 other battlefields. As long as Blackwater and Starlink dealt with the smaller guild on these battlefields, Zero Wing might still lose this competition. Only, the hope didn't last long as the other magic mirrors displayed more scenes that shattered Jin Yang's fantasies. In battlefield number 2, Zero Wing's Violet Cloud fought Mad Demon to a standstill. Moreover, Cola and Blackie trampled over Starlink and Blackwater's experts alongside her. In the end, Zero Wing secured an overwhelming victory in this battlefield. As well, in battlefield number 4, Aqua Rose and Turtledove worked together, displaying absurdly high combat power and holding their advantage over Blackwater and Starlink's experts. Wearing the Crystal Light set, Silent Blade, Remnant Cloud, and 7 Light easily overwhelmed the 2 superpowers peak experts in battlefield number 5 with their superior basic attributes. For a time, an uproar shook the auction arena. Nobody had dreamed that Zero Wing was actually so powerful. The guild had an absolute advantage in all 5 battlefields, increasing its collection of energy crystals. The first 3 battlefields were practically Zero Wing's home turf. The guild claimed over 70% of the energy crystals in these maps. The watching crowd only snapped out of its daze after the competition's ending bell had rung. In the end, Zero Wing secured first place in the auction arena with an overwhelming number of energy crystals. The system then repeated the results throughout Star Moon Kingdom 5 times. Not only had Zero Wing won White River City's auction house, but it had become one of the few guilds that owned one throughout God's domain. Chapter 2102, New Era. Once the competition reached its official end, the surviving participants were teleported out of their respective battlefields. Zero Wing's participants were transported to the auction arena's podium. When Zero Wing's 107 participants appeared on the gorgeous platform hovering in the center of the auction arena, they instantly became the center of everyone's attention. The magic mirrors across the city displayed this scene, so almost everyone in White River City had their eyes on Zero Wing's representatives. We won. Our guild won. The innumerable Zero Wing members throughout the city cheered excitedly when they saw their guild mates on the platform. White River City's citizens were not the only ones amazed by this outcome. Practically every player in power in Star Moon Kingdom was stunned. With just 107 players, Zero Wing had held White River City against 4 superpowers. Moreover, it had won the competition by a landslide. This was practically a dream. When the system had announced the auction arena's activation, even players who had just joined God's domain knew that the auction arenas would become a playground for the various superpowers. Lesser powers had no place in the competitions. Even if they wanted to fight for an NPC city's auction house, they'd have to wait for the second round of promoted NPC cities. Ordinary powers couldn't hope to understand the superpowers' level of strength. This fact had been proven true multiple times in God's domain already. Even before the auction arena system, countless powers had fallen, caught in the crossfire between competing superpowers. Even first-rate guilds had fallen which ordinary players already considered unreachable. Hence, nobody had expected for White River City's auction arena to end like this. By the time Horrifying, Zero Wing's guild leader held up the crystalline certificate that granted the guild the management rights over White River City's auction house, the arena's atmosphere had reached its peak. I finally have it. Horrifying burned with excitement as he gazed at the crystalline certificate that glowed with a multicolored light. In his previous life, he had been forced to watch the various major powers obtain control of the auction houses in NPC cities from the spectator stands. In this life, however, not only had his guild secured an NPC city's auction house, but Zero Wing was also one of the first guilds to do so. Countless Zero Wing members shouted their elation throughout White River City, their voices echoing down every street. It seemed like these players were trying to tell the world that from today, Zero Wing was White River City's true overlord. Now that Zero Wing had control of White River City's auction house, it had control over the city's economic lifeline. Even if multiple superpowers moved against Zero Wing, they couldn't touch the guild in this city. Moreover, Zero Wing now had an additional income source, which would guarantee a certain level of the guild's development. Zero Wing's position in Star Moon Kingdom was also unshakable now. Surpassing the guild within its kingdom was nearly impossible after this victory. In addition, as one of the first guilds to win the management rights to an NPC city's auction house, Zero Wing qualified to contest with the various superpowers for neutral maps. With a nigh-impenetrable mean headquarters, Zero Wing could afford to send more manpower to neutral maps. Now, Zero Wing truly had the potential to become a superpower in the future. A superpower. Countless powers and players in the virtual gaming world dreamed of commanding such power. When Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose saw the crystalline certificate in Horrifying's hand, they were just as emotional and excited. Neither of them ever thought that Zero Wing would reach this point as the guild's core upper echelons. No one understood Zero Wing better than they did. The fact that Zero Wing had started as a guild with nothing, yet developed into something so powerful so rapidly was a miracle. Although some assumed otherwise, Zero Wing truly lacked a background. It didn't even have any financial support from major companies. Zero Wing had reached this point by relying on its own abilities. It wasn't anything like the various large guilds that didn't have to worry about needing funds. Black Flame has really tricked me. It's no wonder why Zero Wing has always been uninterested in the various superpowers' olive branches, going so far as to provoke multiple superpowers. Galaxy Past, who sat in the spectator stands, couldn't help his rueful sigh as he watched Horrifying and the other Zero Wing members bask in their glory. When he thought back to his plan of surpassing Zero Wing with the Star Alliance, He found the idea laughable surpass. How was the Star Alliance going to do that? The 107 players on the levitating platform were enough to make the best first-rate guilds tremble in fear, not to mention Zero Wing's potential for growth. He more or less understood why Gentle Snow, Ouroboros's former guild leader, had joined Zero Wing. Many first-rate and pseudo-super first-rate guilds had reached out to Gentle Snow when Blackwater had annexed Ouroboros, but in the end she had chosen to join Zero Wing, becoming a laughingstock. This is strange, guild leader. Why do I feel like the various major powers here are actually excited about this? Purple, I asked strangely as she looked around her. Zero Wing had won this competition. The various major powers present shouldn't have anything to do with this victory, yet they acted as if Zero Wing had won this auction arena for them. It's only natural, Galaxy Past said, chuckling. Zero Wing broke the superpower's undefeatable curse and birthed a new era, so of course, the various major powers are excited. A new era? Realization dawned on Purple. Jade superpowers had always been undefeatable in God's domain. Only other superpowers could contend with a superpower. In fact, this was common sense in the virtual gaming world. Although there had been instances of a non-superpower defeating some of God's domain's superpowers, these fights had been mere squabbles. They proved nothing. Moreover, these victors had relied on super-powerful items with limited effective periods. These items only allowed non-superpowers to shine for a limited time, and there was no relation between these items and a power's true strength. At most, these powers had attracted others' attention and envy. However, the auction arena tested the participating powers' comprehensive strength. No external items were allowed in the competition. Moreover, the various participating superpowers took this competition very seriously. Thus, Zero Wing was the first non-superpower to achieve true victory over multiple superpowers. This victory also proved that superpowers could be defeated. Interesting. The superpowers actually lost. It seems the era of superpowers' rule over God's domain has finally come to an end. After today, this is the era of new powers like us. In one of White River City's crowded advanced bars, upper echelons from powers that had been operated in secret began to grow restless after witnessing the auction house competition's outcome. Meanwhile, like the plague, news of Zero Wing's victory in White River City's auction arena spread throughout God's domain, reaching every major power and superpower on the continent. Chapter 2103, Uproar in Star Moon Kingdom. After Zero Wing won White River City's auction house, the various superpowers received the surprising news in less than 10 minutes. Although White River City was not an important NPC city, it was one of the first cities to have an active auction arena system. Naturally, the various superpowers wouldn't let it slip through their grasp yet, despite 4 superpowers fighting to secure the auction house. A non-superpower, Zero Wing, had won the competition. No matter how the various superpowers considered the news, it was unbelievable. The unexpected development made the superpowers suspicious. They all suspected that Zero Wing had support from a super guild or a major corporation. However, regardless of their assumptions, Zero Wing's name had made it onto their lists, becoming a target to pay close attention to. After all, now that Zero Wing had secured an NPC city's auction house, it had gained a tremendous amount of financial strength. Moreover, this new income source was stable and beyond other powers' influence. With this, Zero Wing was one step closer to becoming a true superpower. Zero Wing succeeded. Phoenix Rain could not help but be surprised when she read the report from her subordinate before the auction arena competition. She had expressed her willingness to dispatch a portion of her strength to assist Zero Wing with Sherphone, but he had rejected her offer. She had later learned that 4 superpowers had intended to fight for White River City. Even she would struggle to win White River City's auction house with so many powerful opponents, yet the latest report stated that Zero Wing had emerged victorious. Moreover, its victory had been overwhelming. No matter how she looked at it, the situation didn't seem realistic. She had watched Zero Wing rise from the ground up personally, but she didn't understand how Zero Wing had become so powerful. For a moment, she even wondered if her subordinate had mistyped the victor's name to Zero Wing. Big Sis Rain, we've just received a message from the Great Pavilion Master. He wants to hold an elder meeting and requests your attendance. He says that it's related to Zero Wing, Blue Phoenix excitedly announced as she rushed into the room. I got it. Phoenix Rain could not help her bitter smile when she heard the message. She had wanted to help Zero Wing. She hadn't thought that it would help her instead. Or Empire, Crimson Flame Fortress. After a long period of development, the Crimson Flame Fortress's operations could rival that of a small NPC city. Including the NPC soldiers that guarded the fortress, it had become one of the safest rest areas in the Ore Empire, and it was very close to the Ore capital city. By using the fortress's teleportation function, players could reach the regional dungeon very quickly. As a result, the fortress had become exceptionally popular among players. However, tension dominated Blackwater's residence in the Crimson Flame Fortress. Jing Yang, who stood in the Vice Guild leader's office, was drenched in sweat. Zero Wing sure has a lot of experts. Xuanwu Chisa wore a faint smile as she finished reading Jing Yang's report. Neither joy nor sadness filled Xuanwu Chisa's voice, yet those who heard it would feel an extraordinarily frightening pressure. Even South Time, who stood behind Jing Yang, felt his legs wobble for a moment. Vice Guild leader, Zero Wing's strength has truly exceeded our expectations. Do we still intend to put pressure on the guild after this? A blue-clad, elderly man, who radiated a much stronger aura than South Time's, asked. Zero Wing had enough apex experts to rival an ordinary superpower. Superpowers would have a very difficult time harassing the guild with their own apex experts. Zero Wing now had the strength to surround and defeat apex experts. On the off chance that its experts killed Blackwaters, the consequences would be severe. Apex experts were incredibly important assets to a superpower, and a single death could be dire for a superpower's development. Moreover, with the strength Shifeng had displayed thus far, Zero Wing wouldn't likely need to launch a large-scale offensive to deal with hostile apex experts. Shifeng alone would be more than enough to get the job done. The only option Blackwater had left involved mobilizing all of its apex combatants to wage a war of attrition against Zero Wing. However, doing so would not benefit either side. Blackwater's development would stagnate, and it would fall behind other superpowers. They had to avoid that method unless absolutely necessary. This was why the various superpowers rarely mobilized their apex experts to resolve conflicts with other superpowers, dispatching peak exerts, at most, to fight. Apex experts played a crucial role in acquiring powerful items, and superpowers couldn't afford any hindrances to their development normally. Superpowers also had the option of an economic war, but now that Zero Wing had White River City's auction house, its financial prowess was likely unshakable. Of course, we are continuing, Xuanwu Chisa said as she eyed the blue-clad elder beside her. This is merely the start of Zero Wing's tragedy. Starlink has won auction houses in 3 NPC cities, including Dark Knight cities. This has substantially increased the guild's overall strength. With the Starlink Corporation's support, Starlink will only grow stronger. Although it failed to take White River City from Zero Wing, it won't let the smaller guild off the hook so easily. Understood. I'll make the necessary arrangements. The blue-clad elder bowed and left the room. After the blue-clad elder, Jing Yang, and the others left, Xuanwu Chisa restarted the battle video of the competition for White River City's auction arena. At one point, she began to smile. Black flame, huh? Xuanwu Chisa's eyes narrowed as she focused on the moment Shifeng had killed Sword Demon. Laughing, she said, "How interesting. The fact that you have grown your guild from nothing is truly amazing. It seems you have quite a few secrets, but turning a guild into a titan in God's domain isn't such an easy task. Show me how much you can grow." Meanwhile, joy dominated White River City streets. Zero Wing's members celebrated throughout the city like it was New Year's Eve. Now that Zero Wing had control of the city's auction house, its position as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord was stable. Any power that picked a fight with the guild in Star Moon Kingdom would simply be asking for an early death. Although Zero Wing had only secured the management rights to White River City's auction house, White River City had the highest player population of any city in the kingdom. Merchant and lifestyle players frequently gathered here, and various products flowed through the city every day. Any power that wanted to develop in Star Moon Kingdom couldn't avoid visiting White River City's auction house. It was easy to imagine the consequences if a power were barred from the city's auction house because of this. Star Moon Kingdom's various powers forbade their members from provoking Zero Wing under any circumstances once Zero Wing had secured White River City's auction house. Any player that ignored the order would be instantly banished from the organization, and no power in Star Moon Kingdom would accept the banished player. Even the kingdom's dark players were a little intimidated by Zero Wing before this turn of events. They had been able to move about the kingdom without fear, but as time passed, the merchandise in White River City began to have greater influence on their daily lives in God's domain. Furthermore, if they wanted to fetch a good price for the items they sold, White River City's auction house was the best place to go. If they made it onto Zero Wing's blacklist, their relationship with the auction house would be severed at the same time. Zero Wing's new position and influence in the kingdom attracted an unprecedented number of players who wanted to join the guild in the past. Zero Wing's position as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord hadn't been infallible, but now, it was truly unshakable. Taking into account the guild's incredible performance in the auction arena, players who wanted to leech off of others' success and those who wanted to improve their own strength swarmed to join Zero Wing. Carrot. In less than an hour after the auction arena's conclusion, Zero Wing had received more than 200,000 applications. Many among them were experts that could reach the trial tower's 5th floor, and some were even half-step refinement realm experts. It astonished Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. First-rate guilds offered high prices and instant promotions to core member to recruit half-step refinement realm experts, yet many of these experts approached Zero Wing, wanting to join even if they had to start out as normal members. However, the situation didn't surprise Horrifying. Zero Wing was only a step away from becoming a superpower now, and it was normal to receive membership applications from half-step refinement realm experts. Moreover, the threshold Zero Wing needed to cross to become a superpower wasn't like what other first-rate guilds faced. Other guilds typically lacked sufficient peak and apex experts when trying to become a superpower, but Zero Wing only lacked certain developmental aspects. Growing the guild was much easier to accomplish than nurturing peak and apex experts. Of course, Zero Wing didn't actually have any real peak or apex experts. The players the guild had shown off in the auction arena had been forcibly created through powerful weapons, equipment, and skills. However, with the Lost Town and Zero Wing's many combat techniques, the guild wasn't far behind the various superpowers in its ability to nurture experts. Moreover, as the workshop perfected the facilities in Zero Wing's main headquarters, it would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing's methods were even more effective than the various superpowers. While Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose organized the guild's new members, Horrifying made his way to White River City's City Hall. Even after securing the management rights to NPC City's auction houses in the past, the various powers had only treated these auction houses as important income sources. They had failed to recognize the management rights' true value. Someone had only discovered the true value of NPC auction houses after more than a year had passed since the auction arena system had been introduced. When this discovery had gone public, many powers had hated themselves for not investigating NPC auction houses thoroughly. If they had paid more attention, they would have been able to elevate their development to a whole new level. What the various powers had failed to discover was the fact that NPC auction houses could be linked with player-constructed auction houses. The process of doing so was troublesome, but compared to the potential harvest, it wasn't worth mentioning. After waiting in the City Hall for some time, a level 150, Tier 3 senior administrator approached Horrifying. Lord Count, I apologize for the long wait. The magistrate is in his study. Please follow me, the senior administrator respectfully addressed Horrifying. All right. Horrifying nodded. He then followed the senior administrator to the staircase that led to the top floor. Chapter 2104, Proper Use of the Auction House. Under the senior administrator's lead, Horrifying arrived at a quiet and elegant study. The study was not particularly large. It had only 2 bookshelves, which were filled with dilapidated books. Some of the books didn't even have a cover. At a glance, one could tell that these books were considerably old. Some of them even exuded a faint trace of divine might. In God's domain, every item capable of exuding divine might was extraordinarily valuable as past possessions of gods, and having been bathed in the aura of gods for long periods. Among items that exuded divine might, books were especially valuable, since they recorded either a topic that interested gods or knowledge left behind by gods. Some even recorded hints and instructions on how to become a Tier 6 god. Hence, even a useless book that exuded divine might could sell for thousands of gold on the market. Their value easily rivaled an ordinary piece of epic equipment. Meanwhile, more than 50 of such books were sitting on the 2 bookshelves. So, this is the study of White River City Hall? Horrifying was astonished as he gazed at the 2 bookshelves. From an ordinary player's perspective, there was nothing special about a magistrate meeting a player in his study. After all, the magistrate would not always remain in one location inside the City Hall. However, what most people didn't know was that magistrates normally wouldn't ever meet with players in their studies. Only the manager of an NPC city's auction house would be allowed to visit the study of the respective city's City Hall. One could say that this was a special privilege of auction house managers. Any other player would most likely never set foot in a City Hall study. Tier 6 God-ranked players were no exception. One could also say that a City Hall study was the most fortified location inside an NPC city. This wasn't because the study was protected by amazing magic arrays, but because it was located in a special space. Like in Otherworld, unless one gained permission to access it, even Tier 6 gods wouldn't be able to enter the study at this time. Magistrate Weissman was sitting behind an office desk and reading a book made of pure gold under the sunlight shining through the window behind him. Compared to the previous time Sherfong met Weissman, the current Weissman was already a level 200. Tier 5 Grand Wizard. This could be considered one of the benefits of White River City being one of the first NPC cities to get promoted in God's domain. With a Tier 5 NPC guarding White River City, even Tier 4 players would not dare act rampantly inside the city. The security level of the city was on an entirely different level compared to that of ordinary NPC cities. Players could develop themselves here without worrying about small incidents ruining all their investments in the city. Yuri here. Do you have some business with me? Weissman asked as he looked at Sherfong with a friendly smile. Due to his promotion in tiers, Weissman's intellect had received further improvement. The NPC was now capable of acting much more like an ordinary human being. He even perfectly suppressed his aura. If one did not use an identification skill on Weissman, they would most likely treat him as an ordinary old man. Lord Magistrate, I wish to make the city more prosperous, so I want to link White River City's auction house with the auction house of another city. I hope I can gain your permission to do so. Sherfong answered. An auction house was an important economic pillar for a city. An auction house's development was a city's development, and the prosperity of an auction house was a city's prosperity. In the past, the powers merely treated the NPC auction houses they acquired as an ATM and the key to controlling an NPC city. They failed to understand that NPC auction houses were actually a tool for hastening the development of guild towns. This function had only been discovered more than a year after the auction arena system's introduction into the game. A year. With the popularity and income that an NPC auction house brought, 1 year was more than enough to elevate a guild town into an advanced city. However, as the various powers failed to discover this function, even more than 2 years after God's Domain's launch in the past, there hadn't been a single advanced guild city in the game. Even the existing intermediate cities back then had still been far from becoming advanced cities. Without the help of an NPC auction house, even 3 to 5 years of development wouldn't be enough to elevate an intermediate city to an advanced city. Guild towns and cities were a guild's foundation for development in God's domain. Meanwhile, there was an enormous difference between guild towns and cities of different ranks, especially when an intermediate city was promoted into an advanced city. Although the change was mostly quantitative, the difference was massive. Moreover, some special constructions that assisted players in their development could be constructed only in advanced cities. Hence, when the various powers received news about this function, they had all been filled with regret. Had they known about this function early on, they would have been able to elevate their guild's development speed and the standard of players in their territory to a whole new level. This was particularly true for the standard of players. As players reached higher levels, the maps inside kingdoms and empires would become inadequate for players seeking to improve themselves. This improvement wasn't limited to levels, it referred to clearing the Tier 3 promotion quest as well. Level 100 was a massive turning point for players in God's domain. Not only were level 100 monsters much more difficult to handle than level 99 monsters, but it was also the minimum level at which players could get promoted to Tier 3. Meanwhile, the precondition for promotion to Tier 3 was development in neutral maps. However, as luck would have it, level 100 plus neutral maps were extremely dangerous, so dangerous that even Tier 2 experts would struggle to survive in them. Most importantly, the environment in these neutral maps was extremely severe. Low ambient mana, like in the Witch's Hill, was only the least of the environmental challenges in these level 100 plus neutral maps. If players wanted to have an easier time developing in these level 100 plus neutral maps, they needed to rely on the support of a guild city. Developing in a level 100 plus neutral map was akin to walking through a barren desert with a guild city serving as an oasis. However, proper player development in level 100 plus neutral maps depended largely on the rank of the guild city. In level 100 plus neutral maps, a basic city was only the baseline for survival for Tier 2 players. That was right, survival. Basic cities merely protected players from dying from unexpected events. Only after reaching the intermediate standard would a guild city be able to provide players with a better life in neutral maps. Guild cities that had reached the advanced standard could provide players with comfortable lives even in level 100 plus neutral maps. Tier 3 promotion would also become considerably easier, which was the reason why the various powers of God's domain had been so desperate to obtain an advanced city of their own in the past. If a power could upgrade its guild city to the advanced standard early on, the speed of conversion to Tier 3 and the number of players converted would increase significantly. Said power could then widen the gap between itself and other powers. This was also the reason why Horrifying was so desperate to secure White River City's auction house. After all was said and done, superpowers were still superpowers. Zero Wing could not hope to match the resources and manpower they had on hand. Although everyone believed that Zero Wing was only one small step away from becoming a superpower, they failed to realize that a gigantic gap remained between Zero Wing and an actual superpower. Moreover, as more time passed, this gap would only become increasingly obvious, the so-called snowball effect. Currently, even the best players in God's domain had just started their journey in Tier 2, so the difference might not be so obvious. However, after players reached Tier 3, the gap would be glaring if he did not set up a sturdy foundation for Zero Wing now. Then once the various superpowers of God's domain started obtaining Tier 3 players, he might be able to protect himself, but Zero Wing might not be able to defend itself against superpowers. Link with the auction house of another city. Weissman put down the book in his hands and entered deep thought when he heard Horrifying's words. Before long, he said, "It's not exactly impossible, but this matter will be very difficult to accomplish. If you fail, you'll have to pay a considerable price. Are you truly willing to accept this task?" "Yes." Horrifying nodded seriously. He had long since known about this point, as he wouldn't have visited Weissman without preparation. "Which town or city would you choose?" Weissman asked. "Stone Forest Town." Horrifying replied. The Witch's Hill Zero Wing City was built in was a precious leveling ground. He couldn't possibly move Zero Wing City to a neutral map. Stone Forest Town, however, was a different story. The Stoneclaw Mountains the town was built in was already starting to lose popularity among players. Moreover, Stone Forest Town was already an advanced town and only a step away from becoming a basic city. He naturally had to prioritize its development. Although linking an NPC auction house with a guild town's auction house was slightly more difficult than doing so for a guild city's auction house, the difficulty was only on the standard of an epic team quest. To Horrifying's current self, completing such a quest would be no problem at all. "Alright, as White River City's magistrate, I will grant you this authority. Here are the tasks you need to complete. I hope you can succeed," Weissman said as he took out a parchment and handed it to Horrifying. Meanwhile, the moment Horrifying accepted the parchment, a system notification entered his ears. "System, you have accepted the Inferior Legendary Quest, Road of Prosperity. Chapter 2105, Road to Tier 3. An Inferior Legendary Quest." Horrifying was stunned when he saw the system notification. As far as he could remember, the quest to link an NPC auction house to a guild cities had only neared epic rank. Even if it were slightly more difficult to accomplish, the quest shouldn't be more difficult than an epic team quest. He had never heard of an inferior legendary ranked version. Although there was only one rank between inferior legendary quests and epic quests, the actual difficulty difference was massive. This was like the difference between peak and apex experts. Even apex experts would face extreme risks when completing an inferior legendary quest, and that was with the support of a superpower. Without a superpower behind them, completing an inferior legendary quest would require heaven-defying luck. During Horrifying's brief moment of shock, he received another system notification. "System, congratulations. You are the first player to activate the Road to Prosperity in God's domain. There will be no penalties for failing the quest. Upon quest completion, you will be awarded an additional Peak Construction Design or Gold Town Promotion Order." A Peak Construction Design or Gold Town Promotion Order? Horrifying began to grow excited as he read this second notification. Both the Peak Construction Design and the Gold Town Promotion Order were painfully difficult to acquire in God's domain. Either of these items was easily as valuable as a fragmented legendary item. Any peak construction could easily attract a flood of players, increasing a city's popularity. Peak constructions were also required to promote an advanced city to a main city. A guild city could only truly become a guild's main headquarters after becoming a main city, which even individual Tier 5 players would find difficult to take down. To destroy a main city, one would need a group of Tier 5 players or a Tier 6 God-ranked player. This was also why only guilds with a main city were considered true first-rate guilds. First-rate guilds generally had quite a few Tier 5 players under their command, and with the home ground advantage, these Tier 5 players could exhibit far greater combat power than ordinary Tier 5 players. Hence, even the various superpowers had invested a lot of time and effort to destroy a first-rate guild's main city. In the past, some superpowers had even spent 2 or 3 months trying to destroy a first-rate guild's main city. As for the Gold Town promotion order, it allowed players to promote an advanced town to a basic city unconditionally. Every superpower dreamed of commanding a basic city at this stage of the game. Not only would a basic city provide a stable source of income, but it would also allow its ruling superpower to control more territory. At the same time, a basic city was the basis for survival and level 100 plus neutral maps. God's domain had plenty of level 100 plus neutral maps, and every one of them had its own characteristics and resources. Occupying one of these neutral maps would certainly benefit a guild's members as they grew stronger. God's domain's current powers desperately needed both the peak construction design and the Gold Town promotion order. Even though it would still be some time before players reached level 100, much would need to be done before they could explore level 100 neutral maps. Many powers in the past had only begun to prepare after players had reached level 90, and by then, it had been too late. Ideally, powers should prepare to explore level 100 neutral maps once players reached level 80. Players would need potions and items that would help counter the harsh environments players would encounter in neutral maps, for example. To amass these potions and items, the various powers would need to improve their lifestyle players' standards. They would also need to grind for recipes and designs. If a power only began to prepare for this expansion after players reached level 90, it wouldn't be ready in time, and superpowers were no exception. Its development in level 100 neutral maps would stagnate, and the process of elevating its expert players to Tier 3 would be affected. Zero Wing's foundations were still flimsy. Hence, Horrifying needed to prepare for exploring level 100 neutral maps as soon as possible. After all, after reaching Tier 2, players would need about the same amount of time for each level up before level 100. It only seemed like players' leveling speed decreased as they reached higher levels due to increased PvP encounters, which, in turn, resulted in more deaths than necessary. In addition, top-tier weapons and equipment became more difficult to acquire. Thinking up to this point, Horrifying promptly unfurled the parchment. Weissman had given him the parchment listed all the conditions that he would need to fulfill. Once he met these conditions, White River City's auction house would link with the auction house in Stone Forest Town as expected of an inferior legendary quest. These conditions are absurd. Horrifying frowned as he read the parchment. To put it simply, he needed to obtain 100 units of 7 Luminaries Crystal and complete one hero-ranked Crusade quest. Although the quest only had 2 conditions, fulfilling both would even be a challenge for the various superpowers. The various superpowers likely didn't even know what a Hero Crusade quest was. A Hero Crusade quest was also known as a Kingdom Crusade quest. Even an entire kingdom would struggle to complete such a quest, so they were usually commissioned through the Adventurers Association. In the past, even the various superpowers had considered Hero Crusade quests absolute nightmares. In the past, first-rate guilds had been powerless when it came to Hero Crusade quests, and the various superpowers had sacrificed tens of thousands of expert players to complete them. Even Apex experts had died multiple times during the quest. Now, the system wanted him to complete one such quest just to connect 2 auction houses. Obtaining 100 units of 7 Luminaries Crystal wasn't particularly difficult for Horrifying. After all, Zero Wing had already begun to explore the Tower of Time. Thus far, the guild had collected more than 50 units of 7 Luminaries Crystal. If he sent Cola and the other main force members to the tower, acquiring the rest of the required 7 Luminaries Crystals wouldn't be overly difficult. The Hero Crusade quest was the real problem. Ouroboros had once accepted a Hero Crusade quest when players had been around level 70. Their target had been the Lord of Fire in an ancient secret land. I can probably give it a go. After giving the matter some thought, Horrifying recalled the Hero Crusade quests in Starmoon Kingdom during his previous life. Of those he could remember, the only one he was confident of Zero Wing completing was the crusade against the Lord of Fire. Although Ouroboros had failed to defeat the Lord of Fire, the main reason for its defeat had been insufficient fire resistance. Ouroboros' members hadn't been able to withstand the Lord of Fire's attacks at all. A foreign superpower had arrived to hunt down the boss only after players had reached level 100. The achievement had sparked a huge commotion in Star Moon Kingdom. At the time, players could only complete a Hero Crusade quest once, and once it had been completed, it would vanish from God's domain forever. As long as a guild completed a Hero Crusade quest, it would be awarded a significant amount of guild popularity, which would attract more NPC nobles and even royalty to commission quests. A guild could even earn the appropriate deeds to become a territory lord, although trying to reach that rank was extremely difficult. After considering the matter for a moment, Shifeng decided to hunt down the Lord of Fire. Other powers might find it struggle to amass enough fire resistance to raid the Lord of Fire, but it wasn't an issue for Shifeng and his guild. He had already raided the Flame Demon King and obtained the Flame Demon's crown, a piece of top-tier fire resistance equipment, after all. Furthermore, Zero Wing was far stronger than Ouroboros had been. With the help of Master Fire Resistance potions, raiding the Lord of Fire was definitely possible for the guild. As Shifeng left the city hall and was about to head to the Candlelight trading firm to prepare for the Crusade quest, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, something major has just happened. A moment ago, Starlink made a move and invited every core member in our guild to join it. It is offering us 3 times what Zero Wing is paying, and it has poached a group of advanced lifestyle players from Candlelight. Starlink has started selling weapons and equipment for cred, causing our sales to plummet, Aqua Rose hurriedly reported. Everyone in the guild is talking about it. I guess Starlink finally gave in and is trying to suppress us with its financial power? Shifeng could not help but laugh. How can you laugh at a time like this, guild leader? We are already tight on credits. Now that Starlink is trying to sabotage us, many of the guild's members are growing concerned. If our people start to leave the guild, our development will likely stagnate, Aqua Rose said, exasperated at Shifeng's reaction. I get it. Notify Melancholic and Yulan, tell them to reduce our prices in the Dark Knight Empire and purchase the Empire's specialty materials at a high price. Since Starlink wants to cause trouble in Star Moon Kingdom, we'll do the same in the Dark Knight Empire. Shifeng calmly decided. Chapter 2106, Advanced Authority. Aqua Rose was stunned when she heard Shifeng's orders. Guild leader, are we really doing this? Aqua Rose hurriedly asked after snapping out of her daze. We're short on coins and credits right now because of the guild's development. I'm afraid that we won't last more than 2 days if we go through with this. Zero Wing had secured White River City's auction house, which significantly increased the guild's income, but the battle had also tremendously elevated the guild's fame, which had attracted more recruits and increased the guild's member count. Overall, the guild's funds were still stretched thin. Meanwhile, a large-scale price war wouldn't yield results quickly. It could even backfire on Zero Wing. Starlink was its opponent this time, and the superpower had immense financial strength. Moreover, Zero Wing would be attacking Starlink's home turf. Even when Zero Wing's coffers had been overflowing, it still hadn't been a match for Starlink. Not even superpowers like Unyielding Soul or Crimson Emperor dared to engage in a financial war against Starlink. How many coins can we save each day after including the income from White River City's auction house? Shifeng asked. After deducting the guild's necessary expenditures and including the funds we have on hand, we should be able to save around 35,000 gold per day, Aqua Rose said with a bitter smile. 35,000 gold was unquestionably a huge sum to current first-rate guilds. Many of them dreamed of saving so much in a single day. As guilds continued to develop, they encountered more necessary expenditures. Trying to wage a price war against a superpower on its home turf with just 35,000 gold per day was a joke. That money would be gone in 2 days, at most. Even if Zero Wing was generating more income each day, the guild could only afford to maintain its financial attack for around 5 days. Any longer and the war would affect the guild's development. That should be just barely enough. Shifeng mimicked Aqua's faint smile after giving the matter some thought. That's enough? For a moment, Aqua Rose wondered if she had misheard Shifeng. Either that, or she had accidentally told him the wrong numbers, stating the guild's net income as 350,000 rather than 35,000 MHM. That's enough. Just inform Melancholic and Yulan and tell them to see to the necessary preparations in the Dark Knight Empire, Shifeng said, nodding. He then disconnected the call and continued toward the Candlelight trading firm to prepare for the Lord of Fire raid. A few days ago, he wouldn't have been confident enough to start a price war with Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire, But he had already purchased 500 stamina gemstones from the 4-star wandering merchant Zal. The various major powers desperately needed stamina gemstones since they'd all started to explore neutral maps. Unfortunately, these neutral maps didn't have guild towns or cities yet where players could rest. Moreover, the various large guilds couldn't transfer their guild towns to these neutral maps yet, which meant that exploration relied entirely on players' strength and stamina. Meanwhile, the wealthier a neutral map was, the harsher its environment would be. As a result, players expended more stamina than normal when exploring these maps. Players would even consume stamina while standing still in some neutral maps, and even if they sat down to rest, their stamina recovery would only be enough to nullify the passive consumption rate. Players simply couldn't survive in these maps for long. Although there were some potions that aided in stamina recovery on the market, they were extremely rare. The various major powers usually saved these potions for their members, rarely selling them. Take Zero Wing, for example. Although Zero Wing could brew the exotic stamina potion, it only had 10 players that were capable of producing it, yet the guild had more than 500,000 members. After deducting the guild's needs, very few exotic stamina potions were left that could be sold on the market. This predicament only increased the stamina gemstone's value. First, the stamina gemstone did not have a set duration. It would not disappear after a certain period of use. Second, it did not have a level limit. Hence, players could use the stamina gemstone throughout their careers in God's domain. If players equipped 3 stamina gemstones, they wouldn't have to worry about stamina consumption when exploring neutral maps below level 100. Because of this, the various major powers had gone crazy for stamina gemstones in the past, each easily selling for 300 gold in an auction. While Horrifying prepared all sorts of fire resistance equipment and potions, players throughout Starmoon Kingdom had discovered Starlink's assault on Zero Wing, and a commotion erupted across the kingdom. Starlink has finally made its move. I knew Starlink couldn't take the embarrassment of losing to Zero Wing lying down. Even though Zero Wing has many experts, the competition between the various powers is one of finances. How can Zero Wing possibly compete with Starlink without any backers? Starlink is pretty impressive, though. It's actually poaching Zero Wing's members by offering to triple their salaries. I've heard that several hundred Zero Wing members have already left to join Starlink. Moreover, a large number of them are advanced lifestyle players. This will likely wound the Candlelight trading firm. I would be tempted, as well. After all, they get to join a superpower and earn 3 times their normal salary. That's not all Starlink is doing. I've heard that it started to buy Starmoon Kingdom's materials at a high price, too. It is also selling similar products to the Candlelight trading firm at a much lower price. As a result, Candlelight's player traffic has decreased. Zero Wing's in trouble now. It has just secured White River City's auction house after fighting so hard, and just as it has gained the funds to start on the path toward becoming a superpower, Starlink had jumped in and made such a move. Zero Wing's development will likely stagnate. Sure enough, superpowers shouldn't be casually provoked. By this point, Starmoon Kingdom's players had gained a better understanding of superpowers' wealth. Although they had recently held an optimistic view of Zero Wing's future, hoping that Zero Wing could emerge victorious from a price war with Starlink was unrealistic. Meanwhile, a gorgeous woman in dark purple robes entered one of White River City's advanced bars. As soon as she spotted the middle-aged man wearing pitch-black leather armor at the bar, she hurried up to him. "Commander, I've just received a message from the Seven Sins. Not only has Starlink successfully secured 3 auction houses, but it has also become an advanced member in the Secret Chamber of Commerce. As an advanced member, the first thing Starlink did was use its authority to hold an advanced union. It looks like Starlink is trying to kick Zero Wing out of secret," Iluafe immediately reported. "An advanced union?" Yen Tianxing could not help but shake his head and sigh as he said, "Sure enough, hoping that a guild with no background can become a superpower is a fool's dream. Since that is the case, let's return to the Black Dragon Empire." Within the Secret Chamber of Commerce, there were 2 levels of membership, basic and advanced. Not only did advanced members enjoy greater authority and have more access to the chamber's resources, but they could also hold an advanced union to propose changes to the chamber's other advanced members. As long as more than half of the advanced members agreed to the proposal, it would be enacted immediately. One of the potential proposals included expelling basic members from the chamber. However, becoming an advanced member in the secret chamber of commerce was extremely difficult. Not even all super guilds qualified for that level of membership, and Starlink's success in doing so was certainly shocking since Starlink was responsible for the proposal. Secret's advanced members would likely approve Zero Wing's removal to avoid provoking the superpower and prevent another from rising in God's domain. Now, not even the Secret Pavilion's objection could save Zero Wing from its fate. It was easy to imagine what end awaited Zero Wing if it lost access to the secret chamber of commerce's sales channel. Shurfeng, who busied himself in the candlelight trading firm, received a frustrated notification from Yuan Tianxin, as well. After today, Zero Wing was no longer a member of the secret chamber of commerce, and all dealings it had with the chamber would be cancelled immediately. Guild leader Black Flame, this decision is a result of the Advanced Union's agreement. Although the secret pavilion voted against it, the 5 other advanced members voted for the proposal. There was nothing the pavilion could do, Yuan Tianxin said apologetically. It's fine. It's the rules, after all. Although, I have to thank the pavilion for voting in Zero Wing's favor, Shurfeng said, chuckling. Although Zero Wing is no longer part of the secret chamber of commerce, if your guild needs anything, the secret pavilion can help with small matters. Just contact me if you need anything in the future. Yuan Tianxin sincerely offered thanks. Shurfeng nodded appreciatively as Shurfeng learned of Zero Wing's banishment from the secret chamber of commerce. News of the matter spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom, causing an uproar. Nobody would have imagined that Secret would annex Zero Wing without a second thought. With this, Zero Wing would find it even more difficult to survive Starlink's economic suppression. Zero Wing, didn't you want to play? I'll give you my full attention this time. Lu Xinglua, in the distant Dark Knight Empire, laughed when he received the latest report on Zero Wing. Previously, he hadn't had the time to deal with Zero Wing, but now that Starlink has secured its position as the Dark Knight Empire's overlord, neither Unyielding Soul nor Crimson Empire was a match for its prowess in the Empire. Now that he didn't have to worry about Starlink's position in the Empire, he had the time to punish Zero Wing for angering Starlink. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile and Yulan had just arrived in one of the 100 Flower Palace's shops in Dark Knight City that Zero Wing had taken over. Guild leader, all of Candlelight's shops in the Empire have been stocked with stamina gemstones and exotic stamina potions. We can start selling them at any time, Melancholic Smile reported after calling Shurfeng. Good. Begin the operation. Shurfeng commanded. It's about time we teach Starlink a lesson. Chapter 2107. Foolish to the extreme? Melancholic Smile and Yulan went to work the moment Shurfeng gave the command. In Zero Wing's name, they announced their intent to purchase the Dark Knight Empire's specialty materials at a high price and sell common goods at a low price. The post caused a commotion throughout the Empire the moment it went public. The Dark Knight Empire's players found the situation unbelievable. Insane. Zero Wing has gone insane. What? Is Zero Wing really starting a price war against Starlink? Practically everyone in the Dark Knight Empire knew of Zero Wing by this point. The guild had, after all, helped the 100 Flowers Palace resist Starlink's assault. It was no secret that Starlink had begun to use its financial prowess to suppress Zero Wing shortly after the auction arena had ended. However, no one had expected Zero Wing to pull a move like this in the Dark Knight Empire so soon after Starlink's actions in Starmoon Kingdom. Clearly, Zero Wing was retaliating. The news reached the Empire's various powers at lightspeed, and they all found Zero Wing's actions utterly astonishing. What are Zero Wing's people thinking? Are they unaware that Starlink has already secured Dark Knight City's auction house? Crimson Heart, the 100 Flowers Palace's first vice guild leader, said, flabbergasted. Starlink had already solidified its position as the Empire's overlord, and not even Unyielding Soul or Crimson Emperor would dare engage the superpower in a financial war. Moreover, Starlink had secured 2 other NPC auction houses. Its new financial strength was unimaginable. I've heard that Zero Wing's members have become jittery due to Starlink's suppression. Maybe Zero Wing is trying to raise morale and unite its members, Cleansed Rue commented. In her opinion, this was Zero Wing's only option. A guild's morale and unity were extremely important. If the guild were fractured, it would only be a matter of time before it crumbled. Even so, this is just playing with fire. This has basically announced Zero Wing's intentions to fight Starlink. If Zero Wing loses this financial war, it will only suffer more, Crimson Heart said. Moreover, economic warfare is very taxing on a guild. This isn't a field battle, it is a pure competition of wealth and resources. War weapons are useless here. Cleansed Rue fell silent after listening to Crimson Heart's reasoning. As Crimson Heart had said, fighting a price war would hinder a guild's operations, and the consequences of losing a war like this were far worse than losing a field war. While a guild could endure multiple defeats in a field war, a single loss in a financial war could force a guild to the brink of disbandment. Even worse, a guild would still suffer severe losses even if it won. To put it simply, there were no winners in an economic war. The Hundred Flowers Palace wasn't the only guild in the Dark Knight Empire that Zero Wing's actions had confused. Unyielding Soul also discussed the situation. Zero Wing has gone too far this time. Mu Qing could not help but sigh as he read the discussions on the Dark Knight Empire's official forums. Grandpa, Zero Wing has a gold mine like Zero Wing City, as well as White River City's auction house. Overall, it still has frightening financial strength. Starlink won't come out unscathed from a financial war with Zero Wing either. Mu Lingsha said other guilds might not recognize Zero Wing City's value, but as a superpower, Unyielding Soul was very aware of it. Aside from the daily entry fees, the teleportation services the city offered to players who wanted to visit the Otherworld Gate generated astonishing profits. The Otherworld Gate had many precious treasures to offer players, and the leveling speed in the area was incredible. Even players from Starmoon Kingdom's neighbors had begun to head toward the Otherworld Gate to level, not to mention the kingdom's players. The city's teleportation services likely earned Zero Wing as much money as White River City's auction house. _U_E severely underestimating Starlink. Don't forget that Starlink has taken control of Dark Knight Carrot House. In other words, it holds the city's economic lifeline in its palm, Mu Qing said, shaking his head. A single word from Starlink is enough to determine who can enter the auction house and who cannot. Furthermore, Starlink controls 3 total NPC auction houses. Even if one of the auction houses stops generating income, Starlink won't suffer for it. Starlink's influence over the Empire's players is leaps and bounds beyond Zero Wing's. Do you think that everyone would risk provoking Starlink for a little extra profit? After all was said and done, Zero Wing was not a superpower. Ignoring background, there was a massive difference between the two guilds in terms of the number of auction houses under their control. The main reason that Starlink dared to provoke Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom was the fact that Zero Wing only controlled one NPC auction house. If Zero Wing prohibited Starlink's customers from using its auction house, it would sever its own lifeline. However, the same couldn't be said for Starlink. This was the difference between these guilds' foundations. It was extremely foolish for Zero Wing to think that it could use Starlink's tactics against it. Trying to mimic the superpower suppression would only make Zero Wing's death even more miserable. I'll go and warn Zero Wing right away, Mu Lingsha said. It's too late, Mu Qing said, sighing. Zero Wing has already announced its intentions in this war using its own name. Every player in the Dark Knight Empire and Starmoon Kingdom knows what's happening. If Zero Wing gives up now, not only would the guild appear weak, but its players' unity would also shatter. Dark Knight City, Starlink's residence. Guild leader, everyone's discussing Zero Wing's declaration of war. Should we take further actions against the guild? Dawn Webb asked Lu Xingluo. Of course. Inform the public that whoever dares to sell the Empire's specialty materials to Zero Wing should give up any hope of setting foot in Dark Knight City's auction house ever again. Laughing, Lu Xingluo continued, I want to see just how Zero Wing plans to play this out. Understood. Dawn Webb promptly bowed and left the room. Dark Knight City's business district bustled with activity, and despite the late hour, players crowded the streets. As the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital, the various adventurer teams and guilds members gathered here. One could easily find level 64 expert players with a casual glance, and there were quite a few experts in level 60 fine gold equipment. The scene would be impossible to find in an ordinary NPC city. However, the Empire's various powers hadn't stationed their members in Dark Knight City because it was the Empire's capital, but because it was a hub for the Dark Knight Empire's merchant players. This ensured that the city had more resources than anywhere else in the Empire. If the Dark Knight Empire had something good to offer, it could be found in Dark Knight City. Items that were nearly impossible to find in other NPC cities were commonplace here, and the majority of these items flowed through Dark Knight City's auction house. Many players had become famous or wealthy overnight because they had chanced upon treasures selling for far less than they were worth in the city's auction house due to Starlink's ban on Zero Wing. No one was in a rush to visit the candlelight trading firm's shop in the business district. Very few players were willing to enter the shop since everyone was afraid of being banned from the city's auction house as well. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile and Yulon were dumbfounded as they stood in Candlelight's empty shop. They were purchasing materials at a 30% markup and selling commonly used goods for 30% less than market value. Yet only a small number of players had visited Candlelight's shops in the Empire since they had made their announcement over an hour ago. Anxious, Melancholic Smile contacted Shurfong and asked, "Guild leader, what should we do? Because of Starlink's ban, the players who visit Candlelight here only buy our low-priced goods. We're losing money and gaining nothing. We won't be able to affect Starlink's economy at this rate." "Starlink has banned us?" Shurfong laughed. "How quick of it. Guild leader, we're losing money here, yet you can still laugh?" Melancholic Smile asked, exasperated. "Now that Starlink has banned us, we can take action," Shurfong said. "Reveal the exotic stamina potions and stamina gemstones. Any player that wants to buy the exotic stamina potions can do so with the Empire's specialty materials. Auction off the stamina gemstones, but only to players who sell us 1 gold of specialty materials. Hopefully, Starlink keeps its word and goes through with the ban. I'll get it done," Melancholic Smile said, a joyful smile lighting up her face. Chapter 2108, Dark Knight Empire shaken. Although Melancholic Smile wasn't a combat player, she understood the exotic stamina potions and stamina gemstones value perfectly. Zero Wing's exchange prices for the exotic stamina potions rose each day, and now, not even the guild's basic elite members qualified to purchase the potions. The exotic stamina potions were only available to those who had been guild members for a long time, significantly contributed to the guild, and were advanced elite members. Moreover, advanced elite members were limited to 1 bottle every 3 days. Even so, the guild's daily supply wasn't enough to maintain its stock. It was clear how important the exotic stamina potions were to combat players. However, Melancholic Smile didn't find the situation unreasonable. Current players had moved beyond grinding within kingdoms and empires' borders. Most players ran toward neutral maps as soon as they were a high enough level. Not only did neutral maps offer more opportunities, but leveling in these maps also proved faster than the alternative. This was a part of God's domain's balance. Players wouldn't earn much if they developed in save areas, but if they took a risk, they could reap more rewards. The exotic stamina potions were a large part of the reason that Zero Wing's members had reached level 50 so quickly. The stamina gemstones were even more impressive. Although they weren't as powerful as the exotic stamina potions, they were everlasting. Moreover, the stamina gemstone would only become more effective as players reached higher levels. Players could use the gemstones forever, and they were a treasure that could give the various major powers a significant advantage over their competitors. Melancholic Smile immediately ordered a subordinate to set up a new counter for the exotic stamina potions. She also set up a small cabinet beside the counter to display the stamina gemstones and the necessary qualifications to bid for them in the auction. The moment these new features appeared in the shop, they attracted the few visiting players' attention. "Quick, look. There's a new counter. A new product." The independent players browsing the shop weren't from the Dark Knight Empire. They were merely visiting Dark Knight City to purchase and sell items. Hence, they didn't particularly care about Starlink's ban. Their base of operations wasn't in the Empire, and if they couldn't purchase items from Dark Knight City's auction house, they could simply visit an auction house in another empire. Since the candlelight trading firm was selling items below market price, they couldn't miss this opportunity to make a profit. So what if Zero Wing is pushing out a new product? Zero Wing overestimates itself if it thinks it can defeat Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire. An assassin from Starlink, disguised as an independent player, said disdainfully as he looked at the new counter. As far as he was concerned, his superior's orders to watch Candlelight was unnecessary. Even if the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers had 10 times the courage they currently displayed, they wouldn't dare offend Starlink for a little profit. Trying to counter Starlink's influence in the Empire's market by relying on independent players was simply a dream. Many of the Dark Knight Empire's precious materials could only be obtained with a certain degree of strength, and generally, only the various adventurer teams and guilds were strong enough, but as the Starlink assassin entertained such thoughts, someone's exclamation reached his ears. Crap. The exotic stamina potion. This shop is actually selling exotic stamina potions. With those few words, the first floor hall fell silent. Almost every customer turned toward the counter at the same time, a hint of madness flashing in their eyes. They immediately dashed toward the counter in less than 10 seconds. Every customer inside the shop had crowded around the exotic stamina potions counter. It really is the exotic stamina potion. For real. Zero Wing is actually selling this here? Crap. You can only purchase it for the Dark Knight Empire's specialty materials. The independent players panted a little when they saw the potions. Boss, give me 10 bottles. I want 20. Boss, I want every exotic stamina potion you have. After a brief moment of shock, the several hundred independent players in the shop frantically shouted their orders for the exotic stamina potions. If the system's rules hadn't protected the counter, they likely would have tried to destroy it and steal the potions within. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile, who watched from the second floor, was stupefied when Candlelight sold the potion in Starmoon Kingdom. The kingdom's players had merely been surprised. Nobody had ever reacted like these independent players. They all seemed as if they had found a priceless treasure that was worth killing over. However, if Shifeng saw this, he wouldn't be overly surprised. Empires not only had more resources than kingdoms, but their competition was also far more intense. Kingdoms players couldn't even imagine how fierce the competition was in an empire. Furthermore, items that could increase players' stamina recovery were extremely rare in God's domain. Normally, independent players had no access to such items. While the players in the shop made a fuss over the exotic stamina potions, some noticed the cabinet next to the counter. Again, they expressed their shock. Stamina gemstone? God's domain actually has such an item? If I equipped 3 or 4 of these gemstones, I wouldn't have to worry about surviving in God's domain's maps in the future. This won't do. Even if I go bankrupt, I have to get these stamina gemstones. Everyone stared at the crystal-clear stamina gemstones in the cabinet with bloodshot eyes. Naturally, these players paid no heed to the participation qualifications and the auction's minimum 100 gold bid. They immediately contacted their friends to borrow the necessary funds. The exotic stamina potions might be very important, but compared to the stamina gemstone, the potions were insignificant. With the stamina gemstones, players could treat neutral maps like their own backyards, hunting for more opportunities than other players. News of the Candlelight trading firm's exotic stamina potion spread like wildfire. Not only did it reach every corner of Dark Knight City almost instantly, but players also began to discuss the gemstones on the Empire's official forums. Is Zero Wing insane? It's actually selling such a treasure. It seems Zero Wing really wants to go to war with Starlink. Fortunately for us, we can profit from this war. As long as we have enough stamina gemstones, exploring neutral maps won't be a problem. For a moment, the stamina gemstones' appearance caused an uproar in the Dark Knight Empire. The various adventurer teams, in particular, sent their members to Candlelight's shop in Dark Knight City to purchase a stock of the gemstones for their members. Other players might be afraid of being barred from the city's auction house, but adventurer teams like theirs weren't. After all, they could simply visit other auction houses. At most, they might have to visit another empire to shop. However, once they had the stamina gemstones, they would have an advantage over other powers when exploring neutral maps. They simply couldn't miss such a rare opportunity. The Dark Knight Empire's various large guilds secretly sent members to the Candlelight trading firm as well. This was just as much of an opportunity for them as it was for the various adventurer teams. Not even Starlink could dissuade them from purchasing stamina gemstones. If they disguised their members as independent players, Starlink would have a difficult time discovering their actions. Less than an hour after the public discovered the stamina gemstones, players crowded Candlelight's previous deserted shop in Dark Knight City. It was even more crowded than the city's auction house right now. Moreover, the prices for the Empire's specialty materials in Dark Knight City had doubled within the past hour due to Candlelight's auction requirements. Even so, none of the various large guilds or adventurer teams harbored any thought of taking advantage of this opportunity to sell their materials for a quick profit. For a time, chaos reigned over Dark Knight City's market. Eventually, the various superpowers' upper echelons, who were preoccupied with exploring neutral maps, received news of Zero Wing's stamina gemstones. Chapter 2109, Changes in the Dark Knight Empire. Star Moon Kingdom, an advanced bar in White River City's business district. All 3 floors of the bar had been rented out, but aside from NPCs, the first 2 floors were void of people. Players only occupied the top floor VIP room. The several players in the room were all level 65 or above and wore top-tier level 60 equipment. The leader was an elderly man in blue, who stared through a window, admiring the prosperous view. Suddenly, a level 64, black-clad assassin entered the room, looked at the elder, and said, "Elder E, we've just received news stating that Candlelight has started selling a large quantity of exotic stamina potions in the Dark Knight Empire. The trading firm has also begun to sell something called the Stamina Gemstone. Each Stamina Gemstone can increase players' stamina recovery rate by 7%. Candlelight is only accepting the Dark Knight Empire's specialty materials as payment, which has not only doubled the prices for these materials, but the various powers have also stopped selling any they have in stock." Stamina Gemstone? The blue-clad elder was astonished when he heard this. "How many are they selling?" "Based our investigations, Candlelight has prepared 60 Stamina Gemstones to sell in Dark Knight City," the assassin answered. 60? "How generous." The elder expressed his surprise at the assassin's answer. Has Zero Wing gone insane? Players who frequented neutral maps understood how valuable items like the Stamina Gemstones were. Moreover, the more Stamina Gemstones one had equipped, the more valuable they would become. With 60 Stamina Gemstones, one could outfit a 20-man team that would then be able to operate in a neutral map without having to return to a city to recover stamina. The profits one could gain from such a team would be frightening, especially when exploring a new neutral map. If Zero Wing organized such a team, it would gain a tremendous advantage over its competition. Yet, Zero Wing willingly sold the Stamina Gemstones, sacrificing such a wondrous opportunity. Only a lunatic would pull a stunt like this. It seems we still underestimate Zero Wing. Starlink will have a hard time preventing the guild from affecting its economy. Prepare the necessary materials immediately. We're heading to Dark Knight City, the blue-clad elder commanded as he stood from his seat. He, like everyone else in God's domain, had thought Zero Wing was simply making a fool of itself by challenging Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire, but now, it seemed that everyone had underestimated the guild's determination and strength. Likely no one had thought that Zero Wing was willing and able to make such a move. The Dark Knight Empire's various major powers had taken a step back in respect of Starlink, but now that their future was on the line, no one would heed Starlink's warnings. With how tempting the Stamina Gemstones were, the prices of the Empire's specialty materials would rise astronomically. Unlike the usual rare materials, specialty materials were unique to a specific country. Starlink used the Dark Knight Empire's specialty materials as the Starlink trading firm's foundation in the competition with other kingdoms and empires' trading firms. If the prices of the Dark Knight Empire's specialty materials reached absurd heights or supply were severed, Starlink's profits would plummet. After all, the various superpowers relied on their trading firms and wide connections as their main sources of income, and for Starlink, these relied on the Empire's specialty materials as a foundation. Without this foundation, Starlink would struggle to make money through its trading firm. Meanwhile, a deathly silence reigned in the guild leader's office, which Lu Xinglua occupied, in Starlink's Dark Knight City residence. None of the guild upper echelons present in the room dared to utter a single word. In a short hour, Starlink had gone from able to purchase more than 10,000 specialty materials to only several hundred. Moreover, this number continued to fall as time passed. Not only had this situation severely impacted Starlink's ability to produce specialty merchandise, but it had also drastically increased production costs. Ultimately, Starlink had 3 main income sources for coins. The first source was the guild's trading firm. The second was its money farming teams and the guild members completing guild quests. The third source came from the guild's towns. Although Starlink now had NPC auction houses as a fourth source of income, it had just taken these auction houses over. It would still be some time before the guild earned a significant amount of profits from this source. A minor income decrease due to Zero Wing's interference would have been tolerable, but its impact wasn't minor at all. At this point, the Starlink trading firm generated 20% less profit than usual, and that percentage continued to increase. This predicament would severely impact the guild's development. To make matters worse, this was happening as Starlink needed to migrate its guild towns to new locations. Relocating a guild town required a lot of funding, and a profit loss meant Starlink would have to delay the move. 0. Wing. Lu Xingluo's expression twisted into something gloomy as he read the report in his hands. He then turned toward Dawn Webb and growled, "Notify our subordinates to increase the purchase price for Star Moon Kingdom specialty materials immediately." "How much shall we raise it by, guild leader?" Dawn Webb asked. "Raise it by 50%. I want to see which of us will last the longest." Lu Xingluo said. "What about the stamina gemstones?" Dawn Webb asked. "If the other powers get their hands on them, they'll have a much easier time exploring the neutral maps around the Dark Knight Empire. We don't have many materials left. Let those powers have them. In any case, the Candlelight trading firm only has 60 stamina gemstones for sale. Even if a power purchases all 60, it'll only have enough to equip a 20-man team. That won't be enough to upset the Empire's power structure," Lu Xingluo said disdainfully. "Besides, how long can Zero Wing possibly afford to play around in Dark Knight City? Turn your focus to Star Moon Kingdom. Now that Zero Wing has lost the secret Chamber of Commerce's connections, it can only strut about its own kingdom." More than 10 neutral maps neighbored the Dark Knight Empire that were suitable for current players. No matter how powerful a 20-man team was, it could only explore one neutral map at most. The team wouldn't have the time to explore other neutral maps, let alone affect Starlink's exploration teams. In contrast, as Starlink raised the prices for Star Moon Kingdom specialty products, Zero Wing's operation costs would rise, and its profit margins would suffer. Even if Zero Wing had White River City's auction house, its development would stagnate as the various major powers continued to develop in neutral maps. Stagnation would eventually eliminate Zero Wing from God's domain altogether. Understood. Dawn Webb nodded. Meanwhile, the Candlelight trading firm's shop in Dark Knight City was lively as practically every power in the Empire gathered to view its products. Even representatives from other kingdoms and empires' powers had come to inspect the goods. Every player in the shop had traded 1 gold of specialty materials to qualify for the Stamina Gemstone's upcoming auction. None of them cared about Starlink's threat unless Starlink wanted Dark Knight City's auction house to go out of business. It wouldn't dare follow through and ban everyone that did business with Candlelight. Everyone. The Stamina Gemstones will be sold in sets of 3. The bids will start at 300 gold of specialty materials. Each increment must no less than 10 gold. If everyone is in agreement, let the auction begin. Everyone in the first floor hall grew restless with Yolan's announcement. 400 gold. 450 gold. 600 gold. One major power after another yelled out astronomical bids, but at the end of the day, none of them could outcompete the superpowers that secretly participated in the auction. The first set of stamina gemstones sold for 1,250 gold, causing many of the participating guilds and adventure teams to sigh with disappointment. With that kind of money, they could fully equip a player in top-tier equipment. However, none of these players found the price unreasonable. 3 stamina gemstones could enable an expert to roam neutral maps freely. If a superpower's peak experts had this freedom, they could easily earn back the cost of the stamina gemstones through the opportunities they found. It was definitely a worthwhile trade. If the bidding currency hadn't been limited to specialty materials, the price would have likely gone higher. The various superpowers continued to win stamina gemstones in the auction. In the end, the 20 sets had netted nearly 27,000 gold in specialty materials for Zero Wing, which had even surpassed Feng's expectations. Zero Wing has earned quite a stock of materials through this auction, but it's a pity that its success ends here. Mu Cheng, who wore a black cloak amidst the crowd, was a little disappointed to see the stamina gemstones out of stock. While Zero Wing had indeed affected Starlink's operations by selling the stamina gemstones, the plan wasn't viable long-term. Once the auction ended, Dark Knight City would return to normal. While Zero Wing had only gained specialty materials naturally, Mu Cheng wasn't the only one with such thoughts. All of the various superpowers thought the same. However, just as the crowd was about to leave, Melancholic Smile walked into the center of the hall. The Master Forger's insignia she wore and her majestic aura attracted many of the players' attention. Even the various superpowers only had a handful of lifestyle masters, much less Master Forgers. Today's auction for the stamina gemstones has come to an end. The next auction will take place tomorrow at the same time. Customers who failed to win gemstones today may visit us then. Melancholic Smile announced. Any members of the candlelight trading firm that spend more than 3 gold in this city's shop will be eligible for a lucky draw on the day of their transaction. We will select one winner every 4 hours who will be able to purchase 1 stamina gemstone for 200 gold. As Melancholic Smile finished speaking, silence descended on the hall. After a brief moment, many players spoke up. Is this a joke? Zero Wing has more stamina gemstones? Even the various superpowers stared at Melancholic Smile in shock, not to mention the many independent players. How is this possible? Elder E muttered, surprise coloring his tranquil features. Selling 60 stamina gemstones was already amazing, yet by the looks of it, Zero Wing intended to continue selling the gemstones for a considerable period. Although he did not know how long Zero Wing could maintain this business, every additional day would affect Dark Knight City. Moreover, the impact the city felt would grow stronger with each day. Every auction was the equivalent of another 20-man team that could explore neutral maps without concern for their stamina. If Zero Wing maintained these auctions for 5 or 6 days, it would likely change the power structure in the Empire's neighboring neutral maps. If that happened, the Dark Knight Empire would likely find a new ruler. Chapter 2110, Situation Changes. News that the candlelight trading firm would sell stamina gemstones long-term spread throughout the Dark Knight Empire like wildfire. Small guilds and adventurer teams that hadn't expressed any hope of obtaining stamina gemstones began to grow restless. Candlelight is selling stamina gemstones long-term? This is interesting. Our chance to grow stronger has finally come. Although the 60 stamina gemstones had been tempting, it simply wasn't enough to go around. There were already 3 superpowers in the Dark Knight Empire, not to mention first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams. There were also hidden dark forces. Small guilds and low-ranked adventurer teams had no chance of securing stamina gemstones, and even if they won a bid, what could they possibly accomplish with only 3 gemstones? However, Candlelight's recent revelation had changed the situation. If the Candlelight trading firm truly sold stamina gemstones long-term, they'd have a chance to purchase a good number for themselves. Candlelight was only accepting the Dark Knight Empire's specialty materials as currency, and even if the various superpowers had a large stock of these materials, there was a limit. As long as these minor powers saved their materials for some time, they could definitely win 1 or 2 bids every now and then. Once they had enough gemstones, they could make full use of them in neutral maps for a time. The Dark Knight Empire's various powers ordered their members to collect as many specialty materials as possible, prohibiting the item sales. They'd benefit more from spending the specialty materials on the stamina gemstones and exploring neutral maps than they would by selling them. Furthermore, other powers would overtake their progress if they didn't secure stamina gemstones early on. Meanwhile, due to the Candlelight trading firm's removal from the Secret Chamber of Commerce, all previous agreements between the two had become null and void. As a result, the chamber began to withdraw the manpower and items it had assigned to Zero Wing City and Starmoon Kingdom. While Yuan Tiexin arranged for his subordinates move out of their office, a heroic woman in gorgeous sacred armor approached him. She drew everyone's gaze as she entered the office, mesmerizing many of the meanest expected of Goddess Purple Jade. She's already level 66. She can likely rank among the top 20 on any Empire's ranking list. I've heard that 2 days ago, her team completed an epic team quest and slew a level 60 mythic ranked Iron Blood Dragon, obtaining the Dragon Blood Sword. That sword is so awesome. It's even considered as one of the top 10 epic weapons in God's domain. Because of that sword, Purple Jade is now stronger than other peak experts, earning the position as one of God's domain's 10 great swordsmen from the Secret Pavilion. As players spoke about the 10 great swordsmen, their admiration overwhelmed them. The 10 great swordsmen was a list the Secret Pavilion had introduced to promote each class's experts. All classes in God's domain were unique, and some were even the polar opposite of others, so battles between different classes couldn't accurately determine the stronger expert. Hence, the Secret Pavilion had introduced new ranking lists for each of the 12 main classes. Each of the lists had only 10 players, and they were judged solely based on their strength. Combat standards and battle records didn't matter. In addition, the aim of these 12-class list was to give the younger generation an opportunity to shine, so only players 30 years old or younger could qualify for the ranking lists. Of course, this age limit also allowed the Secret Pavilion to avoid touching upon the various superpowers' foundations. The various superpowers treated their old monsters as core secrets, and if the secret pavilion revealed these secrets to the public, the superpowers would band together against the organization. When Purple Jade had obtained the Dragon Blood Sword, not only had it earned her a position on the swordsman's list, but she had also secured the 8th rank. Uncle Yuan, we've just received a message from the higher-ups. They'd like us to buy some stamina gemstones from Zero Wing. The more, the better, Purple Jade said, smiling as she walked up to Yuan Tixin. They're so shameless. We just banished Zero Wing from the secret chamber of commerce, yet they want me to negotiate with the guild? Why don't they speak with Zero Wing themselves? Yuan Tixin could not help his growing anger when he heard the relayed message. The so-called higher-ups Purple Jade referred to were the secret chamber of commerce's advanced members. The secret pavilion had warned them not to casually annex the chamber's members, particularly Zero Wing, due to the immense potential it had shown lately. However, the other 5 advanced members had ignored the secret pavilion's warning and abandoned Zero Wing. Now that they wanted him to place peacemaker, but Zero Wing is pretty amazing. It has revealed something as valuable as the stamina gemstones, and the 5 powers regret their actions. I've heard that they are busy exploring the recently discovered Brute God's land and urgently need items that can increase players' maximum stamina or recover rate, Purple Jade said, giggling. They're panicking now. They threw away their chance to purchase stamina gemstones just to show respect to Starlink and suppress Zero Wing. Now, they are all upset with Starlink. However, Starlink has gotten serious this time. Not only has it increased the prices of Star Moon Kingdom specialty materials, but it has also begun to sell similar merchandise to Candlelights at lower prices. Many players have already started shopping at the Starlink trading firm. No one is buying the Candlelight's common products. I'm afraid Candlelight has lost 2/3 of its usual profits, Yuan Tixin said. To make matters worse, the Ore Empire's powers have been eyeing Zero Wing's territory. In comparison, Starlink only has to worry about Zero Wing's stamina gemstones. Although the stamina gemstones are valuable, Starlink isn't a superpower for no reason. With 3 NPC auction houses and the Starlink Corporation's support, its financial prowess isn't so easy to shake. Moreover, Starlink has control of a fortress in the ancient undead country, the Dark Knight Empire's most important neutral map. It is simply too difficult for Zero Wing to impact Starlink's finances negatively. The ancient undead country was a new expansion pack that had triggered in the Dark Knight Empire, and Starlink was responsible for triggering it. The ancient undead country had once been a massive empire, but due to an ancient war, it had fallen into ruin. It was no exaggeration to say that the ancient undead country was even richer than the Ore Empire in resources. Moreover, it housed the only known God mode regional dungeon among the dozen or so neighboring kingdoms and empires. Because of the power Starlink held in the ancient undead country, even the various super guilds feared the superpower and had to pay it proper respect. God's domain's super guilds didn't just fear Starlink due to the Starlink Corporation's backing, and if that were the only strength the guild had, the Secret Chamber of Commerce's advanced members wouldn't have allowed Starlink to join their rank. Zero Wing is fully capable of returning to the Secret Chamber of Commerce with its stamina gemstones. The 5 other powers wouldn't object. If Zero Wing regains access to our sales channels, it could certainly afford to continue its fight with Starlink while growing even stronger, Purple Jade said, nodding. She, too, understood how powerful Starlink was, and the fact that Zero Wing had made the superpower suffer as much as it had already was impressive indeed. Yuan Tixin agreed with the young woman. Starlink would struggle to suppress Zero Wing financially if the smaller guild returned to the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Following which, Yuan Tixin contacted Shifeng to report the good news. Chapter 2111, Condition. White River City, Candlelight Trading Firm. Due to Starlink's all-out economic suppression, the previously crowded shop had calmed. Its current customers were only here to purchase Candlelight's specialty products. None of them showed any interest in the trading firm's common items. The Candlelight trading firm even saw a drop in the number of lifestyle applicants. Now, only a dozen or so players lined up to take the application test. The players that passed the shop side at its decline. The Candlelight trading firm's shop was the most eye-catching building in the business district, aside from NPC-owned buildings. The shop loomed like a giant, overlooking White River City. Why wouldn't they be surprised to see the shop practically deserted? In comparison, a 3-story shop not far from Candlelight boomed with business. Practically every player in the business district rushed toward the shop. Starlink really is ruthless. Not only has it set up shop in every NPC city that the candlelight trading firm occupies, but it's also selling common goods at half the normal rate. It is basically selling items at cost. Purple Jade was astonished when she saw how popular the Starlink trading firm had become. Starlink was throwing away enough money to give an ordinary superpower a heart attack. Not even the secret pavilion would casually sacrifice so much income. However, Purple Jade had to admit that Starlink's strategy was effective, practically stealing all of the candlelight trading firm's customers. Not only had candlelight sales plummeted, but its lifestyle players' income had suffered as well. Including Starlink's mass recruitment for skilled lifestyle players, many of Candlelight's intermediate and advanced lifestyle players had jumped ship. If this persisted, it would destroy the candlelight trading firm, and Zero Wing would stagnate due to the lost profits. Zero Wing was no longer a small guild, it had become a gigantic existence. Even if the guild avoided massive operations, it still needed to spend an astronomical amount of money each day. The guild might maintain its lead over its competition for a while, but if Zero Wing's development ground to a halt, it would only be a matter of time before it was overtaken by the other powers. Furthermore, multiple hostile superpowers still searched for a chance to tear the guild apart. These factors were a large part of the reason that Starlink had invested so much into targeting the candlelight trading firm's business. Otherwise, it never would have paid such a painfully high price. This situation is why we are here. If this weren't happening, we wouldn't have any leverage to negotiate with Zero Wing, Yuan Tianxin said seriously. Alright, let's hurry inside. Yuan Tianxin then entered the candlelight trading firm, while Purple Jade followed behind him. After taking one last look at Starlink's shop, the moment these two players entered the shop, the various reconnaissance players from Star Moon Kingdom's various powers focused on the pair. Why are the secret pavilions Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade visiting the candlelight trading firm? Didn't the secret chamber of commerce already expel candlelight? Why are these two here? Does secret intend to re-invite candlelight? The various powers players quietly discussed their guesses as they watched Liang Jing lead the pair to the second floor. News of the candlelight trading firm's exile from the secret chamber of commerce had spread throughout Star Moon Kingdom. It was precisely the reason that Starlink's suppression against Zero Wing was so effective. Meanwhile, Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade were some of the secret pavilion's VIPs. These two shouldn't have any reason to visit Candlelight now that it wasn't a member of the secret chamber of commerce. The only plausible explanation involved the stamina gemstones Zero Wing sold in the Dark Knight Empire. The stamina gemstones' importance to the various powers went without saying, especially to superpowers. However, only Zero Wing currently had access to their source. The secret chamber of commerce would find it difficult to convince Zero Wing to share these gemstones unless it offered a token of its sincerity. The best expression it could offer required reinstating the candlelight trading firm's membership in the secret chamber of commerce and offering additional remunerations. TIS reconnaissance members immediately reported the situation to their superiors, and very quickly, news of Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade_'s visit reached the kingdom's various powers. Things are going to get interesting, Commander. Starlink has gone through great lengths to kick Zero Wing out of secret, yet Zero Wing's stamina gemstones are about to ruin its plans. Luofei, who read her subordinate's latest report in FFF Adventure Team's residence in the distant Black Dragon Empire, said. Smiling, she continued, when Starlink's upper echelons learn of this, they'll die from anger. That depends on whether or not Zero Wing wants to rejoin the secret chamber of commerce, Yan Tianqing responded absently as he polished his short sword. Why wouldn't it? Luofei asked strangely. Zero Wing can resolve the issues it faces in Star Moon Kingdom immediately by rejoining secret. Although Starlink's efforts will still affect its business to a certain extent in Star Moon Kingdom, it'll be tolerable. Why wouldn't Zero Wing want to rejoin secret? Will Black Flame really abandon his guild's development because of the minor humiliation? Any other guild would definitely accept Secret's attempts to reconcile, but Zero Wing has always been overbearing. There's a high chance that the guild will refuse the offer, Yan Tianqing said. This is also Zero Wing's flaw. If Zero Wing can fix that, it has a high chance of becoming a superpower in the future. That can't be possible, can it, Commander? Would Zero Wing really sacrifice such a vibrant future? Luofei asked, surprised. It's highly possible. After all, Zero Wing has always operated in such a way, Yan Tianqing said, sighing. I used to be like that, too, and as a result, I missed that final step. Hopefully, Zero Wing will make the right decision. Star Moon Kingdom's various superpowers were eager to hear Zero Wing's final decision, but unlike Yen Tianqing, most of them assumed that Zero Wing would jump at the chance to rejoin the secret chamber of commerce. It was, after all, the only way that Zero Wing could recover from its current predicament. While the various powers secretly discussed the matter, Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade waited in Candlelight Trading Firm's VIP reception room in silence, watching Shifeng Guild leader Black Flame. The secret pavilion will reinforce Zero Wing's permanent membership in the secret chamber of commerce. From now on, not even advanced members will have the authority to expel your guild. In addition, if Zero Wing agrees to sell a large number of stamina gemstones, several of the chamber's advanced members will offer 10 additional sales channels in their own headquarters. With this, not even Starlink will achieve much by targeting Zero Wing financially, Yuan Tixin said. May I know your thoughts on this offer, guild leader? Even Yuan Tixin found the higher-ups' conditions surprising. The 10 additional sales channels were an extraordinary offer, all of which came through the shops in Empire's imperial capitals. These sales channels were far more valuable than those the chamber's basic members had access to. With them, the Candlelight Trading Firm's profits would rise to a whole new level. Your conditions are quite tempting, Shifeng said, nodding slightly as he read the contract Yuan Tixin had handed him. However, they're not enough. Yuan Tixin found Shifeng's reply understandable. After all, the man should be enraged over Candlelight's removal from the secret chamber of commerce. Softly, Yuan Tixin asked, "What conditions do you have in mind, then?" "I only have one condition." Looking straight at Yuan Tixin, Shifeng chuckled and said, "I want advanced membership in the secret chamber of commerce." Chapter 21:12, God Mode Regional Dungeon. When Shifeng stated his condition, everything in the VIP reception room seemed to freeze. Both Yuan Tixin and Liang Jing, who stood behind Shifeng, stared at the swordsman incredulously. Most of the guilds in God's domain recognized the secret chamber of commerce for the extraordinary existence it was, and those who could become members were either superpowers or powers with immensely powerful backgrounds. However, only those that had truly joined the secret chamber of commerce would understand how frightening the chamber was. Only a few of God's domain's powers could match the reach of secret's influence. The secret chamber of commerce ranked at the very top in the game in both its ability to sell merchandise and its ability to collect materials. This was why the majority of God's domain's superpowers dreamed of joining secret. When Liang Jing had taken over the Candlelight Trading Firm's business, she had learned how frightening secret was. She was not a pure gamer like Shifeng, but she had managed a company before, so she knew business and economics far better than most of God's domain's players. She already found it astonishing that Zero Wing had become a member of the secret chamber of commerce. She hadn't expected such exceptional results from Shifeng, but now, the man demanded status as one of Secret's advanced members. She had no idea what to say about this. His demand was beyond daylight. Robbery Guild leader Black Flame, this condition is simply impossible. Do you know what price the secret chamber of commerce's advanced members had to pay to get to their position? Contrary to expectations, Yuan Tixin wasn't angry about Shifeng's condition. Instead, he calmly said, "I can tell you now that even with over tens of thousands of stamina gemstones and all of Zero Wing City, you still wouldn't qualify to become an advanced member. Even super guilds coveted the secret chamber of commerce's advanced membership, but the number of super guilds that actually became advanced members could be counted on one hand. If Starlink hadn't handed over an astronomical amount of resources, and advanced member status in the secret chamber of commerce was extraordinary. Not only did they have access to more sales channels, but they also had some control of the chamber itself and received 5% of the chamber's profits. While 5% might not seem like much, it was enough to rival 50% of an ordinary superpower's income with the scale of Secret's operations. In other words, by becoming an advanced member in the secret chamber of commerce, one would gain half of an ordinary superpower's resources. Claiming that one could become a titan in God's domain by becoming an advanced member was no exaggeration. How could a few stamina gemstones possibly rival such benefits? Stamina gemstones might be a significant boon to players in neutral maps right now, but as players leveled up, they'd acquire better items. Naturally, players would find more items that increased maximum stamina and stamina recovery. They wouldn't have to worry about lacking stamina items in the future. Furthermore, stamina gemstones were very scarce right now. Zero Wing didn't have enough to affect the big picture. At most, it had enough for the various powers to gain a slight advantage when exploring neutral maps. Elder Yuan, I know the value of advanced membership, Shifeng said, smiling. Naturally, I have my reasons for stating this condition. I'm not just spouting empty words. Oh. What is Guild Leader Black Flame willing to offer, then? Yuan Tianxin could not help his growing curiosity. Yuan Tianxin, more or less, understood Shifeng's personality. The man wasn't some ignorant fool. He was a domain realm expert, and if he dared to say such a thing, he had the confidence to back it up. However, Yuan Tianxin also found it very difficult to imagine what Zero Wing could possibly offer to convince the secret pavilion that Zero Wing should become an advanced member. I'll hand over 40% of Stone Forest Town's shares. Shifeng declared. Stone Forest Town. Yuan Tianxin was stupefied by Shifeng's answer. For a moment, he even wondered if he had heard wrong. Guild Leader Black Flame, are you talking about the Stone Forest Town in the Stoneclaw Mountains? That's right. I'm talking about that Stone Forest Town. Shifeng nodded. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you are not interested in this transaction, I won't force you to agree to it. If there is nothing else to discuss, we'll be taking our leave, Yuan Tianxin said as he inwardly rolled his eyes at Shifeng. He was sure that Shifeng was toying with him. Not even 2 Zero-Wing cities would be enough to buy an advanced membership in the Secret Chamber of Commerce, let alone an advanced town like Stone Forest Town. Moreover, Shifeng only offered 40% of the town's shares. Even Liang Jing felt that Shifeng had gone overboard with his latest joke. Stone Forest Town was indeed an excellent advanced town, but the map it occupied was no longer suitable for players to level up. Stone Forest Town wasn't even worth as much as Silverwing Town, much less Zero Wing City. What if I tell you that I can move Stone Forest Town to the ancient undead country's bottomless abyss? Shifeng unhurriedly mentioned as he watched Yuan Tianxin stand from his seat and turn to leave. What? Yuan Tianxin was stunned. He spun around and demanded, are you telling the truth? As far as the secret pavilion knew, the ancient undead country's bottomless abyss was the only God mode regional dungeon in God's domain. The bottomless abyss was a level 60 to level 100 super large-scale regional dungeon, and not only did it have far more resources than Azura mode regional dungeons, but the dungeon's monsters also dropped 7 luminaries crystals. Unfortunately, the ancient undead country's environment was exceptionally harsh. Players would have an extremely difficult time surviving inside the dungeon. In fact, entering and leaving the dungeon was immensely troublesome, not to mention exploring it. A large part of the reason that the Secret Chamber of Commerce had agreed to promote Starlink to advanced membership was the guild's willingness to hand over the fortress it had obtained in the ancient undead country. Otherwise, Starlink would have needed to offer a lot more to elevate its membership. Yuan Tianxin could not fathom how Shifeng could move Stone Forest Town to the bottomless abyss. Setting up a guild town in a neutral map was already incredibly difficult, not to mention setting one up in a God mode regional dungeon. However, if what Shifeng said were true, the bottomless abyss would become one of Zero Wing's backyards. Exploring the regional dungeon would become at least half as difficult, and players wouldn't need to worry about their survival in the bottomless abyss. Of course. Shifeng nodded. The idea would be delusional at best for others, but for Shifeng, the task was only somewhat difficult, not entirely out of the question. To complete the task, Zero Wing would need a large stock of resources, enough that not even top-ranked first-rate guilds would be able to afford it. Originally, Shifeng had planned on setting up Stone Forest Town in a neutral map outside of Star Moon Kingdom. But now that the ancient undead country had been discovered, he dismissed his initial plans. God mode regional dungeons were treasure troves, and even the various superpowers would fight for control of the areas. Since someone had discovered the ancient undead country now, and the secret pavilion had come knocking on his door, Shifeng wouldn't ignore this opportunity. Even so, that's not enough. It's only a town in a regional dungeon, Yuan Tianxin said, but looking at Shifeng's confident expression, he couldn't help but return to his seat. This is the most sincere offer I can make. If it isn't possible, then I can only apologize for the inconvenience, Shifeng said, chuckling at the interest flashing in Yuan Tianxin's eyes. I am absolutely certain that the higher-ups will not agree. You'd be better off requesting another condition, Yuan Tianxin responded with conviction. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng said, since that is the case, then I want Starlink's advanced membership revoked. Chapter 21:13. Giving Starlink a taste of its own medicine. Revoke Starlink's advanced membership. Yuan Tiexin was stunned by Shifeng's new condition purple jade, who sat beside Yuan Tiexin, gaped at Shifeng in shock. She had never thought that this man would make such a demand. Instead of securing more benefits for Zero Wing, Shifeng wanted secret to revoke Starlink's advanced membership. He was simply insane. Guild leader Black Flame, whether or not the higher-ups agree, do you understand the consequences for doing something like that? Yuan Tiexin asked after taking in a deep breath. Starlink has paid a massive price for its advanced membership. If it finds out that it lost it due to Zero Wing, it won't rest until your guild had been destroyed. Elder Yuan, I am only doing what Starlink has done to Zero Wing. If Starlink wants to face Zero Wing in an all-out fight, we welcome it, Shifeng said, unperturbed within Star Moon Kingdom. Zero Wing wouldn't fear Starlink even if the guild launched a full military assault on an open battlefield. The Guardian puppets and Hell tanks were invincible against Tier 2 players, and even if Zero Wing were no match for Starlink in guerrilla warfare, Zero Wing had the home ground advantage. Zero Wing already occupied most of the valuable leveling maps in the kingdom, and if the war dragged on, it would only be in Zero Wing's favor. In fact, Zero Wing would rather face an assault than deal with these financial attacks. Zero Wing's development already required significant funding and resources, and now, it had to split a portion of its assets to fight Starlink. If this persisted, it was easy to imagine what outcome awaited Zero Wing, but advanced membership in the Secret Chamber of Commerce was extraordinary. The 5% of the chamber's revenue alone was enough to sustain Starlink in this financial war. If Starlink lost its status, however, not only would the guild's finances suffer, but the suppression Zero Wing faced would also lighten. Alright, but I cannot make this decision alone. I still have to report to the higher-ups. Naturally, I cannot guarantee what they will decide, Yuan Tiexin said, sighing as he looked at Shifeng's fearless expression. Of course. Shifeng nodded. Kicking a basic member out of the Secret Chamber of Commerce was already extremely difficult. Trying to demote an advanced member was even more challenging. At the end of the day, however, it was up to the Secret Pavilion. All members, both basic and advanced, only exchanged 1% of their shares with the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Advanced members merely received better benefits than basic members. Moreover, the contracts all powers signed with Secret were one-sided. The Secret Pavilion could dismiss any member on a whim, including advanced members. However, the Secret Pavilion would not casually dismiss or demote advanced members as they brought in far more profits than basic members. The Secret Pavilion had only agreed to remove Zero Wing from the chamber because Starlink had paid a large enough price. Now that Zero Wing wanted Starlink demoted, it had to pay an equally high price. Yuan Tiexin walked over to a corner of the room and contacted the Secret Chamber of Commerce's higher UPS. After about half an hour of discussion, he returned to his seat before Shifeng. Based on his stern expression, he had received an answer. Guild leader Black Flame, the higher-ups have made their decision, but before I relay it, I need to ask, are you certain that you can establish Stone Forest Town in the bottomless abyss? Yuan Tiexin asked seriously. I cannot guarantee it, Shifeng said, chuckling. Do you understand what our advanced membership represents, Guild leader Black Flame? If you cannot offer us a guarantee, we cannot continue this transaction, Yuan Tiexin explained with a twisted expression. Don't be in such a rush, Elder Yuan. Although I cannot guarantee success, I can sign a contract regarding it, Shifeng said as he retrieved an empty contract. He then said, I can offer two options. If the Secret Chamber of Commerce is willing to revoke Starlink's advanced membership immediately, the chamber will gain 30% of Stone Forest Town's shares after its establishment in the bottomless abyss. I will also accept Starlink's demotion after Stone Forest Town has been moved. However, that option is only worth 20% of the town's shares. I thought you had offered 40% earlier, Black Flame. Have you changed your mind so quickly? Yuan Tiexin's eyebrows twitched slightly. That was the price Zero Wing was willing to offer for advanced membership. Since we are only discussing Starlink's demotion, the price must change, Shifeng said, smiling. Do you know how much Starlink had to hand over of its fortress's shares in the ancient undead country to become an advanced member? Yuan Tiexin had the urge to vomit blood when he heard Shifeng's reply. 70%. Starlink paid approximately 70% of the fortress's shares to become an advanced member, Guild leader Black Flame. On the other hand, you are only offering shares for an advanced town. Don't you think your offer is a little too weak? You also have to consider the location, Shifeng calmly replied, not budging at the slightest. The difference between a town within a regional dungeon and one without was massive, not to mention a god mode regional dungeon. He refused to believe that the secret pavilion didn't know this difference. Shifeng would never have considered selling Stone Forest Town's shares if not for his goal to drag Starlink down and regain access to the secret Chamber of Commerce's sales channels. Once he moved Stone Forest Town to the bottomless abyss, he could gain a fortune in entrance fees alone. Although I see your reasoning, it isn't enough shares. If you're willing to increase your offer by another 20%, we can continue these negotiations. The higher-ups will not agree otherwise. Yuan Tixin said. This is the highest Zero Wing is willing to go. If you cannot accept that, then I'm afraid that there is nothing we can do. Shifeng, shaking his head. Shifeng had considered using the secret of linking NPC auction houses with player auction houses as a bargaining chip, but he couldn't afford to expose this information just yet. Every day he could maintain its secrecy was another day of advantages. In any case, he had control of Stone Forest Town's auction house, and only he could see how many people truly sold items through it. At most, players would be surprised by how many items passed through the auction house. This, Shifeng's uninterested expression rendered Yuan Tixin speechless. It was as if the man didn't mind this deal going sour if the higher-ups hadn't been so tempted by the bottomless abyss and the idea of a guild town within the regional dungeon, including how much said town could help the secret pavilion's development. He would have already left the room. Agree to his deal. We will revoke Starlink's advanced membership immediately. Suddenly, Yuan Tixin heard a solemn voice. Guild leader? Yuan Tixin's eyes drifted to the dignified man on the screen at the bottom right corner of his vision. This transaction was immensely important to the secret pavilion, so he had deliberately maintained the video call with his guild leader, allowing the man to listen in on the conversation. The loss is manageable, and I've seen Stone Forest Town before. It has developed quite smoothly thus far and has already become an advanced town. If Zero Wing can truly re-establish the town in the bottomless abyss, it will only be a matter of time before Stone Forest Town becomes a basic city. However, we need a clear time frame. If Zero Wing cannot accomplish the task within a reasonable time, it will have to compensate for our losses with the combat puppet design. The dignified man said. Yes, I understand, Yuan Tixin replied as realization dawned on him. A basic city was far more valuable than a fortress. He hadn't really thought Shifeng's offer through. Following which, he turned to the swordsman in question and said, Guild leader Black Flame, we agree to your first condition. However, you must give us a time limit. If you cannot fulfill your promise within the given time, you will have to offer the combat puppet design as compensation. This is the most the secret pavilion is willing to concede. All of the various superpowers sought their own combat puppets, which were easily as valuable as an entire fortress in the ancient undead country. That won't be a problem. Although Yuan Tixin's reply surprised Shifeng, he quickly answered the man, as for the time limit, I think 10 days should be appropriate. Alright, let's sign the contract, then. Yuan Tixin nodded. Both Liang Jing and Purple Jade watched the exchange in shock. With just a few words, Shifeng had guaranteed Starlink's demotion. No one would believe this if they heard it. Once Shifeng and Yuan Tixin signed the contract, the secret Chamber of Commerce had revoked Starlink's advanced membership within less than half an hour. Although this matter had only been announced internally, news quickly spread across God's domain. Chapter 21:14, Overturning the Heavens. Foggy Ghost Plains, a neutral map outside of the Black Dragon Empire. Darkness enveloped the plains throughout the year. Level 70 to 80 undead creatures with high physical resistance roamed the plains, making the area very dangerous for current players. If players weren't careful here, they could easily lose their lives. Thus, very few visited this place. However, a 20-man team currently fought more than 100 level 70+ undead earthworms. These undead earthworms ranked between Special Elite and Lord, and a deathly aura surrounded their bodies. If players approached, they felt a chill seep into them, affecting their movements. In addition, the undead earthworms had extremely high defense, and their attacks had a corrosive effect. However, the players who faced these undead earthworms defeated one after another. The team's leader, an assassin, toyed with roughly 80 undead earthworms by himself. Like a graceful butterfly, the assassin skillfully dodged the corrosive attacks while the assassin attracted the undead earthworms' attacks, a willowy woman bombarded the monsters with one spell after another, each dealing over -20,000 damage. Moreover, the woman timed her spells accurately to strike the undead earthworms as they launched an attack, diverting the trajectories and reducing the pressure on the assassin. After around 30 minutes, the 20-man team finally slew the last of these monsters, their bodies littering the ground alongside materials and items the commander and vice-commanders sure are amazing. Without those two, these undead earthworms would have likely worn us down until we died. That's right. The stamina consumption here is ridiculous. I lost more than a quarter of my stamina in that fight alone. It's no wonder why the other adventurer teams refuse to grind here. I wish I were as capable as the commander and vice-commander. I'd be able to walk through the Black Dragon Empire unhindered. With their fame and strength, they could establish a large guild in the Empire. Even superpowers have tried to recruit our adventurer team. It's a pity that the commander rejected all those offers without hesitation. When the resting members FFF adventurer team members looked at Yan Tianqing and Yi Luofei, their gazes held respect and admiration, especially the players that had recently joined the team. Not only did the undead earthworms have incredible defense, but their death aura also weakened players' combat power. Including the corrosive effect of the monsters' attacks, not even MTs in top-tier equipment would dare to aggro too many at once. At most, a strong MT could handle 5 or 6 undead earthworms at a time. However, these monsters traveled in groups of 100 or more. Even a 50-man team would struggle against such a large band of monsters, not to mention a 20-man team. However, thanks to Yan Tianqing aggroing most of the worms and Yi Luofei's timely attacks, the team was able to defeat the 100-plus undead earthworms without much trouble. The only benefit to the foggy ghost plains was the high EXP its monsters granted. The leveling speed here was unmatched. After defeating a single wave of monsters, the FFF adventurer team's members had gained a visible chunk to their experience bars. It was a rare phenomenon at their levels. Suddenly, a woman in dark gray leather armor appeared before Yan Tianqing and Yi Luofei. She had a magnificent body, looking like a fairy, and her chilling aura felt like the moon in the night sky. Upon close inspection, one would discover that this woman was actually level 67. She could undoubtedly rank at the very top of the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list. Meanwhile, Yan Tianqing and Yi Luofei had failed to detect this woman's presence before she had appeared. The FFF members grew nervous due to her abrupt arrival. They were all experts, and their ability to sense others' auras was first-rate, yet they hadn't noticed this woman's approach. To make matters worse, they had never felt such a frightening aura before. They all felt as if they stood in a silent hell as this woman's aura washed over them. "Why are you here, Lotus?" Yan Tianqing calmly asked the Peerless beauty before him. The other FFF members' jaws dropped when they heard the woman's name. Everyone in the Black Dragon Empire knew the name Lotus. It was, after all, the name of the #1 player on the Empire's assassin ranking list. She was a legend in the Empire, and even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion feared her. Moreover, Lotus was particularly mysterious. The public knew almost nothing about her other than her name. The reason Lotus was known as a legend in the Black Dragon Empire and even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion feared her so greatly was her success in killing Martial Dragon, one of the pavilion's monster-level experts. 9 Dragons Emperor had been furious about Martial Dragon's defeat, but despite ordering a hunt for Lotus, he had accomplished nothing. In the end, 9 Dragons Emperor had been forced to abandon the hunt. The FFF adventurer team's members had certainly never expected to meet the real deal here. Moreover, their commander seemed to know this woman. "Have you considered the matter?" Lotus asked in a cold, mechanical tone. "I've already told you that I'm not interested in joining Dark Soul," Yan Tianqing said. "The Alliance has more resources than you can imagine. I'm sure you believe that you can continue down this path and grow stronger without relying on a superpower. I thought the same in the past, but you haven't reached that point yet. You haven't experienced what it truly feels like to reach the point where there is no road ahead. If you continue to be stubborn, the gap between us will only grow. I know that you're interested in Zero Wing, and I admit that the guild is impressive to secure White River City's auction house despite facing multiple superpowers in the competition," Lotus said, her voice deepening. "However, everyone knows what future awaits Zero Wing. After provoking so many superpowers, it is destined to perish. Furthermore, Zero Wing has almost no training resources. You'd be better off joining me in Dark Soul. Dark Soul's resources will help you improve." Do you really need to waste time on a guild that is on the verge of destruction? I've made up my mind, Yan Tianqing replied without hesitation. Zero Wing's death isn't certain yet. As long as it returns to the secret chamber of commerce, Starlink won't find the guild easy to eliminate. So what if it returns? Do you really think a guild with no background and resources can overturn the heavens? Lotus asked with a hint of disdain, but as soon as Lotus finished speaking, Yi Luofei gasped from beside Yan Tianqing. Commander, something has happened. Yi Luofei shouted after reading the message from the Flower of Seven Sins. What is it? Yan Tianqing asked, giving his vice commander an odd look. Starlink's advanced membership has been revoked. Yi Luofei said, shuddering. She even wondered if this message was a fake, but since it bore the Flower of Seven Sins name, it couldn't be. How is that possible? Yan Tianqing was stunned. Has the secret pavilion lost its mind? What in the world has happened? Membership in the secret chamber of commerce was extraordinary. Revoking a basic member's status demanded an extremely high price, not to mention a power's advanced membership. The news even surprised Lotus. Becoming an advanced member in secret required an astronomical price. By demoting one of its advanced members, the chamber would lose significant profits. Why would the secret chamber of commerce willingly revoke Starlink's advanced rank? The information isn't very accurate, but based on what we currently know, I'm 90% sure that Zero Wing has something to do with it. The moment Secret reinstated Zero Wing's basic membership, it demoted Starlink, Luofei replied hesitantly. Chapter 21:15, Realms of Refinement Legacy. It's Zero Wing's doing? Yan Tianqing was dazed for a long moment after hearing Yi Luofei's reply. He couldn't fathom what Zero Wing had done to push the secret pavilion to such a decision. That was the secret chamber of commerce's advanced membership they were talking about. Recovering from his daze, Yan Tianqing turned to Lotus. Smiling, he said, Lotus, it seems you've guessed wrong. Zero Wing is far more powerful than you imagine. Although he did not know what Zero Wing had done, it had accomplished this feat, one which would even be difficult for a superpower. Zero Wing's stamina gemstones had only been enough to cause a small upset in its war with Starlink, but now, the guild was responsible for a major setback. I've certainly underestimated Zero Wing, Lotus said. Contrary to expectations, though, she maintained a tranquil expression despite hearing that Zero Wing was responsible for Starlink's demotion. However, Zero Wing's actions will only incense Starlink further. It doesn't fully understand what Starlink is. Zero Wing has only backed itself into a corner. It's best if you don't get too close to the guild. Not even I can save you if you do. Lotus then vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed. Commander, what should we do? Yi Luofei asked as she turned to Yan Tianqing. Zero Wing's latest accomplishment was truly frightening, but as Lotus had said, Starlink wasn't an ordinary superpower. Its background was extraordinary. If it were just some ordinary power, the secret pavilion would never have promoted it to advanced member in the secret chamber of commerce. Aside from wealth, one had to offer proof of strength to become an advanced member in secret. I am going to Zero Wing, Yan Tianqing said, laughing. I had already decided to give up on the guild if it couldn't restore its membership in the secret chamber of commerce when the secret pavilion's people had visited Zero Wing. I might have even chosen the same path as Lotus. However, if Zero Wing could restore its membership, I inwardly swore that I would join the guild. Will you join with me? I'll follow you, Commander, Luofei said. She could not help but sigh when she saw the determined look on Yan Tianqing's face. Good. Let's go and make the necessary preparations. Yan Tianqing felt a little more confident about his decision when Yi Luofei agreed to follow him. At the same time, God's domain's various powers received news of Starlink's demotion, and they could barely believe it. The various superpowers were particularly shocked. They knew how Starlink had become an advanced member in the first place. News of Starlink's demotion was even more shocking to these superpowers than hearing that one of their kind had fallen. Zero Wing is too awesome, Big Sis Rain. It actually took away Starlink's advanced membership. This has definitely dealt a severe blow to Starlink's financial development. Lu Xinglua is probably fuming right about now. Blue Phoenix, who currently occupied Thunder Island, couldn't help her joyful expression when she heard the news. First, Zero Wing had caused an uproar in the Dark Knight Empire. Then, not only had it restored its basic member status in the secret chamber of commerce, but it was also responsible for revoking Starlink's advanced membership. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was capable of such a feat, yet Zero Wing had done it. It was unbelievable. I have persuaded 7th Street to send Zero Wing another invitation to alleviate the pressure from Starlink, but it seems that effort was unnecessary. Phoenix Rain revealed a bitter smile as she looked at the report in her hands. After Zero Wing's performance in White River City's auction arena, the majority of the guild's senior elders now stood on her side. Not only had this significantly increased her authority within the guild, but it had given her access to more resources, as well only then had she qualified to persuade a major chamber of commerce like 7th Street in the end. However, her efforts had been wasted. She had watched Zero Wing closely since the guild had begun to grow, yet the more she looked at it, the more mysterious it seemed. Now that Starlink has lost its advanced membership, Nine Dragons Emperor will likely shelf his plans of using Zero Wing's financial issues to cause trouble, Blue Phoenix said, smiling indeed. He will also have to rethink whether or not he wants to continue targeting Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing has firmly secured the secret pavilion support, otherwise, it wouldn't have demoted Starlink for the guild, Phoenix Rain said after giving the matter some thought. Now, it's just a matter of time before Zero Wing's development skyrockets. She had had a headache over trying to figure out preventative measures against Nine Dragons Emperor's little tricks against her and Zero Wing, but now, her fellow pavilion master would have to think twice before causing mischief for a future titan in God's domain. Regardless of the man's personal feelings, the guild's senior elders wouldn't agree to his tactics. Very few of those elders still stood with Nine Dragons Emperor. If he lost their support as well, he could kiss any chances of becoming the great pavilion master goodbye. While the various powers discussed the latest development, Horrifying and his people had become quite busy. Although Zero Wing's financial troubles hadn't been resolved yet, its success in taking Starlink down a notch had elevated the guild's overall morale. The guild's atmosphere had lightened, and Star Moon Kingdom's various powers had settled down. Moreover, the well-known adventurer teams that hadn't previously been interested in the guild now swarmed to Zero Wing's residence to negotiate partnership deals or join the guild altogether. This increased the amount of work Horrifying, Zero Wing's guild leader, had to do. Guild leader, Unyielding Soul has contacted us, asking for an alliance. They want to confront Starlink by our side. They're prepared to offer us a large number of credits and a portion of their realms of refinement training resources. These assets should be enough to sustain our internal management and training for quite a while. In return, however, they want 150 stamina gemstones and 3,000 exotic stamina potions. Aqua Rose excitedly reported. Zero Wing desperately needed credits, not coins or magic crystals. The guild's real-world headquarters required a lot of money to maintain, and Zero Wing had been supplying the necessary funds by selling items and equipment for credits thus far. However, due to Starlink's financial attacks, Zero Wing had lost as much as 80% of its daily credit income because of Zero Wing's rapid development. The guild continued to gain new members, including internal member Horrifying could have resolved his guild's need for credits by selling virtual stores in Zero Wing's territories, but he refused to sell these stores or offer long-term leases. Almost no corporation was willing to spend so many credits on a virtual store in Zero Wing's territory. As a result, Unyielding Soul is willing to share its realms of refinement training resources. The news surprised Horrifying. Alright, tell them that we'll agree to the alliance. However, we can only offer 60 stamina gemstones and 1,000 exotic stamina potions up front. If we give them any more than that, we won't have enough for our own purposes. Training resources were extremely important to any power, and they happened to be what Zero Wing needed most right now. Normally, a guild would have a well-equipped training facility by the time it secured first-rate rank. However, while guilds' facilities might have the same quality, there was a massive difference in the data each facility accumulated. The various large guilds relied on this data to nurture their internal experts. This training information was a guild's lifeline. This was especially true for superpowers. Typically, no one would willingly sell this data. At most, they might trade some information with other superpowers. Although Zero Wing had acquired Ouroboros's training facilities and data, Ouroboros had only been a first-rate guild. Even after combining Ouroboros's many years of research with God's domain's resources, nurturing refinement realms was still extremely difficult for Zero Wing, not to mention experts with even greater combat standards. If Zero Wing could gain access to a fraction of a super first-rate guild's training data, nurturing Refinement realm experts would become considerably easier. I'll send a reply right away. Aqua Rose understood how important this matter was, as well, so she was excited to hear Shifeng's agreement. The secret pavilion's training system was a large part of the reason that she had improved so quickly and reached her current standards. However, Zero Wing had a limited number of slots for the training system. Thus, just the thought of Zero Wing gaining its own realms of refinement legacy thrilled her. The two guilds settled their negotiations very quickly, forming an alliance. This outcome significantly alleviated the pressure on Zero Wing, and the smaller guild received a portion of Unyielding Soul's realms of refinement legacy. Once this matter had been settled, Shifeng accepted the Hero Crusade quest and led Zero Wing's main force toward the Falling Star's secret land, the Lord of Fire's home. As far as the public was concerned, Zero Wing already qualified to contend with Starlink, but Shifeng knew this was only temporary. Starlink controlled 3 NPC auction houses and had far more territory than Zero Wing. As players reached higher levels, Starlink's advantages would only become more prominent. Shifeng had laid the foundation for his guild, but because of the massive difference between the two guilds' starting points, Zero Wing had no hope of quickly catching up to Starlink. Furthermore, Starlink wasn't Zero Wing's only enemy. There were plenty of other powers eyeing Shifeng's guild if he didn't link White River City's auction house to Stone Forest towns quickly and allowed the two to transform. Zero Wing would never be able to contend with superpowers' financial prowess. Meanwhile, the moment Shifeng's team entered the Falling Star's secret land, everyone on his team, excluding himself, gasped. This secret land looked like an entirely different world. Craters of various sizes pocked the barren canyon before them, and meteors occasionally fell from the sky, decimating the ground. The resulting shockwaves were so powerful they could likely kill players in an instant. Moreover, the monsters in the area ranged from level 70 to 75, and the weakest were Lord-ranked Laval giants, while most of these monsters were High Lords or Grand Lords. These monsters also traveled in groups of 10 or more. This place was even more frightening than a 100-man, Hell Mode team dungeon. An ordinary 100-man Tier 2 team would likely meet its end after venturing a few steps into the area. Fortunately, Zero Wing's main force was far stronger than any ordinary team. With his fragmented legendary shield, Kola alone could easily tank 4 or 5 level 70+ Grand Lords at the same time. And with Turtledove, Yi Wumian, and the other MT's assistance, these monsters posed no threat to Zero Wing's team. On the contrary, this was nothing but an EXP farm to Zero Wing's members. Although the Falling Star secret land had plenty of monsters, none of them could stop Shifeng's team, which carried a large number of epic weapons and equipment pieces. After 4 hours or so of fighting, the team reached the secret land's inner region. Guild leader, I found a tattered altar guarded by monsters. There's a treasure chest on it. It seems to be an inferior legendary treasure chest. Flying Shadow, who had been tasked to scout the area, suddenly reported in the team chat. An inferior legendary treasure chest. Shifeng could not help but find the discovery odd. As far as he could remember, the Falling Star secret land shouldn't even have an epic treasure chest, much less an inferior legendary treasure chest. We'll head there immediately. Shifeng led his team to the coordinates Flying Shadow had given him. The altar had a total of 3 floors, each roughly 10 meters high, and radiated an intense divine might. A magic barrier surrounded the altar, as well. If not for this barrier, Shifeng had no doubt that the altar's divine might would have even made movement impossible. What? It's real? Shock colored Shifeng's features as he stared at the treasure chest glowing on the altar. Chapter 21:16, Another Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. Although the treasure chest's orange glow was very faint, Zero Wing's members audibly gulped when they saw it. An inferior legendary treasure chest had a high chance of dropping a fragmented legendary item. While most guilds in the game had very little idea of a fragmented legendary item's true value, Zero Wing's core upper echelons were no strangers to the rare items, particularly Kola, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Zhao Yueru, who all owned their own fragmented legendary items. A single fragmented legendary item was enough to elevate a player to peak expert status. Such items were precisely the reason that Kola and the others could suppress peak experts. Without them, these 4 wouldn't have been able to defeat a single peak expert even if they worked together and had the same basic attributes as their opponent. In fact, if not for fragmented legendary items, Zero Wing would have needed another 3 to 5 years to have any hope of contending with the various superpowers. Why is an inferior legendary treasure chest here? Shifeng stared at the treasure chest on the altar with narrowed eyes. Confused, he had visited the Falling Star secret land dozens of times during his previous life, but he had never heard or seen of this altar, not to mention the treasure chest on it. Moreover, it was an inferior legendary treasure chest. The only inferior legendary treasure chest Shifeng had ever seen was in the fallen Arkansas. He hadn't even heard of another inferior legendary treasure chest. Yet, now, he had stumbled across an inferior legendary treasure chest in the Falling Star secret land. Could the Falling Star secret land have secrets I don't know about? Shifeng wondered in the past. The only noteworthy thing anyone had found in the Falling Star secret land was the Lord of Fire. Once the Lord of Fire had been slain, the secret land had become a land of death. Even monsters had stopped spawning. Moreover, the altar's divine might was extraordinary. This definitely hadn't been constructed by mortals, but by ancient gods. Guild leader, should we work our way toward it? Aqua Rose asked, unable to pull her gaze away from the inferior legendary treasure chest. Although there were around 500 level 72 and level 73 Lord-ranked lava hounds roaming around the altar, these monsters were easy pickings for Zero Wing's main force. It wouldn't take long to clear out the area. Wait a minute, Shifeng said. He then activated omniscient eyes and inspected every lava hound in the area. In God's domain, caution was necessary when encountering a treasure that didn't match its location's quality. A slight mishap could potentially be fatal, and that lethality would affect players' careers. In God's domain, normally, players would only encounter situations like this after visiting level 150 plus maps. To encounter such circumstances in a map below level 100 was simply unheard of. Of course, better safe than sorry. Lava Hound, Alaka's avatar, elemental creature, Lord. Level 72. HP 24,000/24,000,000. A hidden title? Shifeng very quickly noticed something peculiar. When inspecting these monsters with an ordinary identification skill, players would only see ordinary lava hounds, but with omniscient eyes, these lava hounds had an additional title. Alaka's avatar? Sure enough, this is a trap. A trap? Fire Dance gave Shifeng an odd look before asking, but I've already inspected the area and didn't discover any traps. Before the full team had arrived, she had scouted both the altar and its surroundings, but she hadn't discovered any traps, magical or physical. Her disarm had already reached master rank. Even if she couldn't disarm Grandmaster traps, she could easily detect them. This isn't your ordinary trap, Shifeng said, laughing. He then said, Fire, lead an assassin party and find a way to lure these lava hounds 100 yards away from the altar. Remember, do not kill a single lava hound. Now, Shifeng, more or less, realized why no one had mentioned this altar or the inferior legendary treasure chest it held in the past. Alak was one of the Purgatory World's 4 kings, known as the King of Death. Alak was a bona fide Tier 5 world boss. During the war between worlds in Shifeng's previous life, the Purgatory World had been one of the worlds the various guilds had invaded. However, the guilds had suffered a miserable defeat against Alak. Despite sending 25 Tier 5 experts to raid the world boss, the King of Death had slain them all in one move. It had been horrific if a Tier 6 god-ranked expert hadn't made an emergency appearance on the battlefield. Every player in that war would have been annihilated. Even though the various large guilds had eventually killed Alak, they had sacrificed tens of thousands of expert players to do so, including more than 100 Tier 5 Apex experts. Tier 4 experts had been of little use in the raid. Knowing that the lava hounds around the altar were Alaka's avatars, Shifeng realized that this altar was Alaka's treasury. Treasuries like this would appear in God's domain randomly. Players would only have one opportunity to claim these treasuries items. If they killed Alaka's avatars, Alak would discover the transgression. If Alak didn't arrive personally, he would send a doppelganger. Even if this doppelganger were one tier lower than the world boss and only level 70, players still couldn't afford to challenge it. Not only would every Zero Wing member in the area die, but Alak would also move his treasury to a different location. Although such occurrences were rare in God's domain, Shifeng had heard of a few instances. After Shifeng finished issuing commands, Fire Dance led a party of assassins to lure away the lava hounds around the altar. Once the last lava hound was more than 100 yards away from the altar, the magic barrier around it shattered. A boundless divine might gushed past the broken barrier, and Zero Wing's members felt much heavier. Seeing this, Shifeng activated Gale Domain and flew straight toward the altar. As he drew closer, he encountered stronger divine might. Eventually, the pressure was so powerful that his flying speed slowed to a crawl. As Shifeng came within 50 yards of the altar, he didn't have the strength to move forward. Gritting his teeth, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength skyrocketing. He then continued toward the inferior legendary treasure chest, 1 inch at a time. As a tier 5 world boss, Alok was only a step away from becoming a god. Obtaining such a being's treasure wouldn't be easy. Not only were the lava hounds guarding this altar Alok's avatars, but they were also the energy source that protected the treasury. These lava hounds powered the magic array that protected the treasury, maintained its presence here, and sealed the divine might the treasury radiated. Without this energy source, the magic array would fade. Once it was gone, not only would the treasury's divine might be released, but it would also destabilize space around it. The treasury would forcibly return to its original space after no more than 30 seconds. In other words, Shifeng only had 30 seconds to retrieve the inferior legendary treasure chest once the avatars had been lured away. However, Shifeng's speed was painfully slow, even after activating Heavenly Dragon's power. It felt as if some gigantic beast desperately pulled him back. Blade liberation. With less than 20 seconds remaining, Shifeng abandoned all hesitation and activated twofold Berserker. With twofold Berserk, Shifeng's strength could rival a mythic monster's of the same level. He accelerated slightly, but he still felt slower than an ordinary player's walking speed. As the seconds ticked by, Shifeng inched closer to the inferior legendary treasure chest. 20 yards. 10 yards. 5 yards. Shifeng's remaining time continued to decrease. 15 seconds. 12 seconds. 10 seconds. When only 10 seconds remained, space around the altar began to shatter. Just as the altar began to fade, Shifeng finally placed his hand on the treasure chest. Collect. Shifeng shouted. Collecting an inferior legendary treasure chest required 8 seconds, and Shifeng tensed as he watched the loading bar. The altar's base had already disappeared, and the middle section had begun to fade away. Just as the treasure chest began to disappear, the sound of a system notification reached Shifeng's ears. Chapter 21:17, Forgotten Set. System: Inferior legendary treasure chest has been stored in bag space. System: a powerful spell has been cast on this inferior legendary treasure chest. The treasure chest will drop upon death and cannot be opened within the Falling Star secret land. System: the King of Death has learned of the robbery and sealed off the Falling Star secret land. All monsters in the area have been enhanced. How vicious. Shifeng did not know whether to cry or laugh after hearing the 3 system notifications. He had thought that he had secured the inferior legendary chest, getting away scot-free, but it seemed that the trap still closed around him. Now that Alok had sealed off the Falling Star secret land, players had only 2 means of escape. The first method required dying and resurrecting in the nearest graveyard. The second way was to kill the Lord of Fire. The Lord of Fire was the Falling Star secret land's overlord, serving as the land's power source. If this boss died, the secret land wouldn't be able to maintain any life. Then, the seal on the map would lift. However, due to the inferior legendary treasure chest, the secret land's monsters had grown stronger, including the Lord of Fire. The Lord of Fire was already stronger than ordinary mythic monsters since his territory was a secret land. Now that the seal around the area enhanced the monsters here, the boss had likely grown as powerful as a mythic-ranked archaic species. Although players' combat and equipment standards had improved a lot, dealing with mythic monsters was still a challenge. Even the various superpowers relied on magic arrays and numerous attempts when raiding a mythic monster. Not even an MT with a fragmented legendary shield would last long against a mythic-ranked archaic species. Fortunately, players were permitted to use summoning spells they had learned in secret lands. Although they couldn't use items that summon monsters, it seems we'll have to level up before raiding the Lord of Fire. Shifeng concluded after calming down an inferior legendary treasure chest was worth far more than an ordinary fragmented legendary item. Based on their current situation, the system wanted his team to earn the treasure chest. Fortunately, he wasn't on a time limit to kill the Lord of Fire. Although he had a 10-day arrangement with the secret pavilion, moving Stone Forest Town to the bottomless abyss wouldn't be difficult. As long as players had the necessary status and 6,000 mana stones, it could easily be accomplished. Only, current players did not know how to transfer a town. The true difficulty would be acquiring the 6,000 mana stones. 6,000 mana stones was an astronomical amount to God's domain's current powers. Even with the Philosopher's Stone, Shurfeng would need 300,000 magic crystals to synthesize so many mana stones. Even superpowers would have a hard time sacrificing such a large number of magic crystals. However, the task wouldn't be difficult for Zero Wing. Aside from the manatite vein in the Sea of Death, Zero Wing had the source fire vein in the Flame Demon's Valley. Although the guild could only send a small number of players to mine the source fire vein, those players could collect a considerable number of magic crystals each day. Overall, not even ordinary superpowers could match Zero Wing's magic crystal income after deducting daily expenses and including the stockpile Zero Wing currently possessed. Collecting 300,000 magic crystals within 10 days would not be a problem. When Zero Wing's members saw the inferior legendary treasure chest in Shurfeng's possession, they breathed a sigh of relief, especially Fire Dance and the other fragmented legendary item wielders. If Zero Wing secured another fragmented legendary item, the guild would have one more peak expert, which was something it desperately needed right now. Bad news, guild leader. Thousands of monsters have appeared around us. Most of them are level 72 plus Great Lords, with quite a few Grand Lords mixed in. They're all heading straight for us, Minor Wind, who acted as the team's lookout, quickly reported. Already? Looking at the map Minor Wind had shared with the team, Shurfeng noticed a large number of red dots. So many level 72 plus Great Lords and Grand Lords could easily capture a guild town. Not daring to be careless, Shurfeng led his team toward the Falling Star Secret Land central area. He had just activated twofold Berserk, so he was still in a weakened state. He would have normally hidden from these monsters, but now. Although Shurfeng was being particularly careful, Great Lord Lava Giants roamed the path to the map's core. Eventually, Shurfeng and his team had to stop and deal with these monsters. MTs hated lava monsters more than any other. These monsters' attacks could reduce their target's defense, and although each attack only dropped players' defense by 5% for 10 seconds, the debuff stacked after a little over half an hour. Shurfeng's team defeated the dozen or so lava giants they had encountered, but as the team began to move out, several glowing items appeared on the ground. It surprised Shurfeng. What? This is level 70 secret silver equipment? Shurfeng's surprise grew into astonishment after he inspected one of the dropped equipment pieces. Could this be a result of the monster's enhancement? The Falling Star Secret Land had a high monster population, and they were stronger than average monsters. However, since these monsters didn't drop loot, the Falling Star Secret Land had only become a good leveling area for players during Shurfeng's previous life. If these monsters had dropped equipment, this secret land would have become a sacred grinding spot. Although secret silver equipment was average, the several pieces that had dropped from the lava giants were level 70 equipment. The various major powers had barely begun to collect level 65 equipment, much less level 70. It was easy to imagine how valuable these pieces were. The attributes on these level 70 secret silver boots are amazing. Their defense is even higher than level 65 dark gold boots. They also reduce stamina consumption by 3%. If my current boots didn't have better basic attribute bonuses, I'd equip these in a heartbeat, Yi Wumian exclaimed as he inspected the level 70 secret silver boots attributes Shurfeng had shared in the team chat. Those are nothing. Look at what I picked up, Blackie said, delighted as he shared a cloth armor's attribute panel. Everyone was stunned when they saw the item's information secret silver set equipment. Although the cloth armor was also level 70 secret silver rank, it was a part of the Forgotten set, a 4-piece set equipment. Moreover, this set focused on reducing stamina consumption. When wearing all 4 pieces, players' stamina consumption would drop by 30%. The cloth armor was far more valuable than the level 70 secret silver plate armor boots. The resources in neutral maps were tempting enough that most current players searched for a way to develop in these areas. However, neutral maps had harsh environments that placed a heavy burden on players' stamina, but as luck would have it, neutral maps were home to plenty of field bosses that dropped plenty of rare materials and items, including skill books, designs, and recipes. However, the various large guilds were helpless against these field bosses. That difficulty wasn't due to these field bosses' immense power or players' lack of basic attributes, but because they could increase players' stamina consumption. As a result, many raids on these field bosses failed because players ran out of stamina. Meanwhile, level 70 secret silver set equipment that could reduce stamina consumption was far more valuable than level 70 fine gold set equipment with elemental resistances. When Zero Wings players thought about the monsters in this area dropping set equipment that reduced stamina consumption, their hearts raced. Aqua, make the necessary arrangements. We won't be venturing to the map's core just yet. First, we'll get rid of these lava giants. We'll advance once we're done, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Equipment that reduced stamina consumption was even rarer than equipment that provided universal resistance. Although Shifeng knew how to obtain a few such pieces of equipment, they were located in level 100 plus neutral maps. In any case, his team members needed to level up before they could raid the Lord of Fire. Since these great Lord-ranked lava giants dropped equipment and set equipment that reduced stamina consumption, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. They might not have this chance once they killed the Lord of Fire. If they could collect enough equipment to arm a 100-man team, Zero Wing could use the many field bosses in neutral maps as a personal ATM. Chapter 21:18, Qualitative Transformation. When the seal around the falling star secret land had enhanced the map's monsters, it had also drastically increased the number of great Lord-ranked lava giants in the secret land. Zero Wing's members felt as if there were no end to these monsters as they continued to grind in the inner region. Only after 8 days of constant grinding did they finally clear out most of the lava giants in the inner region. However, they had to admit that the falling star secret land was an excellent leveling spot. When Zero Wing's members had first arrived in the secret land, they had been level 66, but after 8 days of grinding, every team member had reached level 70. Even the various superpowers experts would be jealous of their leveling speed. As for Shifeng, he had leveled up from 72 to 74. However, these players' increased attributes were far more significant than their higher levels. Every 5 levels was a minor turning point in God's domain, and as Zero Wings members leveled up, their epic and fragmented legendary items rose with them. Now that they had reached level 70, these items' attribute bonuses had received a small boost. If this team had been powerful when they had fought the various superpowers experts in White River City's auction arena, they were monstrous now, especially Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Zhao Yueru, and Kola. The team had also collected 11 cloth armor forgotten sets, 9 leather armor off-track sets, and 8 plate armor earth vein sets over the last 8 days. They had also collected more than 900 pieces of standalone mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. Their harvest was many times more bountiful than grinding in Hell mode team dungeons for the same amount of time. At this moment, Zero Wings members ganged up on an 8-meter-tall Grand Lord-ranked lava beast in the deserted canyon. The lava beast bellowed in rage as its HP continued to fall under Zero Wings' bombardment. When the lava beast was close to death, Fire Dance maneuvered behind the monster and used Absolute Strike to obliterate the last strand of the Grand Lord's HP. Her actions were so smooth that even her teammates were stunned as the level 74 lava beast crumbled into a pile of scorching rubble. Everyone's experience bars rose by a small chunk. These lava beasts are really a challenge, Turtledove complained as she looked at her HP bar. Currently, she had less than 1/3 of her HP remaining, and her defense had fallen by 85%. With so little defense left, she took more than minus 70,000 damage just from blocking one of the lava beast's attacks with her shield. Unfortunately, due to the monster's massive frame, every one of the lava beast's attacks had a large AoE. As a result, the lava beast didn't need special techniques to prevent its targets from dodging. If the team's 3 main MTs hadn't rotated tanking the lava beast, defeating the Grand Lord would have been impossible. They are certainly tough. Its lava shield reduced out magical damage by half, too. Fortunately, we have good equipment. Any other team from our guild wouldn't likely be a match for it, Aqua Rose said as she looked at the dead lava beast. The lava beast had a whopping 100 million HP, and its battle recovery regenerated 2% of its HP every 5 seconds, double that of other monsters. If these players hadn't had high enough DPS, they would have been helpless against the lava beast. Although the lava beast had been difficult to defeat, it had given Zero Wings players a surprise. After its death, this one lava beast had dropped more than a dozen items. Its drop rate was many times higher than the lava giants the team had faced earlier. Guild leader, how is it? Did any set equipment drop? Blackie asked, giving Shifeng an expectant look as he inspected the loot. This was the first time they had fought a lava beast, but no matter how Blackie looked at it, the lava beast should have dropped better loot than the Great Lord-ranked lava giant. Since it was a Grand Lord, there's no set equipment, but it did drop something interesting. Here, Take a look for yourself, Shifeng said as he shared the item he had appraised in the team sheet. Only 3 of the dozen or so items the lava beast had dropped were equipment pieces, and they were all level 70 fine gold rank. Although these 3 pieces reduced stamina consumption, they weren't quite as powerful as the level 70 secret silver set equipment. However, these 3 pieces of fine gold equipment weren't the highlight of the lava beast's loot. Rather, it was a skill book for super recovery, super spell. Instantly heals all allied players within a 30-yard radius for 40% of their stamina and increases stamina recovery rate by 200% and basic attributes by 15% for the next 1-hour cooldown, 12 hours. Class restriction, Cleric. What a powerful spell. Blackie's eyes nearly fell from their sockets after reading the spell's description. Not only did this spell regenerate stamina and heal players, but it also increased its target's basic attributes. With this spell, a 100-man team could easily explore neutral maps without worrying about their stamina. Aqua Rose was just as astonished. Many of the required materials for producing resistance equipment and high-ranked potions could only be found in neutral maps. Collecting these materials was one of the main reasons that the various major powers had been trying desperately to explore neutral maps, all to prepare for the fight for first clear in the level 70+ super large-scale team dungeons in these neutral maps. Not only would a guild become more popular and collect more top-tier equipment by securing one of these team dungeons first clear, but it would also earn a town building order, enabling the guild to construct a new guild town in a neutral map. It was the equivalent of securing a neutral map's management rights. There were only a limited number of kingdoms and empires around neutral maps. With control over a neutral map, a guild would have a tough time not growing stronger. We should let Violet learn this skill book, Shifeng said. The rest of the team agreed with his decision. Only members of the cleric class could learn super recovery, and Violet Cloud was the guild's #1 cleric. Moreover, she constantly traveled with the guild's main force or led her own team when exploring neutral maps. The spell was perfect for her. After Violet Cloud learned super recovery, Shifeng continued to grind lava giants for EXP with his team. He also instructed Fire Dance and her assassin party to split up in search of more lava beasts. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain a few more super recovery skill books while Zero Wing's main force continued to grind lava giants and level up. Melancholic Smile called Shifeng. Has something happened? Shifeng asked when he saw Melancholic Smile's anxious expression. Guild leader, Starlink has captured the Ore Empires or Blood Fortress. Not long after that, our members started to run into ambushes in the various neutral maps, especially our teams in the Ore Empire's inner region. Our casualties are severe. I wanted to as Unyielding Soul for reinforcements, but it seems that it's in a similar predicament. Starlink has basically started an all-out war with Unyielding Soul and the neutral maps bordering the Dark Knight Empire, Melancholic Smile reported. It's no wonder why Starlink hadn't responded. So, it was planning a massive assault in secret, Shifeng thought as realization dawned. He had to admit that Starlink's latest move dealt a painful blow to Zero Wing. At this point, Zero Wing's influence permeated Starmoon Kingdom. Since the guild had regained its status as a basic member in the Secret Chamber of Commerce, almost no power could shake Zero Wing in its own kingdom. Knowing this, Starlink must have decided to take a more forceful approach and establish a foundation in the Ore Empire. Now that it controlled a fortress in the Empire, it could dispatch a large number of experts, using its numerical advantage to extinguish Zero Wing in the Ore Empire and other neutral maps around Starmoon Kingdom. Furthermore, Starlink had solidified its position as the Dark Knight Empire's overlord. Other powers would have a very difficult time threatening its position, so it could afford to send a large group of experts abroad. And now that its position in the Ore Empire was stable, it wouldn't have to worry about its experts' development in the Empire. Although Zero Wing had the Guardian Puppets and Hell Tanks, these war weapons were only suitable for large-scale combat. With how few of these war weapons Zero Wing had, protecting its members across massive neutral maps would be impossible. Guild leader, what should we do? Melancholic Smile asked. Tell everyone to stay together for now. If needed, spend some magic crystals and send our members through the Otherworld Gate to level up. For now, we'll disregard developing in neutral maps, Shifeng responded after giving the matter some thought. We'll make further arrangements once I've finished my quest here. Understood. Melancholic Smile nodded. After disconnecting the call, Shifeng gathered his team, and they made their way toward the Lord of Fire. As for leveling up and grinding for equipment, they were out of time. The Falling Star Secret Land's core was a molten hell. Only a few boulders still stood among the lava, barely large enough to hold 30 players. Meanwhile, a 50-meter-tall figure, made of flowing lava, lay among the liquid stone. The mountain-like figure radiated a frightening pressure that deterred any lava monster from approaching guild leader. Are we really going to fight this boss? Blackie could not help his bitter smile as he looked at the lava giant. The rest of the team expressed similar reactions. The word, strong, was no longer appropriate for this lava giant. This thing was practically invincible to current players. Lord of Fire, King of Flames, Elemental Creature, Ancient Fiend, Mythic, Level 75. HP 580,000/580,000,000. Chapter 21-19, Secret Lands Lord. Ore Empire, on a vast plain a short distance away from the ore capital city. Lacking the usual patrolling ores, this was the safest location near the ore capital city. Practically every power intending to explore the city had set up a campsite to shelter its members. A power that had recently arrived occupied a large plot of land in the crowded plain, but despite this power selfishly taking up so much area, none of the other powers dared to comment. This power was none other than Starlink, a superpower that even the various super guilds feared. As a 100-man team approached Starlink's campsite, it attracted the attention of every player around. Every member on this team rode a pitch-black, 3-meter-tall bear. The mounts looked imposing and majestic, even from afar. Moreover, these mounted players were all level 67 or above, and they radiated an intense bloodlust and moved like well-trained soldiers. To top it off, the weakest piece of equipment these players wore was level 65 fine, gold rank. The surrounding players recognized that the pressure they felt from this 100-man team wasn't simply due to a difference in basic attributes, but a difference in life ratings. Players felt stifled as the middle-aged man in the lead passed by. This man felt like a ferocious beast, and they knew he would shred them to pieces if they moved in the slightest. Guild leader, who is that? He looks somewhat familiar, but I can't place him. Purple Eye, who rested in the Star Alliance's campsite, asked as she watched the stalwart man enter Starlink's campsite. Of course, you find him familiar. He came from a destroyed kingdom on God's domain's western continent. You might not know his name, Startled Wind, but I'm sure you've heard his nickname, Mad Beast, Galaxy Past said, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes as he watched the man pass. I would never have thought that Starlink would recruit that lunatic. I'm afraid that Zero Wing may be in danger this time. He's that Mad Beast? The revelation surprised Purple Jade. Players on the eastern continent might not have heard of Mad Beast since the two continents didn't have much interaction, but as a first-rate guild's upper echelon, Purple Jade had heard of some matters concerning the western continent. According to her sources, Mad Beast was famous for shaking the western continent. With a single adventurer team, he had destroyed a superpower's kingdom. The various superpowers just didn't have the power to stop that lunatic. Galaxy Past wasn't the only player to recognize Mad Beast. Many of the guild upper echelons in the area noticed the menace expected of Starlink. It has even recruited the Mad Beast. It's no wonder why the various superpowers are so afraid of the guild. Since Zero Wing made Starlink a laughingstock in front of the other superpowers, it's definitely doomed. I wonder what Mad Beast plans on doing to Starmoon Kingdom. Hopefully, he isn't too ruthless. I don't want to suffer alongside Zero Wing. Startled Wind's appearance sparked many discussions among the resting players. As Startled Wind arrived in Starlink's campsite, 3 kills, Starlink's 4th vice guild leader, moved to welcome the man. Brother Wind, long time no see. It is truly wonderful that you are willing to help us out, 3 kills said. He couldn't help his inward sigh when he felt Startled Wind's aura. 3 kills and Startled Wind were old acquaintances. They had even made their debut in the virtual gaming world around the same time. Only, 3 kills had been supported by the Super Guild, Jormungandr, while Startled Wind hadn't had any backing now. However, Startled Wind's nickname, Mad Beast, had spread across the western continent. He had even become Starlink's 2nd vice guild leader. 3 kills, on the other hand, was only Starlink's 4th vice guild leader. I understand that the guild leader wants to remove any trace of Zero Wing from God's domain. Since I've come, Zero Wing will meet its end, Startled Wind said. However, the Zero Wing members I've killed on my way here don't seem overly impressive. To think that the 4 shadow demons actually lost against these people, those 4 old men have truly fallen. Brother Wind, Zero Wing hasn't yet dispatched its true experts. The guild also has its combat puppets and hell tanks. A fight with Zero Wing won't be easy. 3 kills explain Zero Wing's true experts and combat puppets? Interesting. I wonder whose blade is sharper, Zero Wing's or mine? Startled Wind said as he licked his lips, excitement flashing in his eyes. Since Zero Wing's experts refuse to meet me, we'll make them show themselves. I've heard that Zero Wing has a town in the Ore Empire. I think my men and I will pay it a visit. Following which, Startled Wind spun on his heel and led his men towards Silverwing Town. Meanwhile, Shurfong watched the slumbering Lord of Fire in silence for a moment in the Falling Star Secret Land's core. Why is he so much stronger? Shurfong felt a headache begin to brew as he looked at the boss's attribute panel. The original Lord of Fire had already been much stronger than ordinary mythic monsters, but now that he had become an ancient fiend, not even a 100-man team of Tier 3 peak experts would have much of a chance of defeating him, much less a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts. Ancient fiends' life ratings could rival ferocious beasts, overlords in God's domain. During ancient times, Shurfong had only killed the Flame Demon King, due to his quest drastically reducing its strength, but this Lord of Fire was at his peak. Now, however, the Lord of Fire was at the peak of his strength. Even a 1,000-man team filled with experts of the same level would fall quickly to the Lord of Fire. No, something's not right. Shurfong quickly noticed the glowing, golden divine runes hovering around the Lord of Fire's body. Those runes were gradually merging with the boss's form. As far as Shurfong could remember, the Lord of Fire shouldn't have bombed any divine runes. Moreover, the boss's aura was growing stronger, albeit very slowly. Is he in the middle of an evolution? Although God's domain's boss monsters rarely evolved, it wasn't unheard of. Generally, these evolutions only happened after players triggered certain events, but the process wasn't easy to complete. Boss monsters normally needed half a month to evolve successfully. Of course, there had been cases of bosses completing the evolution in 2 or 3 days quick. Everyone, move together. Shurfong hurriedly shouted. Chapter 21:20, Time waits for no one. When Shurfong realized that the Lord of Fire was in the midst of an evolution, he gathered his team and began the raid on the ancient fiend. Shurfong had Kola, who wore the Flame Demon's crown, act as lead MT, while Turtledove and Yiwumian offered support from the sides. He instructed the rest of the team to stand by the Lord of Fire's sides and wait for his command. Shurfang's urgency confused his teammates, but when they thought about how they could only leave the Falling Star Secret Land by killing the Lord of Fire or dying themselves, they obediently approached the boss. Go. Shurfong commanded. Once his players were in position leading the charge, Kola dashed toward the slumbering Lord of Fire. Although molten lava covered the ground, the high fire resistance the Flame Demon's crown provided made the lava feel like seawater to Kola. Kola soon arrived before the Lord of Fire and slashed at the ancient fiend with his sword. 13:745. As the Lord of Fire received damage, he opened his eyes, releasing a blinding, golden light. The boss's deafening bellow then echoed across the burning field. The delay surprised Zero Wing's players. Normally, bosses attacked once players were within a certain range, but the Lord of Fire had only moved after Kola had attacked. Something was definitely wrong here. With a roar, the intensity of the Lord of Fire's aura skyrocketed. The divine runes around his body began to glow brighter as if they were manifesting fully. Sure enough, he's trying to evolve. Shurfong could not help but smile. Everyone, attack with everything you've got. Be careful of the fire rain and lava on the ground. Do not kill any of the lava monsters that emerge no matter what. Just lure them to the side. In God's domain, monsters were at their weakest when trying to evolve, but if they were in danger, they could quicken their evolution forcefully. Although they had to pay an extremely high price to do so, they would become significantly more difficult to deal with once their evolution completed. After Shurfong issued his orders, he sacrificed 7,000 magic crystal to his Ring of Gospel and activated Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. The moment Miniature World took effect, the world's power began to suppress the boss. Unfortunately, the Lord of Fire was still an ancient fiend, and as a result, he only lost 20% of his basic attributes. His strength was still far higher than any ordinary mythic monster, following which, the Lord of Fire jabbed at Kola's raised shield. Upon impact, Kola stumbled 4 steps backward, losing more than 80,000 highs. So weak? Cola was surprised to lose so little HP. He had more than 240,000 maximum HP. An attack that dealt a little over -80,000 damage was well within his tolerance. The team's healers might feel a little overworked, at most don't hold back. Activate your berserk skills immediately. We need to kill the boss before he completes his evolution. As Shurfeng watched the divine runes around the Lord of Fire continue to form, he estimated that they had less than 20 minutes before the boss completed his evolution. Every second counted right now. If they tried to fight the Lord of Fire like they usually did, they wouldn't defeat the boss in time. Once the ancient fiend completed his evolution, he could easily annihilate every one of them, even if he only had 1% of his HP remaining. Hearing Shurfeng's command, every member of the team activated their berserk skills and doubled their DPS. Now, their attacks dealt a minimum of -40,000 damage. Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and Zhao Yueru easily dealt more than -100,000 damage with each attack. Naturally, Shurfeng didn't hold back either. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, he activated Twilight's Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. His 8 doppelgangers then attacked the Lord of Fire simultaneously, and damages exceeding -70,000 appeared above the Lord of Fire's head, one after another, with the occasional critical hit dealing over -100,000 damage. Seeing Shurfeng's total DPS, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. If their opponent were only a level 75 Great Lord, not a mythic-ranked ancient fiend, they had no doubt that Shurfeng could defeat the monster in less than a minute. After another 10 minutes, Zero Wing's main force wore the Lord of Fire's HP down to 30%. Despicable mortals. You dare intrude on my slumbering grounds? Burn to ash. The Lord of Fire bellowed once more, and a blade of fire appeared in his hands. He then swung the blade before him. Boom! As the blade crashed into the ground, the impact felt like a volcanic eruption. The attack killed 8 players instantly, and the earth under the flaming blade had vanished, leaving nothing but a cracked crater. The surviving team members gasped. With just one attack, the Lord of Fire had altered the battlefield's terrain. Not only was his attack speed extraordinarily high, but the range of his attack was also absurd. Don't panic. Keep your distance. When the boss begins to channel mana, don't stand in front of him. Shurfeng calmly commanded. Shurfeng understood the Lord of Fire well. The additional fire-type damage the boss's attacks inflicted was what made this monster so powerful. Without high enough fire resistance, even MTs of the same level would die instantly. This was why Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers had been utterly helpless against the Lord of Fire in Shurfeng's previous life. Fortunately, Cola currently wore the Flame Demon's crown and had consumed a Master Fire Resistance potion. Even when struck, he only took several thousand points of fire-type damage. Although the Lord of Fire had AoE skills and spells, as well, these attack patterns were quite simple. The attacks would be easy to avoid as long as players paid attention. As the seconds continued to tick by and the Lord of Fire lost more HP, the boss became increasingly frenzied. From time to time, he activated Meteor Hand and bombarded Zero Wing's players with multiple flaming stones. Any player that these meteors struck, aside from Cola, died instantly, and as a result, the team continued to lose members. When the Lord of Fire cast Sea of Lava, a large-scale destruction spell, Shurfeng activated Absolute Domain and protected his team from annihilation. When the Lord of Fire had only 5% of his HP remaining, Zero Wing's team had fewer than 30 players. Seeing this, Gentle Snow activated Will of Light. Her ultimate skill 5 Swords of Light descended on the Lord of Fire, each dealing over -300,000 damage. Some attacks were even criticals, dealing twice as much damage. After all 5 swords had struck, the Lord of Fire had lost over 2 million HP, following which, Zhao Yueru activated the super large-scale destruction spell, Frost Flame Hell, while Violet Cloud cast Dimensional Fracture and Shadow Rage. Aqua Rose and Blackie similarly cast their large-scale destruction spells. As spell after spell plundered the Lord of Fire's HP, the Ancient Fiend's rage continued to grow. The boss responded by summoning 2 blades of fire and brandishing them against these intruding players, every one of his slashes causing waves of lava that washed over Zero Wing's members. Even Cola watched his HP drain, little by little, despite his active Titan's will, which reduced incoming damage by 95%. Unfortunately, the lava had killed Turtledove and Yuwumian. When the Lord of Fire had less than 1% of HP left, he dismissed his flaming weapons and summoned a tidal wave of fire that surged toward Zero Wing's team. Even space began to crack under the burning tidal waves. Might we be doomed? The color drained from Cola's face as he watched the approaching attack die. Just before the fiery wave descended on his players, Shifeng, who had already activated Power of Darkness, activated Blade Liberation and Divine Providence. He then countered the incoming tidal wave with a swing of his blade. Lightning Slash. A blue lightning bolt tore the tidal wave in half, and the Lord of Fire's eyes dulled as Hai collapsed into the lava, the resulting impact causing a small wave. Chapter 21-21, Ancient Fiend's Loot. As the Lord of Fire fell lifelessly into the lava field, Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other surviving members toppled backward in exhaustion. However, despite how tired they were, joy still flashed in their eyes. It was common knowledge in God's domain that the stronger a monster was, the better its loot would be. Although they did not understand what a mythic-ranked ancient fiend represented exactly, they were quite aware of how powerful the Lord of Fire was. It was undoubtedly the strongest boss they had fought since joining God's domain. If Shifeng hadn't pulled out all the stops in that final moment, bisecting the boss's flaming tidal wave, they would have been annihilated. The surviving players watched their experience bars grow with flying speed after the Lord of Fire's death. The boss had been a level 75, mythic-ranked ancient fiend, and unlike the Flame Demon King Shifeng had defeated a while ago, their quest hadn't suppressed the Lord of Fire. Even splitting the EXP among 100 players, each would receive a substantial amount, but with fewer than 10 players were still alive after the fight, it was easy to imagine how much EXP each had received. Fire Dance and the others had risen from 70 to 71 on the spot, while Shifeng climbed from 5% to 42% of level 74. While everyone was surprised by the awarded EXP, the Falling Star secret land began to transform. The lava hell that had surrounded Zero Wing's members altered into a barren wasteland. The Lord of Fire's body cooled and disintegrated, crumbling into a pile of hot rubble. At the same time, loot rained down from the sky, creating a small, dazzling mound. None of Zero Wing's team could have imagined that this boss would drop so much loot. Alright, let's resurrect the team. Then, we'll split the loot. Shifeng chuckled when he saw his teammates' glittering eyes. The surviving healers did as they were told and resurrected their fallen teammates while Shifeng organized the dropped items. In the end, it took Shifeng more than half an hour to appraise the Lord of Fire's loot. Every item he picked up was top tier, and even he, someone who had seen countless treasures in the past, couldn't quite control his elation. He finally understood why the various superpowers had loved hunting ancient fiends. Despite the extreme cost, there was simply no comparison between an ancient fiend's loot and that of a super large-scale hell mode team dungeon. Although the Lord of Fire was only a pseudo-ancient fiend since it hadn't completed its evolution, Shifeng was certain that these items could drive any superpower mad. If the various superpowers found out about today's raid, they'd do anything they could to get their hands on this loot, even if it meant destroying Zero Wing. A total of 247 items dropped. Among them, 31 were epic materials, 6 were inferior legendary materials, and 83 were materials of lower ranks. 5 7 luminaries crystals had also dropped, the equivalent of 14 units. There were 32 attributed gemstones of various types, 3 mysterious iron magic crystal treasure chests, and 1 secret silver magic crystal treasure chest, as well. 37 magic scrolls had dropped, 3 of which were tier 4, 16 were tier 3, and the rest were tier 2 magic scrolls. 8 skill books also lay among the items, 7 of which were for ordinary tier 2 skills, and 1 was a tier 2 taboo skill. A total of 33 weapons and equipment pieces had dropped, 21 level 70 fine gold equipment pieces, 8 level 70 dark gold equipment pieces, 3 epic items, and 1 fragmented legendary item. The 3 pieces of epic equipment alone were enough to move Shifeng's heart, not to mention the level 70 fine gold and dark gold equipment. The 3 epic items were the Source Fire Ring, Unyielding Battle Armor, and Phantom Leather Boots, top-tier items even among epic equipment. Not only did the Source Fire Ring increase a player's fire resistance and the power of their fire-type skills and spells, but it also had an innate teleportation skill. Although the teleportation skill wasn't as powerful as the 7 luminaries rings, it allowed the user to cross a distance of 100,000 yards. Although the Unyielding Battle Armor's basic attributes were average at best, it had a passive skill that halved its wearer's stamina consumption. The Phantom Leather Boots, on the other hand, were top-tier boots for assassins. Not only did the equipment boost the player's concealment effects, but it also granted a 20% increase to reaction speed. Although the fragmented legendary item the Lord of Fire had dropped was neither a weapon nor equipment piece, it was even more valuable than either of the same rank Falling Fire Orb, fragmented legendary rank. The Lord of Fire's Concentrated Essence. This item contains all of the Lord of Fire's power. When used, the Falling Fire Orb temporarily raises its user's tier by 1 for 3 hours. Can upgrade up to a maximum of tier 4. Cooldown, 12 hours. Normally, fragmented legendary items only improved players' combat power by half a tier, but this Falling Fire Orb boosted a player by a full tier. The item's only flaw was its tier 4 restriction. The orb would become useless once players reached that tier. Even so, Horrifying was amazed by the Falling Fire Orb. Reaching tier 4 wasn't an easy task in God's domain. After all, the Lord of Fire had dropped another item that delighted Horrifying, an Advanced Construction Promotion Order. Normally, players could only obtain this item by completing the first clear of a level 100+, super large-scale team dungeon. Moreover, the drop rate wasn't 100% with this promotion order. Players could upgrade a basic construction in their guild, town or city to advanced rank. This promotion order might not seem like much at first glance. In fact, most superpowers hadn't paid it much attention in Horrifying's previous life. Securing the first clear in a level 100+, super large-scale team dungeon was practically impossible for first and second-rate guilds, so they hadn't paid any attention to the advanced construction promotion order. Either everyone had only realized the promotion order's true value after players had reached level 150. It was nearly invaluable due to its ability to upgrade a basic battle arena to advanced rank. Player-constructed advanced battle arenas were much larger than basic battle arenas. And they were actually larger on the inside than the building scale should allow. Advanced battle arenas also had higher mana density than their basic counterparts, allowing players to train their combat techniques more efficiently. Advanced battle arenas could also record and simulate combat techniques, which players could then learn from. Unfortunately, this function required a lot of magic crystals, and the stronger a combat technique was, the higher its cost would be. Once he had finished examining the Lord of Fire's loot, Horrifying shared the weapons and equipment details in the team chat, holding an internal auction for these items. Everyone gasped when they saw these items in a short moment. All of the fine gold, dark gold, and epic weapons and equipment had been divided among the team. Flying Shadow had won the Phantom Leather boots, Zhao Yueru had won the Source Fire Ring, and Remnant Cloud had secured the Unyielding Battle Armor. All three of them felt their combat powers grow significantly. Now that we've finished our quest, it's time to head home. Horrifying then retrieved a return scroll and activated it. He transformed into a streak of white light and left the now crippled Falling Star secret land. Chapter 21-22, Zero Wing in an Uproar. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. Horrifying and the others had spent 8 days fighting in the Falling Star secret land, and they were mentally exhausted from the repetitive grinding. However, when they returned to Zero Wing's residence in White River City, they were hit by the residence's depressing atmosphere. Before they had a chance to rest, guild leader, you're finally back. Busy in the guild hall's main lobby, Yolan's weary features brightened with excitement when she noticed Horrifying's team returning to the residence. She hadn't been sure that she'd last much longer had Horrifying's team remained missing. What's the guild's current situation? Horrifying asked. Overall, it's bad. Many players and adventurer teams have joined the guild in the last week or so, but the guild's finances were already tight. To make matters worse, Starlink has started attacking us in the surrounding neutral maps. We've already suffered over 50,000 casualties. We've nearly had to empty our savings just to compensate the slain players. Fortunately, Unyielding Soul has sent us some aid, so we've been able to maintain the guild's operations, Yulan explained with a bitter smile. But if this keeps up, the guild's funds will run dry sooner or later. Moreover, the lack of funds isn't the most pressing issue right now. We've already depleted the weapons and equipment stock in our guild warehouse. If we don't replenish it soon, the guild won't be able to operate normally. How did the guild fall into such a state? I thought I had told everyone to limit our activity earlier. Horrifying was surprised to hear that the guild has suffered so many deaths. Starlink had only begun its assault a day ago, yet it had slain more than 50,000 Zero-Wing players in that time. No matter how he thought about it, the feat shouldn't be possible initially. We only lost around 20,000 lives, but Starlink refused to give up and ambushed out members after they moved to the Silverwing town area. Enraged, some of our guildmates led teams to face Starlink's members. Unfortunately, the results were far from ideal. The players Starlink has sent to attack us are impressively strong, especially a specific, fierce group. With just a 100-man team, they killed more than 10,000 of our players. 400 of the slain players were even members of the Dark Gods Legion. That team also destroyed 2 of our Hell tanks. After that, I told everyone to stay put in Silverwing town. Only then did our casualty rate decrease. However, Starlink's members have surrounded the town and are causing a ruckus. Many of our guild members have begun to express their opinions on this issue. Holing up in the town isn't a long-term solution. The matter clearly frustrated Yulan. This clash with Starlink had shown her how truly powerful superpowers were. The quantity and quality of Zero Wings experts and those in Starlink were on completely different levels. If current players weren't so low-leveled and low-tiered, not even Silverwing Town's defenses would have stopped Starlink's assault. So, that's the case. Yolan's report gave Shifeng a rough understanding of the guild's situation. The predicament didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. The guild's collection of powerful weapons and equipment, as well as Zero Wing's large number of Tier 2 players, was why the guild could provoke so many superpowers and win multiple major battles. However, not only had Tier 2 players become more common, but the gap between Zero Wing's equipment standards and the various superpowers had begun to close. In addition, the new auction arena allowed the various superpowers to secure their rule and their territories, so they had less to worry about and could afford to dispatch more experts on long-distance tasks. Take some of our people to Silverwing Town and get rid of the players causing trouble outside of our walls. They do not qualify to flaunt their strength in Zero Wing's territory. Shifeng said as he turned to Fire Dance, who stood beside him. Letting the guild's enemy cause a ruckus in its territory was bad for the guild's reputation. If this persisted, morale would also plummet. Leave it to me. Fire Dance smiled and nodded. She had grown bored of grinding monsters in the Falling Star secret land, so this task would be a good change of pace. The assassin that teleported to Silverwing Town with Violet Cloud, Cola, and a few other core upper echelons guild leader. Those Starlink players are extraordinary, and there are a lot of them. I'm afraid that they won't be so easy to deal with. Yulan expressed her concern as she watched Fire Dance lead a dozen or so comrades to Silverwing Town, weary just chasing a bunch of riffraff away. We don't need to mobilize a full force, Shifeng calmly responded. Anyways, you said the guild needs weapons and equipment? I have some. Use them to ease our current predicament. After saying so, Shifeng started a trade with Yulan and dropped one item after another into the window. All weapons and equipment from the Falling Star secret land. He had already given the Falling Fire Orb to Fire Dance, and with the fragmented legendary item, her team should be more than enough to deal with these problem players. When Yulan saw the weapons and equipment Shifeng traded to her, she was dumbfounded. Level 70 equipment? Yulan stared at the window incredulously. The various superpowers likely only had a handful of level 70 items, yet Shifeng handed her nearly 1,000 weapons and equipment pieces. Moreover, the weakest pieces of equipment were mysterious iron rank, while most of the items were secret silver rank. Taking a closer look at an item's attribute panel, Yolan's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. Not only were these items level 70, but they also had an attribute that reduced players' stamina consumption. Current players dreamed of using such equipment. This stamina rate reduction equipment could sell for astronomical prices. Guild leader, are we really going to let everyone purchase these items from the guild warehouse? Yulan could not help but ask. Every weapon and equipment piece Shifeng had handed her was undoubtedly top tier at this stage of the game. These items could be used as capital to secure more resources in neutral maps. Any other guild would most likely reserve these weapons and equipment for their core members. They'd never give their normal and elite members access to such precious items. It's fine. Use them to motivate our members, Shifeng said, chuckling. While the level 70 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment were good, these pieces were nothing compared to the level 70 secret silver set equipment Shifeng still had in his bag. Yulan then stored the weapons and equipment in the guild warehouse, allowing members to purchase them for GCPS. Meanwhile, Shifeng secretly left the guild residence and made his way to the Adventurers Association to turn in the Lord of Fire's crusade. Quest. After all was said and done, the weapons and equipment he had collected were only a temporary solution. If Zero Wing wanted to defeat Starlink, these items wouldn't be enough. Zero Wing needed more funding and strength. Shortly after Shifeng left, the level 70 weapons and equipment appeared on the guild warehouse's exchange list. When they discovered these items, the guild members looking to upgrade their items stared at the new equipment with bloodshot eyes. Crap. Level 70 secret silver equipment. Am I dreaming? Did our guild rob some NPC's treasury? How do we have so many level 70 secret silver weapons and equipment? Quick, look. This equipment reduces stamina consumption. Amazing. If I had a full set of this equipment, I wouldn't have to worry about my stamina when I'm exploring neutral maps. A commotion tore through Zero Wing's residence as guild members discovered the newly stocked guild warehouse and began to think of ways to earn more GCPs to purchase the level 70 weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing's new collection quickly reached the various major powers. Chapter 21-23, Hero Ranked Reward. Shortly after the level 70 weapons and equipment appeared in Zero Wing's guild warehouse, news of these items reached Starlink's Blood or Fortress. Several level 66 or higher experts watched 3 kills, who gazed at the scenery outside the window, nervously in the 5th floor meeting room in Starlink's residence. Vice Guild Leader, according to our spies in Zero Wing, the guild has offered nearly 1,000 level 70 weapons and pieces of equipment for purchase in its guild warehouse. Moreover, every equipment piece reduces stamina consumption, a level 66 ranger reported, watching 3 kills with a hint of desire in his gaze. Zero Wing's members are on cloud 9 because of this. Many of them are desperately trying to earn GCPs to purchase the stamina rate reduction equipment. This turn of events has certainly increased morale within the guild. The various superpowers still considered level 70 weapons and equipment extravagant at this stage of the game. Even experts like himself only wore level 65 fine gold items. If he could get his hands on 1 or 2 more pieces of level 65 dark gold equipment, he'd sleep with a wide grin on his face. However, Zero Wing had just offered its normal and elite members the chance to use level 70 secret silver weapons and equipment. This benefit was truly enviable. Moreover, the secret silver equipment reduced stamina consumption and have a much easier time developing if he could purchase a few pieces of such equipment. Yet players who weren't even ordinary experts had been given such an opportunity. The situation was maddening. How kind of Zero Wing to offer up such equipment. Even 3 kills was slightly surprised by Zero Wing's generosity. He chuckled and said, "Unfortunately, this is only a temporary measure. We have already prepared equipment for a protracted war." The guild leader has even amassed 300,000 gold to persuade outside experts to move against our enemy. The fact that Zero Wing is offering its normal and elite members such equipment only makes them juicier targets. I had thought that Black Flame would recall his guild members to Starmoon Kingdom and hold up there. It would have taken our guild a lot of time and resources to destroy Zero Wing if he had. However, it seems that he truly believes his guild is on equal footing with the various superpowers just because he's small victories against superpowers in the past. How foolish. Zero Wing is mistaken if it thinks it can face us head-on. It's simply overestimating itself, a tall woman in pitch-black leather armor said, frowning. She then said to 3 kills, Vice Guild Leader, "Let's make our move before Dark Soul. We can't let Startled Wind and Dark Soul claim all of the glory." Of course. Yu Meng, go prepare. We're going to cut off all paths between Starmoon Kingdom and Silverwing Town. We'll eliminate the town's income. 3 kills said, nodding, "Leave it to me, Vice Guild Leader. I'll make sure that no one can reach the town by land." Yu Meng declared as she patted the heavy hammer she carried, absolute confidence shining in her eyes. Meanwhile, Shifeng had secretly reached the Adventurers Association's 2nd floor hall. "Lord Protector, how may I be of service?" a senior administrator asked as he approached Shifeng. "I wish to turn in a quest." "Here is the falling fire heart I've retrieved," Shifeng said as he pulled a rock enveloped in blue flame from his bag and handed it to the senior administrator. "Every crusade quest required proof of completion." The falling fire heart was evidence of the Lord of Fire's defeat. The senior administrator was stunned when he saw the falling fire heart. Once he snapped out of his daze, the NPC looked at Shifeng with even greater respect. After verifying the falling fire heart's authenticity, a series of system notifications altered Shifeng's Starmoon Kingdom region system announcement. "Congratulations to Zero Wing for completing the Hero Crusade quest, Lord of Fire. rewarding 30,000 guild popularity and promotion to 1-star honorary guild in Starmoon Kingdom. The system announcement echoed throughout Starmoon Kingdom 3 times, and every player in the kingdom heard it loud and clear. The various Adventurers Association branches throughout the kingdom also hung Zero Wing's guild flag in their main halls. Any player that visited would see these flags. This was proof of the guild's glory. Even if Zero Wing faded from God's domain, its flag would remain in Starmoon Kingdom's Adventurers Association branches. However, Horrifying was far more excited by the fact that his guild had become a 1-star honorary guild. An honorary guild. Countless guilds had dreamed of obtaining the title during his previous life. Even though the title was only effective in the kingdom or empire that had granted it, it was capital that would help a guild grow stronger. Even Shadow had fought desperately to earn the guild title, yet Horrifying had secured it for Zero Wing so soon. In this life normally, guilds had to complete 3 Hero Crusade quests to earn the 1-star honorary guild title, but since Zero Wing was the first to complete such a quest in Starmoon Kingdom, the title had been granted as a bonus reward. The 1-star honorary guild title was easily worth more than 100 epic weapons and equipment pieces to the various guilds. Not only would the guild receive more high-ranked quests from NPC nobles due to the title, but its members would also receive a 5% boost to their basic attributes and EXP earned within the respective country. While a 5% boost to attributes and EXP didn't seem like much, it was an extraordinary boon to high-level players. Besides, many a little makes a mickle. Players with these buffs would gradually pull ahead of those without. As a result, the difference between guilds would continue to grow. After becoming a 1-star honorary guild in Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing's position in the kingdom was even sturdier than before. Without overwhelming strength, foreign powers could do nothing against the guild in Starmoon Kingdom. This was one of the reasons that the various major powers had fought so desperately to complete Hero Crusade quests in the past. A kingdom or empire's honorary guild title was akin to a terrain advantage in war. When Zero Wing's members discovered the benefits of being a 1-star honorary guild, they couldn't help their growing excitement. Although they couldn't currently grind in neutral maps, with this guild title, they could grind in Starmoon Kingdom, and they wouldn't level any slower than in neutral maps. Moreover, they also had a certain advantage against the kingdom's field boss's commander. Zero Wing has more hope of survival now. Even if Starlink prevents Zero Wing from developing in neutral maps, the guild can safely develop in Starmoon Kingdom. Iluafe, who currently resided in Silverwing Town, exclaimed. Due to Yan Tianqing's suggestion, the FFF adventurer team had joined Zero Wing, but despite that, it couldn't do much to change the guild's situation in the Ore Empire. Starlink was simply too strong when it got serious. Zero Wing's members couldn't even set foot outside the town. The various powers that could explore neutral moss would eventually surpass those who couldn't. Fortunately, now that Zero Wing had received an honorary guild title, its development speed wouldn't be affected if it couldn't develop in neutral maps. At the very least, ordinary powers shouldn't hope to surpass the guild. Starlink would also find Zero Wing far more difficult to deal with in Starmoon Kingdom. As long as Zero Wing persisted, it was bound to turn its situation around. God's domain constantly changed, after all, and Starlink couldn't afford to focus all of its strength against Zero Wing all the time. Sure enough, Zero Wing hasn't made it this far by relying on luck. It had been patiently enduring until it accomplished this feat. Yan Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief when he read the system announcement. He had fought Starlink's experts plenty of times before, and he had to admit that it was a frighteningly powerful guild. It had already dispatched an astonishing number of experts to the Ore Empire, and the Mad Beast Legion tore through the Empire like a typhoon. The Legion left devastation in its path. Its members had almost succeeded in killing Yan Tianqing, as well. If not for Silverwing Town's magic towers and guardian puppets, Yan Tianqing had no doubt that Mad Beast and his legion would have captured the town by now. Commander, look. Zero Wing's main force members have arrived. It looks like they're planning to confront the Mad Beast Legion. Iluafe said as she pointed at Fire Dance's team, which had appeared near the town's entrance and seemed to be heading for Mad Beast Legion's campsite. Have they lost their minds? Yan Tianqing's anxiety peaked as he watched the 30-plus players direct their mounts toward the enemy legion. Chapter 21-24, Confrontation at the Entrance. On a small hill outside Silverwing Town, dozens of members of the Mad Beast Legion had set up camp and were resting. Currently, these players were whining and dining without a care in the world, completely disregarding the heavily fortified Silverwing town several thousand yards away. The commander is being too careful this time. He's actually having us simply stand guard here. Can't we just destroy Silverwing town? What can Zero Wing do against us? A level 67 Guardian Knight said as he glanced at the distant Silverwing town. Previously, everyone was talking about how powerful Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion was. In the end, didn't we slaughter that legion's members? The Mad Beast Legion was an existence known throughout the western continent of God's domain for having destroyed over 20 guild towns, some of which were even controlled by superpowers. Yet, now, their commander, Startled Wind, was actually having them stand guard outside Silverwing town and had only tasked them with preventing players from leaving the town. This was completely different from their normal operations. Panther, stop grumbling. At least you got to get some exercise with those people from the Dark Gods Legion. We have only mobs to fight against. There's not even a field boss in sight, a level 67 berserker carrying a white-bone greatsword said, rolling his eyes at the Guardian Knight named Black Panther. To maintain surveillance on Silverwing town, the Mad Beast Legion had split into two groups. One group would either grind for levels or rest, while the other group would keep watch over the town. The two groups took turns, switching responsibilities with each other to prevent their levels from falling behind. All right, that's enough. The commander naturally has his reasons. Moreover, whether in terms of defensive structures or NPC soldiers, Silverwing town is much stronger than the towns we've destroyed thus far. In a frontal confrontation, even if we do succeed in capturing Silverwing town, we'll most likely suffer significant losses, a level 68 scholarly man wearing silvery gray leather armor said. In a deep tone, he continued, while our task this time is indeed to destroy Zero Wing, we also have to conserve our strength. After all, our true enemy is not a measly guild like Zero Wing but those bastards from the western continent. Since we can slowly whittle down Zero Wing without suffering any damage, we naturally don't need to invest too much effort and reveal our trump cards. At the scholarly man's words, everyone present immediately lost their sloppy manner and grew serious, especially at the mention of the bastards from the western continent. Vice Commander, I heard that Zero Wing's Black Flame is very strong and that he had actually defeated the 4 Shadow Demons' Sword Demon. Between him and the commander, who do you think is stronger? Black Panther could not help but ask curiously. When the Mad Beast Legion members heard Black Panther's question, they sent curious gazes at the scholarly man as well. They were conversant with the 4 Shadow Demons' strength. Every one of the 4 Shadow Demons was an absolute monster that had reached the domain realm decades ago. Meanwhile, among the 4, Sword Demon was ranked number 1 when it came to a frontal clash. However, they did not have a very clear idea of the strength of their commander, as they had never actually seen Startled Wind display it before. The only person that might know would be their vice commander, Cloudy Mountain. After all, Startled Wind and Cloudy Mountain were once enemies. Both of them possessed monster-level strength 50-50, I guess. After all, a field battle is different from an official competition. There are many things you can use in a field battle that you can't in a competition, Cloudy Mountain replied after giving the matter some thought. Vice Commander, aren't you giving that Black Flame too much credit? In my opinion, that Black Flame might not even be a match for Party Leader Inc., let alone having an even chance against the commander. That's right. That Sword Demon is already an old man. His mental state is no longer at its peak. Although Party Leader Inc. might not be a match for Sword Demon in terms of combat standards, in a field battle, she can definitely kill that old man. Everyone felt that their vice commander was blowing things out of all proportion. The 4 Shadow Demons might be legends, but the Mad Beast Legion's current fame and strength were both superior to the 4 Shadow Demons. Setting aside the Mad Beast Legion's commander and vice commander, just its team leaders were already enough to inspire fear in even first-rate guilds. Take Inc. Rain, the Mad Beast Legion's number 1 party leader, for example. She had fought over 10 monster-level experts thus far. Moreover, like every member of the Mad Beast Legion, she was also very adept at field battles. If Inc. Rain fought Sword Demon out in the fields, even Sword Demon would be in serious trouble. While the Mad Beast Legion members were bickering, dust clouds suddenly appeared a short distance away. Some of the players that were keeping a lookout on the campsite surroundings noticed this immediately. Vice Commander, there are people charging toward us from Silverwing Town. A ranger shouted after observing the dust clouds using Eagle Eye's Zero Wings members are finally unable to sit still. "We'll finally get to exercise our bodies," Black Panther said, smiling as he licked his lips. "Your luck really is good. I'll definitely ask to be in the same group as you next time." Brilliant Python, the berserker carrying the white bone greatsword, said with excitement. "How many people did they send?" Cloudy Mountain asked as he stood up from his seat. "A little over 30. The observing ranger reported carefully. "Just 30 plus?" For a moment, the Mad Beast Legion members could not help but be stunned. They even wondered if the ranger had missed 1 or 2 zeros. "That's right, just 30 plus. However, judging by their appearances, I think these people are part of Zero Wing's main force," the ranger explained. "Main force? Is Zero Wing really that stupid? Does it think it can deal with our Mad Beast Legion with just 30-odd players? Vice Commander, let my 6th party take the field. I'll make sure that none of these people return alive." Laughing at the number of players Zero Wing had dispatched, the Mad Beast Legion members immediately took the initiative to volunteer themselves for the upcoming fight, afraid that someone would steal this opportunity from the Mink and Panther. "Bring your 2 parties and go teach those people a lesson. However, this is also a rare opportunity. Contact 3 Kills men and have them come here immediately using a group teleportation scroll. We need to launch a full encirclement and make sure nobody escapes." Cloudy Mountain commanded as he looked at the approaching figures of Fire Dance, and the others from Zero Wing understood. Black Panther and the others could not help feeling a little stunned when they heard Cloudy Mountain's orders. Never imagined that their vice commander would take Zero Wing's members so seriously. However, they still obeyed without hesitation. The Mad Beast Legion had a total of 20 parties. Each party had 6 members and was fully capable of slaying expert teams consisting of several hundred players. In reality, just one party would be more than enough to deal with Zero Wing's 30-plus main force members. Sending 2 parties against so few players was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. Following which, Ink Rain and Black Panther, together with their party members, charged at Fire Dance's team, the distance between the 2 sides rapidly closing. The players in Silverwing Town soon took notice of this situation. At this point, everyone was already aware that Zero Wing was holing up in Silverwing Town. The fact that Zero Wing had suddenly obtained the honorary guild title further reaffirmed their thoughts that it was planning on lying low in Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, Zero Wing taking the initiative to send its main force members at the Mad Beast Legion was outside of everyone's expectations. Zero Wing's main force is going up against the Mad Beast Legion. We're going to have an interesting show to watch. I wonder who will win. You must have never seen how frightening those people from the Mad Beast Legion are. With just a little over 100 players, they've killed over 10,000 players from Zero Wing. Every member of the Mad Beast Legion is a monster. Although Zero Wing's main force members are strong, they're probably still inferior to the Mad Beast Legion members. Zero Wing is truly reckless to send so few players. If it were up to me, I would organize at least a 1,000-man team to take on the Mad Beast Legion. While the players residing in Silverwing Town were discussing the upcoming battle, Yan Tianqing, who was chasing after Fire Dance's team, frowned grimly when he saw the 2 parties the Mad Beast Legion dispatched. Not good. Those are Ink Rain's and Black Panther's parties. We need to help them quickly. Yan Tianqing shouted hurriedly to his team. He had fought Ink Rain and Black Panther before. He would already have his hands full just dealing with Black Panther alone. Black Panther possessed extraordinary strength, fighting more like a fierce berserker than a guardian knight. Going up against the guardian knight in a frontal confrontation was simply impossible. Ink Rain was even more frightening. In just one exchange, Yan Tianqing had nearly lost his life. If not for a special magic scroll that forcibly saved his life, he wouldn't have been able to block Ink Rain's second hit at all. Even if Zero Wing had Fire Dance taking the lead, Yan Tianqing did not think that her group could last very long against both Black Panther and Ink Rain. Unfortunately, Yan Tianqing's team was still a tad too slow. In the end, they could only watch as Fire Dance's group and Ink Rain's group got within 30 yards of each other and started attacking each other. Zero Wing. Die. Black Panther laughed as he leaped into the air, the icy blue shield he wielded transforming into a gigantic energy shield that smashed down on Fire Dance's group. Not only did Black Panther's attack cover a 30-yard radius, but the strength it carried also warped the space around it. The distant spectating members of Zero Wing paled reflexively at this scene. This move was most likely sufficient to annihilate a 100-man expert team instantly. Just as the mountain-like energy shield was about to land on the Zero Wing group, Cola suddenly jumped into the air with Titan Guard raised. The fragmented legendary shield then transformed into a blazing streak of light that clashed with the descending energy shield. Tier 2 skill, Divine Impact. Boom! An explosion echoed throughout the entire battlefield. In the next moment, Black Panther's gigantic energy shield cracked and disappeared. As for Black Panther himself, he went flying back. Even after he landed, he stumbled 3 steps backward before he managed to stabilize himself. In contrast, Cola remained standing steadily where he lighted. Chapter 21-25, Steamroll. The two Guardian Knights' initial clash caused a huge commotion. Even players standing thousands of yards away felt the resulting shockwave so strong. The various major powers and independent experts watching the battle from magic mirrors in Silverwing Town couldn't believe their eyes. Rather than players, Cola and Black Panther looked like two gigantic beasts as they fought for the upper hand. Every one of their movements shook the ground as the sky above them rumbled. These Guardian Knights' strength was so far from ordinary experts that the difference was like that between heaven and earth. How is this possible? Yan Tianqing's heart pounded madly as he watched Black Panther fly backward and stumble 3 steps before regaining his footing. Yan Tianqing was very familiar with Black Panther's strength, which even surpassed a Great Lord's. After including his skill bonuses, Black Panther's strength could certainly rival a Grand Lord's of the same level. In the few instances that Yan Tianqing had faced Black Panther's energy shield, he had been forced to rely on vanish or wind steps to evade the attack. Cola, on the other hand, only relied on ordinary Tier 2 skills to block or evade Black Panther's attacks, and it was obvious that the Zero Wing member had even higher strength than his opponent. If Cola had activated a Berserk skill, this scene might have made sense, but he clearly hadn't. He actually overwhelmed Black Panther with only Tier 2 skills. His strength was truly inhuman. Who is he? A trace of fear flashed in Black Panther's gaze as he stared at Cola's bear-like figure. This outcome shocked Black Panther even more than Yan Tianqing. The Mad Beast Legion's members weren't ordinary Tier 2 players. They had all undergone bloodline replacement, which meant that their life ratings were much higher than ordinary Tier 2 players, rivaling demon players. However, they gained far more to their basic attributes when they leveled up than demon players. Their basic attributes were far beyond what ordinary Tier 2 players could achieve. The only flaw bloodline replacement had was the intense difficulty players faced during their future class promotions, but those capable of earning a place among the Mad Beast Legion were experts among experts. They were all confident of completing their future promotions without issues. Once they did, they'd be much stronger than players of the same tier, so they didn't mind the extra difficulty. Black Panther quickly disregarded his surprise. PvP battles weren't decided solely by the combatants' basic attributes. Immediately, the Starlink Guardian Knight raised his shield and charged at Cola again. He didn't intend to fight Cola head-on this time, relying on his speed to outmaneuver his opponent, find weak points, and slowly chip away the enemy Guardian Knight's HP. After the bloodline replacement, players' movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed would improve considerably. While this improvement might not do much for agile assassins, it would be extremely beneficial for bulky Guardian Knights. However, Cola did not give Black Panther any chances to touch his HP. He immediately activated the Scorching Wind Set's War God of Fire skill, transforming into a 6-meter-tall, flaming giant. Wielding a burning axe in one hand and a flaming shield in the other, Cola looked like this land's overlord. Raising his fiery axe, Cola swung down at Black Panther's approaching figure. Zero Wing's lead MT had gained a general understanding of Black Panther's power during their initial clash. If he tried to rely on techniques to defeat his enemy, Black Panther would eventually whittle him down, and he'd lose. After all, Black Panther's basic attributes were roughly on par with his own. The only way Cola could win this fight was by relying on overwhelming power. Damn it. Black Panther's expression darkened as he watched the gigantic axe descend toward him. He could tell that this attack likely had the strength of a mythic monster, and Cola's attack had a massive 30-yard radius. With less than 10 yards between them, dodging the axe was impossible. Instinctively, Black Panther activated his Berserk skill, his basic attributes skyrocketing. He then activated Protection Blessing and moved forward to greet Cola's attack. When Cola's flaming axe collided with Black Panther's shield, a towering pillar of fire rose from the point of impact. The flames instantly scorched the ground beneath Black Panther's feet. Boom. As the fire subsided and revealed the fighters, the watching players couldn't help but gasp. The difference between the two Guardian Knights' strength hadn't been that large during the previous clash, yet even after Black Panther had activated his Berserk skill, Cola was still tremendously stronger than the Starlink player. With just one attack, Cola had devoured 20% of Black Panther's HP, and the ground beneath his opponent had sunk by roughly 4 meters. Cola's strength was simply horrific. However, no one knew that the Scorching Wind set Cola wore had been known as one of the strongest level 70 sets during Shifeng's previous life. Although it was only a fine gold set equipment, the War God of Fire skill boosted the player's life rating to archaic species and granted a massive boost to their basic attributes. Using an ordinary Berserk skill to contend with the War God of Fire was laughable. Naturally, Cola didn't stop after landing the one attack. He immediately raised his flaming axe and attacked again. With an archaic species life rating, Cola's reaction speed and 5 senses were far more acute than normal. His attack's precision gave Black Panther no room to dodge. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. As Cola landed his 5th attack, Black Panther's HP finally reached 0, his body burning to ash. Cola's strikes had been so fast that the healer in Black Panther's party hadn't had enough time to react and start casting a healing spell before the Guardian Knight had died. As if time had frozen, everyone stared at Cola's War God of Fire form with fear in their eyes. How is this possible? The Mad Beast Legion members were stupefied. They couldn't believe that Black Panther, who had activated his Berserk and life-saving skills, had suffered such a decisive defeat. He hadn't even been able to retaliate before Cola had hacked him to pieces. Techniques? Life-saving skills? Before absolute power, none of these mattered. As Cola was about to switch targets and charge at another Mad Beast Legion member, a lithe figure appeared behind him and thrust an icy-cold dagger into his back. Cola lost 1/9 of his HP before he could react. The damage shocked Cola. With War God of Fire active, he had more than 1 million HP, and his defense was astonishingly high. It would be impressive to find a Tier 2 player who could deal over -20,000 damage to him. Ye's new opponent had dealt over -150,000 with a single attack. His new opponent's attack power was incredible. Hurriedly, Cola activated Fire God's Wrath with a furious bellow. Flames erupted from the ground around him, enveloping a 15-yard radius. Seeing this, the lithe figure landed another before retreating. By the time these flames devoured everything around Cola, the figure stood 15 yards away. At the very edge of the raging inferno. The spectators only got a clear view of this lithe figure once the fire around Cola had subsided. She was a mesmerizing woman with snow-white hair. Silver divine runes covered her body, and she held 2 daggers that matched her hair color. Her clothing was as dark as the night sky. Careful. She's the Mad Beast Legion's #1 assassin, Ink Rain. Yan Tianqing shouted a warning, fear flashing in his eyes when he saw her face. His memory of this woman was still fresh in his mind. He couldn't forget her even if he wanted to. If he hadn't had an ancient life-saving scroll, Ink Rain would have killed him during their past encounter. Cola pushed his 5 senses to their limits as he watched Ink Rain. He could sense the threat of death from this woman, and if he hadn't already transformed into a War God of Fire, she likely would have killed him in those 2 moves. Meanwhile, when the Mad Beast Legion members saw Ink Rain taking on Zero Wing's monstrous Guardian Knight, they cheered from their campsite on the nearby hill. Although Black Panther led his own party in the Legion as well, there was a massive difference between him and this female assassin. Ivy truly underestimated Zero Wing's experts, Cloudy Mountain said as he watched Cola. He commanded, notify 3 kills men and tell them to hurry it up. These Zero Wing players aren't your average opponents. Also, Python, lead your party to assist Ink and the others. She'll likely need some time to take out that Guardian Knight if she's fighting by herself. Cola's performance had been surprising, but as the Mad Beast Legion's vice commander, Cloudy Mountain was very familiar with Ink Rain's strength. He was certain that she could defeat Cola. However, the members of her and Black Panther's parties would likely face a bitter battle against Zero Wing's other members while Ink Rain was busy with the Guardian Knight. To end this quickly and avoid unnecessary losses, Cloudy Mountain thought it wise to send another party as Brilliant Python and his party prepared to move out. Zero Wing's other members engaged Ink Rain and Black Panther's party members in combat. Meanwhile, Cola used his strongest skills against the enemy assassin, but despite his efforts, Ink Rain gracefully dodged every fervent attack. Cola's axe didn't even brush Ink Rain's clothing. On the contrary, Ink Rain dealt some damage from time to time. It seems Zero Wing's experts only amount to so much. Glancing at the Guardian Knight before her, Ink Rain spun her daggers, clasping them in a reverse grip. The two weapons then transformed into crystalline short swords so sharp that space around them began to crack, following which, female assassin became a blur before splitting into 3 clones. All 3 attacked Cola from different directions. 6 black lines reached for the Guardian Knight, and despite Cola's improved reaction speed, he was only able to block 4 of the 6 attacks as the 2 remaining black lines were about to bite into Cola's flaming form. 2 sword-likes abruptly intercepted them. The black lines disintegrated into nothing the moment they encountered the sword lights, sparing Cola. Who are you? Ink Rain frowned at the figure that had suddenly appeared beside Cola. Her attack had been absolutely perfect, containing as much power as a mythic monster of the same level. Even with his peerless strength, Cola had barely shrugged off her attacks. However, this new arrival had effortlessly countered her strikes. Most importantly, this new arrival had predicted her attack trajectories. Her attack trajectories changed constantly, and her attacks were extremely fast. If not for Cola's shield, he would never have been able to block 4 of her strikes. Yan Tianqing, who rushed toward the battle from a distance, was just as astonished to see Cola spared from the attack. If he had been Cola's reinforcement, stopping just one of Ink Rain's attacks would have taken everything he had. After a moment of silence, the figure beside Cola spoke, her clear, crisp voice echoing across the battlefield. Zero Wing's fire dance.